back. Welcome back. Are we good? Are we back? Have the emus left? We're back. Okay, yeah, I was dealing with technical difficulties before and didn't realize they were going to get so bad that just like adding another window capture was going to cause this kind of problem. But yeah, we're back. And I'm back here with Kid Bandit. I've got some, you know, Chad is really excited to see you. Yes, Gremlins defeated.
Yay!
Welcome, Kid Bandit. Yes, Weasel's in chat. Oh my god. Yeah, we're here to talk about you and your wrestling career and trans rights and so many other things. Here, let me resize the window because every time Discord changes, time somebody drops off of Discord or drops on, it like resizes the window. But that's
Oh
the size that
no.
we're dealing with now. So as long as everybody stays where they're at,
Remember, everyone's size doesn't matter. It's what's inside it counts.
that's what's inside the Discord window that counts true. And
Yep.
it looks like you've got a furry friend inside your Discord window. Discord window, yeah.
This is Bucky. They're from a really crazy gas station chain in Texas, which I don't know, I just really like Bucky. They're very cute, but they're also like not cute. Like you look at this and you don't think, oh, like that's conventionally attractive, but Bucky's adorable,
Bucky
and
is
like
adorable,
I like
yeah.
I like I like to think that that's very indicative of the kind of person I am. It's like, oh, like nothing about me screams like likable, but like people like me, so it's
I
weird.
can relate to that actually. I can really, yeah, big mood actually. So, my first question for you is obviously the go-to question. What got you into wrestling?
um, it's a pretty funny story. I'm a gamer. Played a lot of SmackDown versus Raw 2007 when I was a kid, which I like to credit that video game as what you know really made me fall in love with wrestling. It wasn't actually watching wrestling on TV, it was playing the video game. Simply because when you're a poor kid, you can only really afford one game, and when you only have one game, you play it nonstop. So
Oh my
that
God,
is
yeah.
that is my journey in which kind of got me into professional wrestling. So, I know that soundtrack by heart. Even today,
Nice.
I listen to that soundtrack because it's what got me into wrestling, and it definitely shaped a lot of my childhood too. Like all my friends were pretty much gamers as well, and I grew up to become a pretty avid gamer, and you know that also kind of shaped how I am socially. I'm kind of awkward. I don't really leave the house much if I don't need to because I have a NVIDIA 3080 graphics card, so
Oh, nice.
I can go to any place I want with, like, 4K resolution, and I'll be just fine.
Well,
So that
we're on a gaming platform right now. I mean, I didn't have this in the notes, but you wanna talk about any of the other games that you're into, what you're playing now and stuff? I think people would be interested
uh,
to hear.
so I'm weird. Uh, as if being a pro wrestler isn't enough, right? But my gaming like interests. I'm a big gamer, but I don't play like the mainstream games, and I don't want to sound like a hipster because that's not me. But I don't play Call of Duty. I don't play Fortnite. The most mainstream game I constantly play is like League of Legends and stuff, and that's just because I've been playing it for years. When it comes to my gaming interests, I like XCOM 2. There's a new one that came out last week that I'm trying to get, Phantom Brigade, Midnight Suns, those games. I really like Total Warhammer 3. Just because like it's got all like a lot of races in it, and like I don't even like playing much of the games. Like I have Sims 4, and I would just spend hours making Sims, and That's partly because I'm trans and I can never be perfect in my eyes because I'm kind of, insecure about how I look because I'm in the middle of my transition. So like I would spend hours and hours just creating characters in Sims, like creating that girl I wish I could end up looking like once my transition journey is a little further down the line. So, that's the kind of gamer I am, and I know that's very cringy because I'm not like I can't honestly tell people like, oh yeah, like I had like a fucking quadra kill on Call of Duty. No, I'll say like, oh, I made a really pretty sim, and
I don't know any Sims players in chat. I would suspect that you're not alone in being into that game. I think that's a pretty popular game in my audience. I'm not much of a gamer either. I'm actually like a politics streamer most of the time. I play Minecraft. That's like my main jam. But I feel like we've probably got some Sims fans in chat, right? I've been summoned. You've been summoned. Okay, better than Call of Duty. Yeah, I'm not good at those shooty games either. They're kind of scary. I've played them a few times because my friends always want me to play them. But like, I don't know, something about the gun sounds like is just a little overstimulating for me. So I can relate to that. So, I mean, like, as far as like wrestling goes, were there any other like sports or like athletic activities or like experience that you had that kind of like led you into that as far as like, because I've seen your moves, okay, and your moves are sick, and I'm just
thank
like,
you.
how do you even do that shit?
Uh, well, I was kind of. I mean, I'm a theater kid. I did production for school plays in high school. So the way I approach wrestling is a very athletic form of theater, which is very different from how a lot of like my peers approach wrestling. A lot of them are coming in from an MMA background, a sports background, you know, or even acting background. But for me, I came into wrestling from a production background. So a lot of the way I view it is very much like a spectator. So I look at it from the eyes of a fan, which, I think that's essential as a performer. You want to be able to kind of be able to subjectively look at your art form in a way that isn't influenced by like your knowledge on know-how and how to perform. And in my case, a lot of my thought process when I came up with like who Kid Bandit was going to be was I wanted to do cool stuff. So, when I first started training, I was about 250 pounds. I was very morbidly obese because I'm short. I'm like 5'5". So 250 pounds is pretty much like industry standard for a wrestler in WWE. If they're like jacked and 6 feet tall, that's fair. 250 pounds if you're 5'5" and not muscular at all means you're just morbidly obese. And I was like a ball. I was really round and I wasn't really happy with where I was in life. But I knew from that, like the day I started wrestling training, I knew exactly what kind of wrestler I wanted to be. And it was a wrestler that looked like they could do anime moves. So it was just a lot of hard work. Every day I would spend it at the gym or in like my front lawn just learning how to flip and how to do kicks, and it was a very tedious process and it didn't come overnight, but I'm glad that I stuck with it and now I get to do it professionally, and that's something that that's something I get to be proud of because I did come from a very bad background. Hold on, let me see if I could find like a picture of it to show you guys. But they actually somebody actually made a Reddit thread with how it was, but this is basically how my how do I link something to the group chat? I guess I have a tweet
Oh,
of it.
wait, let me see. Are you in the chat right now? What's your Twitch name handle? I can
I'm
just
not
VIP you.
don't I'm not logged in on Twitch, but what I could do is I could try to DM you. Hold on. Ta-da. Okay, so I just DM'd you on Discord, the Twitter, so people can kind of get like a reference point of how I was when I started in the middle of my transition. Right as I came out is in the middle, and then like when I finally decided to start living exclusively as in feminine. That would be the third photo, but that's my move set and my wrestling journey is very much intertwined with my transition. In fact, I wouldn't be transitioning had it not been for wrestling, you know?
Nice. So wait, you DM'd me on Discord or on
Yeah, on Discord.
okay, okay, let me sorry, I was looking at oh my God, did that like oh, I know what it is. It turned into a message request. God. So yeah, here we go. We'll let me open this up and I'm just gonna take a snapshot of this and put it on to I think that's the easiest way. I'll put it right underneath where we're at. Okay, so these are three looks, the three looks that Kid was talking about. And let's see if I can just like oh my gosh. Um oh, that's the thing when I switch to DMs, it like
Oh
there we go,
no.
we're back to that. And then if I can just paste it in here. No, it doesn't want me to do that, so I'll have to save.
But yeah, like that was the journey, you know.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those I want to say it's a really long journey of self-discovery. And the moves itself, like I know I didn't come up from an athletic background. It was very much of an uphill battle. There was I had way too much going against me, and I knew that the only way for me to stand out was to find a way to figure out how to do these cool moves as fast as possible. So, you know, and a lot of the stuff I do is very it's like you see them in movies, like or Naruto. Actually, a lot of the stuff I do is from Rock Lee and Naruto. So there it
Nice.
is. Like, yeah.
No, that's really cool. So seriously, like not we're not talking about like coming from an athlete. You said you didn't come from an athletic background. You didn't come from like an MMA background. It was a theater background. Did you ever do like theater? Like I mean, like I know like in Shakespeare sometimes you do like sword battles or like staged fights. Was it stuff like that or was it just like theater?
No, I was the person that pulled the curtain and built the sets.
Oh my God. So literally, yeah. No, I'm like I kind of hung out with theater kids and music kids and like I was just talking to somebody about this the other day that like I was talking about like the net connection between like wrestling and the LGBTQIA community and I was saying that I feel like queer people have always loved wrestling and wrestling has not always loved queer people. But when I was talking about the type of kids that I knew that were into wrestling, yeah, it was like theater kids that were like would really get inspired and really see something that they related to in that. So that like that's you're literally the kind of like, just like a lot of my friends growing up, and that is cool. So yeah, so did you have any inspirations as far as other wrestlers when you were starting to get into it? You said there was the WWE versus SmackDown. Wait, God, I got it wrong. You can tell how much I
SmackDown
know.
versus Raw. Yeah, you're good. Well,
Raw
I
versus
mean,
SmackDown.
let me put it this way. That way I don't alienate those non-wrestling fans. Um, a lot of my influences in wrestling are Spider-Man, Deadpool, a lot of I want to say Bugs Bunny. Definitely a lot of Bugs Bunny into it. And I kind of just mix that with like existing like wrestlers that I like. For example, my favorite wrestler of all time is Cody Rhodes, and then there's RVD, Rey Mysterio, and Jeff Hardy. And I just figured, what if I wrestled like those people, had the mannerisms of Spider Man, of Deadpool, of Bugs Bunny, and basically lean, because I know I don't look intimidating. I know I'm not a 6'5" monster with bulging muscles. I know that if I was in a bar fight, people wouldn't be scared to take me on. But I know that I'm pretty funny. So I really took my ball and went the comedy route with it, which, harkens back to the theater background. And, when it comes to like, the correlation between queer people and their love for wrestling and, you know, uh, this might sound a little inappropriate, but this does happen. You're watching men and women and non-binary people have a physical, very physical grappling contest on TV where a lot of their gear is skin tight. Like, I don't condone people sexualizing wrestling. I don't see it like I don't see much of like the overlap, but I will understand that, during your formative years when you're watching these things, it might awaken some things in you. Much like how, movies and television and, anything really. But wrestling, that could be like, a lot of people's gateways to finding out that they were, queer. As, I've had multiple people when I was growing up, discover the aspects of their identity through like, being wrestling fans. Me personally, I've always kind of known as a kid that I was LGBT, but so I didn't really have that level of awakening during my teen years. But I have had people like, tell me that, oh, so and so, this actor was in this movie, and that was their sexual awakening, or so and so is a wrestler and that was their sexual awakening. And I think that's, the reason why there's such a love from the queer community to wrestling. Because, and like, I usually get crucified for saying this, but I'm one of the few minorities that view wrestling as a very, very violent drag show. Like, that's how I perceive it.
Yeah, no, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah, it's got that element of performance, that element of identity too. Like identities are, God, there's so many things I want to touch on here. Like let's go with identity. So I'll pencil that in. I've got like a list of things that I want to go down here. But as far as identity in wrestling, you're choosing an identity. You're creating a character. Very few people that I've researched are just like who they are in real life in the wrestling ring, and there's so much potential to be like this larger than life character. You talked about like Spider-Man and Bugs Bunny as being influences. Can you talk a little bit about how you created your character for wrestling, what that was like?
Uh, it was a lot of, like I said earlier, it's very intertwined with my transition. I guess like it's like almost a symbiotic relationship between the character I portray and the person I am, and both me as a person behind the character was transitioning, but so is the character I was portraying. So it was like a dual transition thing that I was kind of living, where one I felt like Hannah Montana. It was kind of like a Hannah Montana on a very, very minor scale. That's how I felt like. Um, and like both Kid Bandit and me were transitioning, so character Kid Bandit got shaped by her transition, because originally they were a wrestler that did crazy flips, and I used to do like a double corkscrew roundhouse kick, like like things that were just almost like they were so difficult to perform. And honestly, like I look back, and the crazy part is this all happened like a year and a half ago. Like, I've only been wrestling for a year and a half, and in the beginning of my career, I was like doing crazy stunts, doing the wildest moves, doing aerial like I was like wrestling like a Cirque du Soleil performer. It was awesome because coming in from like being a obese like young adult to being basically a like rainbow colored hair ninja. That's how I viewed myself in the beginning, who happened to be a very big weeb. And as I transitioned, behind the character also had to transition as well because like this is it was just it was both it was a journey that had to happen on both fronts. And as Kid Bandit, the character, started to transition, I got a lot more confident with myself. I felt a lot better about who I am as a person. But I also had issues with my body, as when you transition, when you take hormones, your muscle mass decreases, your fatigue increases, your stamina decreases, and in a very physically demanding role as a pro wrestler, where and I like to think that the way I wrestle, specifically the style I use, it's very rough on the body because I get tossed around. I get I take in the wrestling world we call them bumps, and a bump is like when you get hurt. Oh, not hurt, but like when you take a move and your body kind of like absorbs a lot of impact. That's what a bump is. And I I have a reputation for putting myself in very precarious positions to for spectacle.
Hmm.
And I love that. Like like I'm not I love the adrenaline from it. I love the roar of the crowd when they see me do something crazy. But I also have to face the facts that my body is in the phase where it's changing, it's getting weaker, and it's also in its formative years once again. So a lot of my style has switched into a more fine-tuned version of, I guess, MMA. Whereas like in the beginning, I was like jumping everywhere like a feral goblin. Now I'm more of like a tighter, more grounded version of myself, which it does break my heart sometimes because I do look back on like old footage of my work, and I see where I was, and knowing I can no longer perform at that capacity, it does kind of break my heart. But as a person that discovered that, like, my true self, and finally gets to live as like as a woman, I am way more happier. So pros and cons.
No, that makes sense. Now you mentioned Cody Rhodes. This is the American Nightmare, right? The person that runs night. This is who trained you too, right?
Yes,
Okay,
he
see, I did do a
is.
little research.
He's main eventing the big wrestling show, WrestleMania
Hmm.
this year.
Nice, nice, and
Uh,
that's in April, right?
yes, that is in April.
Okay,
Um,
yeah, and I should have a video coming out about wrestling, a video essay coming out about wrestling and queerness in April. Should be trying to time that just right because that's when everybody seems to care the most about wrestling, at least as far as searches go. But yeah, no, what was it like
yeah.
training with Cody?
Uh, oh man, that's hard. Who's your hero?
Who's my
Like,
hero? Oh my God,
just give
ultimate
me a
hero
hero.
of anyone.
Like,
Oh,
yeah, it doesn't need to be wrestler. Like,
oh my God, who is like my hero? God, I've had so many heroes in terms of like what I do right now as a political streamer, and so many of those I've had to like throw by the wayside. God, who the hell is my hero now? Obviously I told ferociously Steph that she was my hero. She's another trans streamer that's dealt with a
mhm.
lot of the same kind of bullshit that I have, and I always admired her courage, and her creativity in her streams was always really influential to me. But that's that you're telling me that like uh that Cody Rhodes is like your big hero. This was like a huge.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up watching this guy, playing as him in the video games. I think I had an action figure of him at one point, and it's weird because I don't really collect action figures of real people. It's usually just Marvel ones, but I made an exception for Cody. And then fast forward into like the beginning of my career, like this man's training me. Oh my god, I'm gonna kick him in the head. Like like it's such a surreal feeling to be able to say in a sentence that I met my hero, then I kicked them in the head on national TV while they were the vice president of the company that I was like
Are we
performing
talking about a
in.
question mark kick here? I think I've seen you do that move before.
Uh, no, it was a double corkscrew roundhouse to the
Oh,
corner.
yeah, yeah,
It
yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Nice.
and it was
Wow.
and I did that to him. Like it was a match on AEW. So this is probably why a lot of people assume I was in AEW because I wrestled Cody Rhodes in AEW when he was the vice president of the company and I was one of his students.
Oh, wow.
So that is a sentence that I get to like. I've always said to myself that if I after that day if I had to retire, I'll be happy. Because that is literally the bucket list right there. Like that's your bucket list. You cross out that in your bucket list. Where do you go from there?
That is
So
amazing.
yeah, but that did happen before I transitioned. So I'm hoping one day that I can meet Cody. I'm hoping this can happen this year, but I'm hoping to meet Cody and we talk sometimes. They were very very supportive when I started transitioning. In fact, like when I came out and the months following that, like at first everybody was supportive and then the backlash began. And and how it is when people like are transphobic and they just attack you. And Cody actually stood up for me. So
Oh, that is
you know
really
it,
cool.
yeah, no, he he took, and this isn't something that he even needed to do. Like like he has like a million followers on Twitter, but he went up there, showed some love for me. And he would message me privately and just tell me like hang in there. And it was one of those things where when you meet your hero, it can always go one or both ways. They're either not the person that you grew up wishing they were, and you're just very very disappointed because like like you lose that. They stop being your idol, right? Like it gets ruined for you.
They ratio you on
Or
Twitter. Yeah, no, I can relate to that. Yeah, no.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. Or they end up like like even better in person than they were, than what you imagined them to be. And that's from my experiences, that's what Cody was. He was very much the hero I wish he was this whole time.
Wow, that is amazing. And like, that's really cool that, somebody's gonna stand up for you. Yeah, things are getting bad for trans people. Like we've gone somewhat under the radar for like a really long time, and a lot of the, like the rights that we sort of achieved happened without the media spotlight on us, but that's all changed, and in a lot of ways for the worse. But like, I mean, I'm part of the fight back against that. I'm part of the pushback. I'm trying to do everything that I can. And there's a lot of us out there. There's a lot of really cool cis people that are standing up for it. It's always impressive, right? Because I know the kind of heat that they get. So you're not the only trans wrestler, right, that's gotten that kind of shit. I was I think I looked at Rose.
Tyler Rose, yeah, my
Yeah,
my
yeah.
mother.
Yeah, also got like some of that, kind of also got some mean comments, some bullying, some heat, some harassment over just, her identity, right?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that's for everyone and any like, and it's for every single trans, like, you know that's for every single like trans person in any sort of platform. It's, like I would get people hate on me and they're not even wrestling fans. Like they would find me, like they'd be like they wouldn't even like wrestling at all, not even think about it, and then suddenly they're like, oh, like let's go to this like trans wrestlers like social media and like spend all our free time trying to like bring them down. And at first, like when it first started happening, it was definitely heartbreaking. It was like, I don't know these people, why are they doing this to me? And then, gradually over time, I started coming to the realization that like a lot of them are pretty pathetic. Like, like if you have free time, why would you go online and spend your free time doing that when there's so many things in the world that you could be doing?
Yeah.
Is like you could be playing video games, you could be taking your dog for a walk, you could be going out for coffee, something. But no, like these people who are terminally online, just like hurting, like just spouting their hate and their bigotry, like they do that because that's the only time they ever get anyone to pay attention to them, through controversy. Because when they talk about like the things they're passionate about, like the things that make them interesting as a person, nobody cares.
Hmm.
When they say something really messed up, that's when people want to say something. And that's just like, I think that's just like for any topic really, but they have chosen to be transphobic because that's the in thing to be right now. That's something Nyla had to go through, my predecessor. That's something that my another trans wrestler that I think people should look into, is Dark Sheik. She's like she's all across America right now and traveling, and there's me, then there's many of us. And for a lot of us too, like it does take a while for us to be able to get over that hurdle of learning to differentiate people who genuinely dislike our art because we're as constructive criticism versus people who just want to destroy us. It doesn't even matter how good we are at performing and or whatever capacity, they were gonna hate us no matter what because of who we are as a person. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean about like trying to disambiguate the hate that you're gonna get. Like your profession, my profession, you get a lot of hate regardless of who you are. Like in terms of in terms of people being attracted to certain fandoms, like repelled from certain fandoms, or with my case, like my opinions on stuff sometimes get me that heat. And then there's the transphobia, there's the people that are just looking for a reason to hate me, and it's really hard to know like what's what when you're looking out into that sea of just like toxic garbage. And on some level it's a professional hazard, right? It's like it's like something that you're gonna have to deal with one way or the other. But it seems like you've shown a lot of courage in that. Like the moment that stands out was standing up in front of a crowd and yelling "trans rights, motherfucker," like, right, and getting cheers.
Yeah, that one. So I love that too because that was the biggest match of my life. I was wrestling. He goes by Johnny Hollywood in our company, but he is mostly known as John Morrison to the masses. He starred in a couple of movies. He's famous pro wrestler. But even mainstream standards, people know him. He wrestled Bad Bunny, like the
The
rapper
rapper,
Bad
yeah.
Bunny. Yeah, he wrestled. So Bad Bunny last year at WrestleMania wrestled John Morrison, who I ended up wrestling last December. And fun fact, that company I wrestled him on, I own that company. It's a black owned and trans owned wrestling company, and like my business partner is 21 years old and 22 years old, and I'm 27. We're trying to change the business that way, and we're trying to be very inclusive and progressive. And what ended up happening was I was doing a corkscrew, and my prosthetic breasts slipped out of their sockets. It's never happened before. I had a feeling it was gonna happen that day, but it finally did, and I was like, uh oh, well that's not fun. And I live in LA. This happened in LA. A lot of like the people in the audience, they were fans of me already, but one of the things I've always tried to avoid was uh using the fact that I'm transgender in wrestling, because I've always viewed, like, yes, I will address that if if it comes up. I'm not afraid to admit that I'm trans woman. I just didn't want my transition to define my wrestling career, as far as like what I do in like the stories or that I'm trying to tell, etc., etc. Like I didn't want to base my character at the fact that I'm trans. Solely because I didn't want to give ammunition to like bigots to be able to say, "Oh, Kid Bandit's only succeeding because they're a token trans wrestler." Because I that does happen, like a lot of people who want to discredit a lot of our hard work, they would say, "Oh, you're only succeeding because you're trans," and that's not fair. Because a lot of us, trans people with platforms, we we work hard to get where we're at. In fact, like it's an even more of an uphill battle because like now we got to deal with bigotry. So when it comes to this show, like a lot of my fans, like they know I'm trans. They saw me transition right before in front of their eyes. Like they saw me start my career as male presenting, and then gradually over time they saw me like embrace fully like my feminine side. But I have never once actually gone out and said like, let's go trans, like trans rights, because I've always wanted to be my wrestling career to be defined by my skill. That way any bigots can never come up and say to my face that I was only succeeding because I'm trans. But that day I had to acknowledge how freaking cool it was and how monumental it was for someone like me, a nobody who, a trans girl. Yes, sure, I'm a trans girl, but I'm also a nobody. And I'm wrestling this international superstar. And not only am I wrestling them, I'm wrestling them in the main event of my company for my championship. And right there and then I knew that like, we like us trans girls, like we have like we're capable of so much. And it almost breaks my heart that this was happening to me, because I wish I was watching this from the sidelines. I wish I was watching someone like me blowing up, because I mean, I'm sure having the platform that you have, like there's a lot of pressure, you know, like
Oh
making
yeah.
sure that yeah.
Yeah, and there's so many people that have this weird idea that it's like backwards, that like somehow by being trans, you're getting like lifted up, you're getting some kind of a boost to your career that is somehow like easier for you, when in actuality, everything is harder. Everything, you're doing is under that weight of, I can totally understand you not. I was going to ask you about that, if it gets brought into the storyline, because traditionally wrestling has kind of brought identity into storylines, and sometimes in a not so great way, sometimes in a cool way. And so that doesn't happen in terms of your interchange with other wrestlers. I'm guessing, right? Nobody's like performatively kayfabe calling you out for being trans or anything like that, right? But it's something that
It
the
does. Yeah, I know what you mean. It does happen. Like there are some places that have done that. Not to me, but to like to other like like lesser known trans folks. You know, I do think that I am very privileged in that like my trainer like bringing me into the business is Cody, because like Cody is a wrestling royalty. He is like
oh
all eyes
yeah.
on him. So it's almost as if like like me being like directly connected to him as his student, like anybody who tries to do like pull a fast one like that on me like is kind of fighting him. And I've never said that, like like we don't talk as much as people assume that we do, but like at the same time, like I am kind of under like that protection. And it's one of those things that I I don't take that for granted because so far every time like, me being trans has been brought up, it's always been approached with tact and with as much respect as people can muster. And I'm very appreciative of that. However, I do agree that there have been like several cases of like trans performers like myself that just they get they get treated wrong. Their transition is seen as non-genuine. It's like a bit that they're doing so they can generate more fans and whatnot. When in reality that's not the case. Like, and it's disgusting.
Yeah, I guess
They
seeing
can
us
get
as not real is like a major trope against trans people. So I can see how it would manifest in the wrestling world as well. That's but like yeah, having that protection, having somebody like Cody to stand up for you, and that the people that want to like play that game, they know that they're going to be playing with him as well. At least that's fortunate.
Yeah, I got lucky, and I never will ever take that for granted because there have been times where I've been down and out where the industry and the bigotry does get to me, and I'm sure like this is something a lot of like us um trans girls and like with platforms like sizable platforms we had to deal with. It's always like like we could get like hundreds and thousands of like messages offering support and lifting us up, but we see one transphobic comment and that's the one we focus on.
Yeah.
That's the one that's gonna like leave a mark. And I'm not afraid to admit it does leave a mark. It leaves a mark because one, it baffles. It's like, why would you say stuff like that? Like that's messed up.
Yeah, and just to let anybody out there know, it can feel really alone getting that stuff. Even if, you all love us, even if you're waiting for our next content to come out and you're there for us. So like, jumping in there and letting us know that we're appreciated, that you got our back, like that's huge. That's huge. It's sometimes like that's the thing that like brings you back up when somebody being shitty to you just over who you are has got you down. So want to let everybody know that I appreciate that, and I'm sure you do too. Speaking of like lucky, or I don't know if this is lucky or unlucky or a mix of the two. What is a day in your life like? I'm trying to imagine, your training schedule, all the travel that you're doing. Like, what is it like being a professional wrestler?
Well, at the peak of my schedules, I would leave on Thursday, go travel the country. So I would let me think of like a circuit I did. Okay, so let's say I did a show one time on a Thursday. I flew at night for a show that was on Friday, and that show was in Canada. So I had to fly on Thursday night to Canada, do a show that day, spend all day preparing for that show. After that, fly back to California to do a show in California, do that show, and then go back to the airport literally right after the show ends. Sleep at the airport because I'd rather not miss my plane than have a comfy bed. Fly to New York and do a show there, sleep in New York, and then come back home to California and then go to school. So that
Oh
that
my
would be
God.
and then I gotta go figure out like at some point between all that I gotta figure out time to tweet. I gotta figure out time to like manage my business side of things, the marketing, the taxes, the you know my homework for school. And to top it all off, I have to figure out a way to basically have time for myself and for my partner. And it does get uh
That's a lot.
overwhelming.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but you live for that grind. You live for that grind because like, if I wasn't doing that, I'd just be smoking weed all day. So
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's worth it somehow. That is wild. So you
yeah.
got it set up so that you've got no classes on Friday and can manage all that. So this is
No,
like,
I do have classes on
oh
Friday. I just
shit.
I just tell them I can't make it.
Yeah, yeah, and work it out that way.
Yeah.
That's
But
cool.
yeah,
Have they been
I
understanding of that or
no,
oh
I've
God.
had to do makeup classes, and I've had to like do Zoom classes on planes and on car rides, while traveling like through state lines. I like the this last weekend I did my homework in the backseat of a car on a 6 hour drive across Texas. Like, yeah, that's the grind,
That
but
is
uh, yeah.
I didn't even imagine what kind of grind you were doing. Like, yeah, this plus school is like, I mean, I've done, streaming plus school. I felt like that was a lot, but I know what you mean about it being all worth it. That you just like, you're run ragged, but at the same time you got something to show for it, something to be proud of. You're doing what you love, and you're making a lot of people really happy in the process. So that's really cool. So yeah, we were talking about yeah, kind of like your life balance and yeah, wrestling and travel, and yeah, it looks like we've also touched on transitioning while wrestling and the whole aspect of wrestling and queerness. I guess that kind of brings us to like the current events. I don't know, how much we wanna talk about this, but trans people are under a lot of stress right now. Trans people are under a lot of heat just from transphobes trying to make us their political football, trying to use us for political clout and harming us at the same time. We've been talking about Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, all the legislation in red states and stuff like that. It's a lot to deal with, and as trans people, we're dealing with this with all the rest of our life, as well. It's a little bit surreal, honestly, like how much attention that we've gotten versus like just kind of like how much lack of awareness people had about us like just a few years ago, right? What is that like? Is that enter into your um daily consciousness at all your life? And
I mean, I travel every weekend. Uh, my biggest fear is, being on the road and then people find out that, oh, like they're trans, let's go attack them. And yeah, it's frightening.
yeah,
Yeah,
being that
to
high profile too, that you've got just not just like random ass people in some red state somewhere, but like all kinds of sussy bakas all over the internet, like taking an inordinate interest in your life.
yeah, and like, it doesn't help that the shows I'm on, they advertise, oh, they're gonna be here at this time, at this time, at
Yeah.
this hour, doing this match. And this is the address of the venue. Come see the show.
Oh
And
my
like,
God.
the and it's not like I'm performing in like sold out stadiums in like New York. No, I'm performing in like, smaller venues, and I'm not in a band, I'm not part of a group. So I'm by myself.
Oh yeah, and the
By
like
myself.
the states like the that where wrestling is the most popular. I mean, we're talking about states like West Virginia, Pennsylvania, like Texas, like right. It's
Well, I will say that Texas has become my second home. Um hence Bucky right here. And they've been nothing but great to me. And that is one of the best and most pleasant surprises I've gotten in my wrestling career, is that not once have I ever felt unwelcome in Texas. I've been surrounded. Like, I mean, I did. There was one incident like a long time ago that happened in Texas. It wasn't like a wrestling fan. It was just random person there. But when it comes to like to the world of professional wrestling, the people that I'm surrounded by in Texas, they're lovely human beings that, and I I think that I live in Texas, but I think that a lot of them are sick and tired of, that kind of like leadership from their state.
yeah.
Like
And people forget that
that's my opinion.
Yeah, people forget that Texas is, I mean, it's a red state, but it's not as red as people think. There are a lot of people, like you're saying, that are fed up with the bullshit, and that really are not typical. So, be careful when you stereotype people from a certain state. There's a lot of people in Texas that do not match that stereotype. There's a lot of queer people in Texas. There's a lot of people that are very accepting, a lot of cool people. I've got some family in Texas, right? So it's not exactly what you think. It's still, I mean, anywhere you go you could get hate, you could get negative attention. Chat wants to know, so there's some laws in Tennessee that they just passed that, like, there's ostensibly it's about drag performance, but the way that it's written, people are worried that it could prevent any trans person from performing in any capacity. Have you are you aware of that? Have you given?
Yes,
Okay.
that is something that has. Yeah, I've only been in Tennessee once, but I wasn't even. The show got canceled, so it didn't happen. But from from the way everything was praised, like there's children in wrestling shows. Wrestling is like a wrestling is a very kid friendly art form, like, and form of entertainment. So you know there's a lot of kids in shows, and unfortunately I think like the way that it was generalized with the bill was, if you are a performer that happens to be trans, it doesn't even need to be like wrestling. It could be like, it could be something else. It could be a puppet
Music.
show for all I know.
Yeah.
Music. Hopefully not music. Like that's even worse. Like, and the thing is, it starts off like that, and then it becomes, oh well, we can get rid of them just like in the live setting. Then let's get rid of them from like the media setting. So now they'll target like actors on TV and film. They'll
Yeah.
act. They'll target. They'll start like that, and then it's gonna progressively get worse and worse. And even if, unless it gets a stop, like, somebody puts a stop to it now. Like even if say like today I could go to Tennessee and perform, and I would there wouldn't be like any backlash from like the police, or nothing will be illegal. That's great. That's great. But like, give it a month, give it a week, give it you know next year, unless like something changes drastically with like the government out there, like they're gonna figure out a way to like ban people like me from performing, and that hurts because like, I think that wrestling should be for everybody,
Yeah.
regardless of your race, your beliefs, or the color of your skin. Like, everybody should be able to enjoy art and entertainment without boundaries.
Yeah, and I'm sure
So
there's a lot of wrestling fans in states even like that want to see you, that that are going to be, they're going to be upset about like the idea that like this law might apply to you. I mean, like the thing that they've the place that it's went recently is with people like Michael Knowles talking about eliminating transgenderism, which is a nice way of, or like less like confrontational, less toxic way of him saying trans people. Really, like we know what he's actually saying, but he's trying to cloak it behind transgenderism from public life. So there is that intention right there to do exactly what you were talking about, of eliminating us from public spaces, eliminating us from the media under the like pretenses of somehow like protecting children. Meanwhile, they are attacking children and putting children in danger with all these laws that they're passing.
yeah, I mean, I've always been a firm believer of like, look, like, well, one of America's like greatest like issues right now in terms of domestic safety are mass shootings, and there's not a single mass shooter who's transgender. So I don't know how, I don't know when, but somehow we became like the distraction.
Yeah.
Became the we became the the easy scapegoat for them to kind of look at and say, "Hey, forget all the issues that like my political party is causing. Let's blame the trans people. Let's blame transgenderism." And it hurts because it's like, well, what the frick did we ever do to y'all?
Yeah, it is a great way for them to change the subject from all the danger that they're putting people into this like, phantom concept of like, well, we because there are still a lot of people out there that don't really they either don't know trans people or more likely they don't know that they know trans people. They don't realize that trans people are always a part of their life because we don't always like lead with the like hi, my name is Irene Geller, I'm trans, right? It's like you
Yeah, no,
said.
I don't tell people I'm trans if I can help it because it is a safety issue. Like online, I'm very publicly trans, but who I am online and who I am behind the screen is a completely different story.
Yeah. So yeah, they're yeah, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about like women's wrestling. Obviously, like a few years ago, there was this show on Netflix, Glow. It ran for three glorious seasons and really needed to run for a fourth one, but because
Yeah,
of
yeah,
COVID and the timing and everything, yeah, like honestly, I would have been fine if they cut off Glow at season two because I felt like that was a good like ending. But then they did season three, which just like you needed to see what was happening next after Las Vegas, and because of mainly because of COVID, we didn't get to see that, and who knows if we ever will. But that show is like the name Glow was the name of a real wrestling promotion in the 1980s. Famous and infamous at the same time, and the show did a good job of portraying like the cool things about it and the not so cool things about it and the kind of tumultuous way in which they existed. Famously, the producer of the show, would open up being in a phone booth and like with the pretense being that that's the offices of Glow. That's how like low budget they were. That's how they were trying to, kind of scrap for relevancy and for attention and in a world of where wrestling is mainly like thought of as a men's sport.
Yeah, it's funny that you brought up Glow because the guy that I wrestled, John Morrison, was actually in Glow. He was one of the wrestlers that cameoed in the show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
So I thought,
yeah. Oh, the subplot where they're one of the wrestlers is accused of stealing a move from a famous male
no,
wrestler.
no, that he was there at the very first episode. He was one of the trainers for
Okay.
a woman. Yeah, he was and then he got written off after the pilot. Um, but yeah, he was there. But and his wife, who I'm wrestling in a couple of in 20 days. Oh my gosh, his wife, who I'm wrestling in 20 days, was going to be on the next season, season 4. But unfortunately, they scrapped it. So yeah, no,
Yeah.
Glow did a wonderful job. Yeah, I hate that, there's not a lot of media that really explore how things are backstage, the political aspects of like not the grand political, but like the backstage politics of wrestling is very cutthroat. It's very difficult to navigate, especially if like, you don't know what you're doing, you don't have the right connections and whatnot. So, Glow definitely gave us a wonderful perspective of how it is to be a woman in the wrestling business during the peak of wrestling, where it was a very masculine dominated like industry where women are considered eye candy, not necessarily how it is viewed nowadays, where like they're considered like as legitimate athletes trying to put on a performance that involves a lot of athleticism, but less so of that, more so of like oh look, this is like to quote one of the people from the actual Glow show that ran in the 90s that I did attend like a meet and greet seminar from her.
Oh,
um
wow.
yeah, yeah, I couldn't pass it up, but yeah, she basically said like they were basically just doing softcore porn, and and she hated it because like she grew up as a wrestling fan and um, she wanted to be able to showcase like like her love for wrestling as a wrestler, not as a yeah, not as the performer that she ended up becoming during her time at the promotion. That being said, the Netflix program was indeed very good. It gave us, and that, I think that's what makes like wrestling shows that have wrestling as their backdrop but aren't necessarily like a wrestling show, like that's what makes them good. It's because, like, there's aspects of our industry that are very cutthroat and very difficult and hard to navigate. So, like, um, being able to like have like source material for us to like show off across, like, like to show people to kind of give them a glimpse of how our lives are, when we're not in the ring. Like, I think that was very important.
Yeah, that cutthroat nature of the behind the scenes business that you really can't talk about. That's super relatable for me. Joni Gazebo says they should make a movie. Yeah, that would be great. We need some completion for that series. So if I can ask you, do you have like a favorite wrestler, A, from the show, from the dramatized show from the 2010s Glow, and B, from the original Gorgeous Ladies of Wrestling that ran in the 90s?
And so I'll be honest, I've never seen, like, I mean, I've seen the actual Glow that ran. I think they're very hard to find, so that's why, like, one of the reasons why, like, I'm not really able to like watch a lot of them. But yeah, no, so I'm not very overtly familiar with like the actual woman from Glow. The one I met, she was the, let me pull her up, but she was I think the Hawaiian beauty, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um, April Hum was her name, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pull her up on Instagram. Yeah, yeah, that was her. And I met her because one of the people that she manages is someone I wrestled. So so yeah, the so I guess like she's my favorite one from the 90s Glow, because I yeah, like she's the one I actually met in person, actually had a conversation with. The other um uh
So she wrestled under the name Royal Hawaiian, is that right?
no, no, never mind. That's
Oh,
not
I
the same
found the wrong
person.
person. Sorry. I was trying to Google real
Yeah,
quick.
you know what? No, like, not now that I pulled up her like Instagram, it's not her. I guess I just talked to somebody else. Yeah, no, it's not her. This is it's somebody else. Never
Somebody from
mind.
the original program. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
like,
no, it was somebody else. Once I pull up her name, like, I'll be able to
no
like
worries, no
give it. But
worries.
but
Yeah,
yeah, the other aspect of question. Zoya was my favorite from the actual Glow.
from the show, yeah, like
Hmm.
the Netflix show, Zoya the Destroyer. That's awesome
Yep.
because, like, yeah. So do you know about like the origins, like where they got the idea for Zoya, like from the
No,
original?
no, no, I don't.
There was a woman that went by the name of Nanochka, Colonel Nanochka, and she was supposed to be from the KGB. They had ordered her to come in and take over this wrestling league to show the superiority of the Soviet Union. And she would come in with like a military hat, and she had the Soviet flag draped over her. I mean, a lot like like there's a lot of similarities between her and Zoya, but that is actually, if my chat gets me to 200 subs, that is our cosplay goal. I do cosplay as a reward for getting the subs to a certain level, and if we can hit our next sub goal, I'm actually going to be cosplaying her, and that's going to get me some criticism too. I'm sure seeing that hammer and sickle tattoo like on me is gonna definitely pique certain other political streamers' interests that aren't such a fan of that sort of thing. So, yeah, like this is actually my favorite wrestler in both of the Netflix show. Zoya. I mean, you gotta love Zoya, right? Zoya is just like
Hmm.
absolutely steals the show. But I know what you mean when you're talking about the sexualization that they experienced. Like I noticed when I watched some of the original Glow footage, the moves that they did, like some of the pins were like kind of like, yeah, trying to to appeal to the very much to the, I guess, the male gaze, and not that kind of male gaze, like, the other kind of male, GAZE, right? In terms of in terms of what it was sort of designed to do. So I can understand them being a little uncomfortable with some of that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can we talk about like the culture of like different wrestling promotions? Obviously, probably still the most well-known wrestling promotion. You're talking about the WWE. AEW is probably a close second there, and it sounds like you've wrestled in a lot of different wrestling promotions. Can you like kind of compare and contrast the culture of some of that, or just some like in terms of like the audience that they're appealing to, what they're comfortable with, like how comfortable a trans like wrestler would feel in those promotions?
I think for the most part, every single wrestling company, like their culture is very inclusive. Some more so than others, but that's ultimately subjective. I want to say.
Yeah.
Uh, I I'm a firm believer that wrestling is the ultimate performance art and has no boundaries. So my company, the one I run, like, we don't believe in like gender divisions. We just like say, "Hey, go out there and kick ass. And if you win, you win. If you lose, well, get good, And it doesn't matter if you're trans, if you're, LGBT, if you're what your race is, like you're out there to perform, because I've always been a firm believer that as a performer in wrestling, our we have a platform that we could use to uh for people to kind of latch on and live vicariously through us. And like someone may not be able to relate to someone like me, but they could relate to someone else that is in the card, and vice versa. So that's how I always viewed like every single roster and every single promotion, is that like you might not be, you might have a specific taste, and I like to believe that every single roster, especially like major company rosters, they have a they have a they have it tailor made so that you might not like their main people, but you're gonna find someone out there that you're gonna be a fan of.
Yeah.
That's the culture that
Oh yeah, no, there's like a archetype for everybody to kind of see themselves reflected in. That's awesome. So you talked about your company, and companies that are run by marginalized people, run by LGBTQ people, run by Black people. Like are you seeing kind of like a rise of this in sports entertainment?
yeah. Uh, yeah, like there's Hood Slam is run by Dark Sheik, and they draw like thousands of people all the time. Uh, Effie runs Big Gay Brunch for GCW, and that's like one of the most sought events during WrestleMania weekend. So there's a lot of uh there it's almost getting to the point where like me personally, I I say that, oh, like, yeah, our company's run by a trans person and a Black person. Why? Because I think it's very important for us to acknowledge these, like, milestones in our society. It's important to acknowledge these things because it's inspirational, right? Because like being part of a marginalized group and succeeding, that's always a nice story to be able to tell people, because you know people go through a lot already, and it's nice to be able to like have influences and inspirations. That
Mhm.
being said, like, to go back to like my previous point, I don't want that to define like who we are, and I didn't want that to define us. So yeah, to answer your question, like there is a rise of that. um like a lot of companies are coming out of the woodwork, um and a lot of them are run by marginalized people, LGBT people. But I think I like to think that a lot of them are very much similar to myself and my business partner, in that they have that same mentality of like to to plaster who they are, associated with the brand, kind of affects the genuinity of like the art. Because like I think a lot of us in this position of like running shows, we don't want to people to come here and say, "Oh, I only came here because it's run by a trans person." Like I like we like the idea that people come to our shows because we have a good card, we have a roster of people want to see wrestle. We want them to appreciate the art, and then if they happen to gravitate to us a little bit more because of who we are as people, then even better. Because like that to me is normalizing like trans folks. That to me is normalizing like successful black folks. Because I don't know, like that's a personal opinion of myself. Because like as someone that someone that's running this business, I have like I have every right to say, oh, like I'm a trans girl that owns this business. But at the same time, if I make that the identity of the company, then I don't do any justice to like the people who work my company that aren't that.
Mm-hmm.
And I am a firm believer that diversity is what we need in the world. And I don't want to make that the identity of my product, because I want everybody to be able to come into it and see, oh, it's a blanket show that happens to feature everybody from multiple different walks of life. And if they happen to find an archetype that they want to gravitate towards you, then they're more than welcome to do that.
Oh, I'm getting a question from YouTube chat here. Are there any trans men in pro wrestling?
There are, yes. However, I believe a lot of them prefer to be stealth. So at the express interest in respecting their privacy, I can't name any of them. But yes, there are some trans men in wrestling. And okay, there is one that is openly out. His name is Aiden. They're actually from Oxford. Here, hold on. Oxford. They live in America now, but I think they were from Oxford. Like they went to Oxford in the UK.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, he's awesome. I believe they came out publicly at a wrestling show that was almost exclusively for gender non-conforming folks, and it was a very wonderful moment for everybody involved. Except for like the ending of it when nobody got paid, but
Oh
we
my
got that
God.
taken care of, so it's okay. Yeah, we
Get
took care.
paid in.
I personally took care of that. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Wow. That's really cool. Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, like queer people have always loved wrestling. Wrestling hasn't always loved queer people. Getting that representation in some ways, that's easier than getting control and maybe, in starting, our own promotions, like that gives us the little bit of control that we need to not get used as a football, or kind of portrayed in a way that we're uncomfortable with, and puts us on a little bit more of a even footing, even though it's a long road towards that. I'm getting somebody in Twitch chat wants to know about Japanese women's wrestling, and the Japanese back in the day in the 90s. Between There's some idol culture associated with women's wrestling back in the day in the 90s between Japan and America. Do you know anything about the Japanese leagues?
Yeah, I do. I've worked with some Joshis and some talent from New Japan before I transitioned, and I've attended a seminar in New Japan. I live in LA, and the New Japan LA dojo branches, surprise, surprise, in Los Angeles. And yeah, as far as like the idol culture, not I don't want to speak on things that I don't know about completely. So yeah, I guess like from what I understand, they view wrestling out in Japan very differently than we view it in America. So, and like the rest of the world for that matter. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was something like that out there.
Yeah, we got some Joshi fans in chat responding there. Any other questions for Kid before we wrap up here, chat? It's your chance to ask about anything you want. Sometimes they take a second. They're on a delay, so like I'll ask something and
Yeah.
it'll be like we'll have to put the hold music back on, and we've got the elevator music. What is your favorite animal?
Oh, like outside of my pets, I want to say I don't know. I I guess I really like tarantulas.
Okay.
You don't count tarantulas as animals or arachnids.
I mean, they got my respect for sure. I'm not gonna talk shit about any kind of arachnid. Yeah.
I guess like a ferret. There you go, like a ferret.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, so my chats they're big fans of weasels. Weasels have become yeah, Tarantula's account says chat. Any advice to trans people who want to get started in wrestling with no wrestling background?
Well, I didn't have a wrestling background, and I'm doing just okay. So just go for it. Okay. Advice. Advice. And this is nice because um, specifically for trans folks, which it is a difficult world. But if you are gonna pursue the life of being a wrestler, you will have this nice little moment in the very beginning where you get to start the journey, and it's just you in the ring and your dream, And if I was to offer you any advice that hopefully will carry on to, any aspects of like whatever career you choose, and be it like not even just wrestling, but what you could do is you take that moment when you start chasing your dream and you try to bottle that up and you try to preserve that memory because it's pure right there, right? Like there's no bigotry yet. There's no bigotry, there's no politics, there's no backstage like shenanigans. It's just you and your ambition, and that's what's gonna carry you through like the days where you want to quit. You know, so try to hold on to that when you do start training.
Yeah, follow your passion, hold it in your heart, and chase your dream. That's some I can get behind that. A favorite type of dinosaur?
Spinosaurus, just because it was the villain in that one Jurassic Park movie, and it like put the T-Rex to shame. So
Nice. Dream opponent, match, type, and show.
Cody Rhodes main event WrestleMania.
Hell yeah. Sharp tooth. Yeah, the chat's appreciative of your dinosaur choice. I came
Yeah,
to
and it's also like an aquatic dinosaur. So like, it's scary. It's deadly on the land, but it's even deadlier underwater. So like that's what makes it even like.
and that's
I'm
the
sorry.
last place you expect to find dinosaurs. You know, you got the land dinosaurs, you got the you got the pterodactyls, but like everybody forgets about the aquatic dinosaurs. Once you're in the water, you are not safe yet. So, legendary dinosaur taste says chat. That's awesome. Well, hey, thank you for coming by. It's been a lot of fun. Chat has really appreciated talking with you. They're very I think you've definitely fed some of their ambitions as far as whatever you want to do in life. You just get out there, you start doing that, and you remember your passion. You remember why you're there. Favorite wrestling match? Any favorite historical or
2022 Royal Rumble. Well, 2023 Royal Rumble. I'm sorry. Because Cody won. Sorry, I'm
oh
a big Cody
nice
Rhodes fan.
nice. And that's for anybody that's not super wrestling proficient. The Royal Rumble is like when you got like everybody in the ring just fighting it out and throwing each other out, and the last person standing, right, is the winner of that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, nice. That is That as well. Well, we'll be keeping tabs on your career and trying to watch your stuff. Obviously, we can't watch it as a react on Twitch or anything, but I think we've got a lot of fans of yours out there, and I'll be doing what I can. I've covered some MMA before, but same idea. Those promotions, they do not want you taking their copyright, so I kind of have to do just the wrap up or commentary on something that's already happened. But I'm looking to make that more of a part of my content. I do a little we do a little kickboxing around here. I do a little kickboxing and have trained in an MMA gym before, so I appreciate the fighting arts. Although I have never done anything like as professional as you have. All I've ever done is like teach wine moms how to punch, which is fun in and of
Something.
itself.
Something.
So yeah. Well, thank you, Kid Bandit, for coming by here. Everybody follow Kid Bandit on Twitter. You got a YouTube channel too, right?
Yeah, but I'm not very social media savvy. But yeah, Kid Bandit on YouTube as well.
Yeah, Twitter, YouTube, and maybe one day Twitch. No, just kidding. I'm not gonna push you into
Oh no, I
streaming.
I have a Twitch account. I used to Twitch stream all the time.
Oh, nice.
I just decided to stop because I just don't have the time anymore. But once my schedule opens up, I'll definitely be back.
Okay, so look for that. Well, thank you so much for coming by and answering my questions. It was a lot of fun talking to you, and like I said, we'll be looking out for your upcoming matches. Everybody,
Right, thank you so much.
Kid Bandit, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so what do we got? Oh yes, we are back underwater, back where I was right before dealing with Vaush and possibly Vaushites and this thread, this massive ratio that I'm under. Jesus Christ, this is like the third time I've been ratioed. All right, so the first time was by Destiny. Oh my God, Shakespeare, wanna be spicy girl. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Rish, orewa. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like you find out that your friend that you're on the plane with is actually a stand user. That's a pretty epic moment there. Welcome, Shakespeare. How was your stream? Assuming that you are not either hungry, tired, or in some way other need of doing other things rather than talking to me. If so, I can get back at you later. But yeah, update the now and next. That's a good idea too. The first thing I need to update though is I need to find my video capture here and change the filter to like chroma key. Oh my God, chat, I'm just realizing I really need to update my system, right? So I got a better graphics card when I fixed my computer, and I'm realizing now that, like, what do I need, more RAM or something like that? I don't know. Like, I don't ever want to have. So for everybody who was here through this whole thing, the reason that I went down was actually not anything to do with the internet. It was purely system resources crunch, right? And it crashed my OBS, and the OBS is what I stream from. So when OBS goes down, your stream goes like this. Like if you're on Twitch or if you're on YouTube, it just disappears altogether. And we hate to see that. We really hate to see that. I don't want to see that. I want to see if I can, fix that as much as possible. I am going to be looking to upgrade my stream quality and doing more Bird Brains discussions with really cool, interesting people. A few weeks ago, we talked to Ferociously Steph. Before then, we talked to Soul Bunny. Now we have talked to a famous pro wrestler, Kid Bandit. So yeah, we'll be look for that content coming up. Actually, we got to get the. I think next you're going to be seeing the Ferociously Steph video come out as a YouTube video. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one too. Hello Raiders, you love my butterfly? Thank you, that's really sweet of you. So if you just got here, Aerial Fire, welcome. If you just got here, remember to take a look at the VOD. Okay, now how are you going to take a look at the VOD? All right, so one way, you're a Twitch sub, you're golden. You just go to the VOD and you, like, after the stream, of course, right? And you can look at that. It's my interview with Kid Bandit, famous professional wrestler. Kid Bandit. I said AEW star, and that was like I got a little ahead of myself. Someday, right? Someday. What? Welcome, Portland. Thank you for the follow. We need transfem resources. Yeah, transfem resources, right? We need the. And yeah, oh my god, I am so like out of everything here. I'm out of system resources in my brain too. But yeah, that was a really cool discussion. Yeah, oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about, you know, how are you going to see stuff that you missed potentially? Like, let's say you just rated in with Shakespeare and you didn't see a cool segment like my interview with Kid. What are you going to do? Well, so one possibility is you have a Twitch sub. Now, if you don't have a Twitch sub, there is still hope. If you have Amazon Prime, you can integrate that and get a free sub. Just integrate that in and then sub, and you'll have a sub. You'll have access to those VODs, right? The other ways that you can do that is by spending $5. It's just $5 to get yourself a sub, or hang out here and be a cool chatter, and somebody awesome, like I think the last person who gave out gift subs, Skywise gave a community sub, and then before that Nabil gave out a bunch of community subs. So just hang out and be cool, and people will notice you, and they will hopefully give you, you know, see that you don't have a Persona 5 character next to your name and give you a sub that way. There are other ways, however, right? You can always go to the YouTube channel, saving that. You know, you really want to see it. You don't have a sub yet. You can go to the YouTube channel. My VODs on YouTube are located. If you go to the homepage, No Comment Chick homepage, you scroll down, you'll see live streams, right? Those live streams are my last month of VODs, right? And so for a whole month, you've got access to that. You can also subscribe to No Comment Clips. I'm putting those up as videos. You might even see those in your feed, right? And that's another place to watch those. Now, let's say that it's something that was like a month ago, and you're like, I heard about this really cool segment that Irene had. It was a month ago. She hasn't put out a video of it. What am I going to do? There's still hope, right? You can, yeah, because like Twitch VODs don't stay up that long, but there is still hope. You can become a member on my YouTube channel. If you get a membership, any kind of membership, that gives you access to the whole backlog. So you can see like every VOD going back. So those are the ways that you're going to catch up on the VODs. If it's a little confusing, I want to make sure to let you all know. Also, make sure to check out my highlights on Twitch, right? I put a lot of stuff up on highlights. It should be viewable. Somebody test this out for me. Somebody that doesn't have a sub yet, test this out and make sure I'm not telling lies here. It should be viewable to everybody. When I put something out as a highlight, it's intended to be viewable by everybody. I'm not sure exactly how Twitch works, but highlights are great too. You know, you're basically seeing something that might become a video, maybe even before it becomes a video. So there's that too. And of course, my best segments I'm putting out as videos on YouTube. So there's that too. You were lurking, and Shakespeare was having a tasty stream. Did I miss Shakespeare? Shakespeare might be getting food or taking care of other. There you are. I'm glad you. Oh yeah, Yokio enjoyed your tasty stream. Wait, were you cooking or something? I was afraid people weren't going to tolerate the Spanish speaking. I mean, you know, the more Spanish speaking that I listen to, the closer I can get to actually being able to speak Spanish myself. At the moment, I can sort of understand the gist of a lot of statements written in Spanish, but I can't always understand it when it's spoken, and I definitely am not great at speaking it back. I'm very nervous. You know, I'm at that nervous state of Spanish. Claro que no. You will be right back. Well, yeah, take care of your food. Absolutely. Thank you for the raid, Shakespeare. And if you want to let us know what you streamed about, assuming you haven't already. Assuming you haven't, yeah, I don't think you have yet, but you can, yeah, we can catch up with you on the flip side of that. Everybody, go give a follow to Shakespeare, both on YouTube and on Twitch. And on Twitter as well. So all accounts that I recommend. Now and Next definitely need to be updated. Let's do that right now. I got so distracted because I wanted to do some housekeeping. And like I said, here, let me put the let me put our oh my god, I've got a million things to do, don't I? I'm gonna put the invite in the chats, in both chats, right? And join our Discord, especially if you're interested in being a mod. I'm going to be opening up a channel for mod applications, and we're going to try to add some more mods because, like I said, we're growing, we're getting bigger. Sometimes it's a little wild, especially when we got a bunch of Vausheites or SDL fans or, you know, who knows who trying to chase us down and cause trouble. And we definitely need, we could use your help to get involved. I'm going to have a number of different ways that you can get involved, and I'll try to like keep up with that, keep you updated with that on the Discord. That's a great place for that. Okay, so we did the so we still got a little bit more of Vaush going hog wild, don't we? We still got to deal with Vaush's hog wildness, including the fact, chat, that like I said, Vaush is in my thread, boosting my numbers unbeknownst to him. I don't know if he knows how this works. He should have talked to Demon Mama first. Demon Mama would have said, "Don't give her any attention whatsoever. She's just a clout goblin." Close, Demon Mama. I'm actually a clout succubus, but you should know that, being a Demon Mama. I mean, like, assuming you are a real demon and everything. I don't know. Anyway, chat, we're not trying to inquire about that. What do we got? We got some more Vaush going hog wild here, and then we've got Vaush versus Hakim after that, right? We're going to find out what some of those Vaush clips that we watched earlier, you know, what was that about? You know, that's interesting stuff. I might be, you know, getting clipped, you know, having Vaush react to me at some point, you know, just completely distraught and overcome with ADHD, and you know, who knows? You know, they like they like to talk about people being clipped out of context like it's a bad thing, but I wouldn't trust them to not try to you know, do that to me, especially given the fact that I am a woke scold in addition to being a clout succubus, right? Oh my god, I have to pee so bad. I have to pee so bad. Here, I'm gonna move myself out of the waiting room and into the modcast. I will figure out some time to pee. Let's see. So yeah, we covered one of Vaush's hoggish clips. There was another one, however, and it was also on Weasel time. Do you wanna weasel your way into here? I need to respond to Vaush, right? And I was thinking weasel might be the exact thing. Like, he said he was a Spanish Civil War veteran. I wonder what battalion he might have been with, right? I think I might have to ask him about that. Okay, so what are we looking? Meow! Oh my god, you almost subscribed to me? You almost subscribed to me? You almost
subscribed to you.
You subscribed to me.
You asked me if I wanted to weasel
I got
my
subscribed. You weaseled
and
so quickly
in.
that I subscribed. I got completely subscribed.
Yes.
Does that ever happen to you?
The bell, Irene.
I gotta click the bell, and you should click the bell too if you're in YouTube chat, right? Build us back up. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we lost the stream like that. And like I said, it wasn't through anything to do with my internet. This time I cannot blame my internet. This time it was 100% my PC. I probably should have reloaded before I started the last time. But
it's okay.
I didn't.
How about we do a check-in with chat and see how chat is doing while you go pee? And then we can play the Weasel song too if you want. It's up to you. Maybe if chat's really, really good and chat's a bunch.
Oh my god, yes! And I found the next hog clip that I'm going to be reacting to. So there it is. I'm going to rewind that, and yeah, give you some time to talk to Zara, and Zara can catch up with chat. I'll try to wait. I should listen.
No.
I should listen to this while
I will not stand for this land otter slander.
Land
Oh
otter?
my God.
No slaughter. Definitely slander. Yeah.
No, weasels are wonderful. Are they called land otters, or is that another thing? I'm not super adept at mythical creatures. Okay, well, if weasels were real, I bet I would know more about them. Because, you know, for mythical creatures, they're pretty cute and adorable and magical. I see y'all have some weasels in chat. Oh my god. Yokio. That Pika is so cute. Clicking the bell helps when streams get rescheduled. It absolutely does. I'm just being weird. They're all mustelids. No, you're not being weird. Weasels are mythical creatures. They have been popularized in works of fiction, but no one's ever seen one before. Oh, Amanda Panda. Other land otters, ferrets, minks, stoats. Oh, those are real, definitely. Yeah, I have either seen them or know of people who have seen them. Um, but Irene and I are pretty sure that weasels are so cool they have to be like fictitious. I mean, being a panda cat boy kind of is the coolest. I played a ferret in a play once. See, look at that. Terrific. You've seen them too? I have I've never seen a ferret in a play, but I would love to see a play like that. Buffy, you're right, cute. It is cute. Pandas were one of my first special interests. They're fantastic creatures. I'm a mythical creature. You are, Joni. You definitely are. In fact, I think this chat is full of magical creatures. I have to say, everybody has been like on their best behavior. It's been so great. Really, really loving chat. But then again, I always love chat. My only line was guilty. But you know what? Were you a ferret that was like a judge? Like a judge ferret? Oh my god. Yes. That emote, Skywise. We be good beans. Yes. Everybody remember. Continue being a good bean. You're great. I've lived outside of DC most of my life, and the National Zoo has one of the more famous panda conservation projects in the country. I didn't know that. That's really cool. I feel like it'd be amazing to like actually get to like see pandas, like in person. That would be incredible. Ooh, panda stuff. Thank you. I tried even when the Vaushets were being silly. Well, you were doing great. Being a good bean is in the rules. I love your voice. Please consider narrating an audiobook. I would love to. That would be so fun. I would also enjoy narrating probably anything. The first two pandas at the zoo were Ling Ling and Sing Sing. Oh, I've heard of them. Those are famous pandas. I don't think they got them to reproduce. Oh, they just couldn't get the music right. A friend drew me a panda for Sona. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's like super cool. I saw pandas when I was in year 4. The Chinese government lent us some, and my school sent my class to go to Sydney and see them. Oh, that sounds incredible. Wait, what is that? What is that angry imp for Young Black Economist? What is the anger? Pandas
Wait,
just
is
want
that a
some
Demon Mama's
escape when
reference?
it's
Is
time
that
to
like
get
maybe
it
it's
on.
it feels like that's a Demon Mama emote, maybe.
When I get extra money, I might commission them to draw another one, this time with my afro hair. Unapologetically black. Absolutely. Hell
Oh
yes.
my god, I'm cold. I need to get do I have like my hoodie here? Oh yes, I do. Oh my god, it's
The National Zoo in DC has a panda family, and they're delightful. Zira, I am editing a video and it's taking a long time, and it's only 2 minutes long.
I know the
I've,
feeling.
I understand. Irene, do you remember how many revisions it took me to get that Kevin Logan like summary teaser down to 2 minutes to fit on Twitter?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
I think I did 17 revisions of that.
It was such a wacky thing to begin with. Like, right, you're trying to show a video of a streamer just being like, now, like, granted, like, I know some of you are Kevin Logan fans, and I enjoy things about Kevin too. I liked when Kevin roasted Keffels most recently, right? So I'm not a Kevin Logan hater, but sometimes he's a little bit méchant. Right. Sometimes he's a little naughty. Right. And this time he was like really naughty. Right. That like, you know, there was a troll in his chat pretending to be no comment chick. He knew it was not me and he was still acting like it was me anyway. And this person was doing really toxic stuff. Like this person was actually kind of sexually harassing Keffels. And Kevin goes on this whole thing of like, is that no comment chick sexually harassing Keffels? You know, and he knows it's not. Right. He was just playing it up for drama and stuff. So like that's what Zero is trying to show, that some of the people like, you know, watching Kevin is a lib. Okay, I mean, like granted Kevin is not perfect. Look, I'm saying this like as somebody who's had issues with Kevin in the past.
Yeah, you were
I just don't want to judge anybody who
you didn't want to come off as like.
And I know a lot of you enjoy Kevin, and I was let me like little secret. I was a fan of Kevin, you know, way back in the day, like right, the Descent of the Manosphere and that kind of stuff that he did. I actually you know, knew of him before he was a Twitch streamer. So like, you know, Kevin and I have had our ups and downs. There's no hard feelings, but yeah, Kevin was being a bit of a, what is the word for it? Butthole. Yeah, he was being a bit of a butthole. He was
leaning into drama at your expense for the sake of stream content.
You know, in a way that's just like when it involves sexual harassment, maybe don't do that, but whatever. Yeah. That was then, this is now, that was like a long time ago. And Sarah got to edit the video to try to show like actually what was going on, the timetable, the fact that Kevin knew that it wasn't me by that time, and yet he was still acting like it was. So
is that my first edit I did for your channel?
I think it was. I think it actually was.
I know before that, the only other thing the only thing I'd done before that, I think, was some little elements for like the ratio TikTok.
Ratio?
Like the
ratio?
Like I cut something up together that was used as a tiny little piece that you used when you made a really cool video.
Why is no one talking about the ratio?
That's the one. Oh my god, you remember?
Yeah, no, I remember the exact one. Fun.
Yeah, to get that under 2 minutes took me forever. I feel like I'm a lot better at it now, but like back then,
the hardest part of editing. Yeah, is trying to get it down to just the good part, you know, and that's what we want to do for you when that's why videos take so long, and hopefully I'll have more for you, because I get that like I'm on the grind right now as far as streaming, and things are going really well, and you know, to the point a little too well when Vaush is finding my stream announcements and ratioing me. But yeah, like I do also like making videos, and
so Adadak, I hope you feel better. Feeling sick this week. My nose is leaking like a sieve or sieve. I never know how to pronounce that one. I've only ever read it, which is nice after it being super stuffed. Well, either way, like it's definitely a relief versus stuffed, but it's never any better than like being well. I hope you feel well soon. Also, I take offense to people who call him middle-aged because we're the same age. I'm a couple weeks older, in fact. Kevin isn't that old. Oh wait, that's what I said. I'm so silly. Well, let's see. Word on this. I cannot just be reading stream elements to y'all. Y'all can read that yourselves. My cat is cuter than Kevin's cat, though. Oh my god,
Rory Cats
is so cute. But like,
is this Rory Cat slander in my chat? Rory Cats.
It's not slander if you know Phoenix Rising's cat is cuter.
It's possible.
And it's a fact.
It's possible.
Archie told me that. Okay. All right. Well, it's a fact.
Yeah, we need to have like a pet. What do you call
it? A pet parade?
Yeah, like a pet competition. Like whose pet is like the most based.
Well, we shouldn't rank them. We should just have a parade with everybody's pets in Discord. That way we don't have to like choose between two impossible.
It is so hard to pick and choose. Yeah, true.
I could never choose. Everyone would be like, Zero, what's wrong with you? And I was like, I gave every animal a 10 out of 10. I'd be useless at like.
You'd have to wait for that Russian judge to come in with the 9 to throw everything off.
You're right. It's the Russian judge that would settle it. So, are you all set to go? Do you want a second to finish your orange? I don't want to hold you up, but I'd love to stay and chat if you need a
My
second
puppy
to.
is an adorable bean, and I can't say she's cuter than everyone's. I know. It's hard to rank.
Mm.
You shouldn't have to rank them. Everybody
What a
wants a
good.
tier list, but maybe not for pets, right?
His full name is Archimedes Tiberius Lee. What a great Star Trek name. I mean, it's not just Star Trek, but
Wait,
like, there's no
that's a
way
Star
that
Trek
that a
reference?
super cute cat can have a middle name of Tiberius without it being Star Trek related. Am I right? Am I right?
We'll see when the YouTube delay is actually stronger than the Twitch delay.
It's powerful, but I mean, I have faith. The reason I mention it is because the famous original series Captain Kirk, his full name is James Tiberius Kirk.
Interesting.
And that is the first, and all cats should have middle names, correct?
Yeah, me too, young black economist. I don't know nearly
Look at
enough. Star
that.
Trek
I
is
was
cool,
wrong.
but like I
The villain
wish.
from Atlantis, the Lost Emperor, has that middle name.
Oh,
It's such a good middle name. Like,
oh
it's
my
like a
God,
powerful
Sarah!
middle name.
Skywise's puppy has a frog hoodie.
What?
That
What?
is, it's also an
No.
adorable bean.
Oh! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I absolutely need to see Puppy in a frog hoodie. Is it like a frog hoodie like the Mario suit from Super Mario 3? Because, like, that's the cutest ever. Also, I want one of those.
No, like I already put this in chat once, but I'll put it in again. We do have a Discord, right? I definitely need to spread this link further and wider just to and in that Discord we have a whole section for posting your pet. Now, when you post your pet, I want you to make sure of one thing, right? You're not showing like the outside of your house or something that might like
Nothing
I hate that we
revealing.
have to think about this, right? But it has been an issue in the past. Like, the more that I've had to deal with harassment, the more that my community has had to worry about that. So, whenever you're taking a picture and sharing it on the internet, it's good to make sure that that picture doesn't reveal too much about you. But as long as you can take a picture that is just like of your pet and not not of your location and on in the world, yeah, feel free to post it into our fluff channel in Discord. I feel like we're due for a Discord revamp anyway. So yeah, I'm gonna be making a channel for what is it called, like applications for people who wanna maybe do some modding, maybe do some editing and stuff like that. I know Young Black Economist has made a lot of clips lately. I think I might have you should check that out on Twitter, Young Black Economist. I might have actually posted some of those because there've been some
on,
really good
on Twitter?
no, on TikTok, right? That's like the first place,
TikTok.
and sometimes on YouTube too. Yeah, so if you make a clip of me on Twitch and if you have a sub, you've got that ability. You've got the ability to do that, right? If you make a clip, there's every chance that it might turn into like a TikTok or a YouTube. And if you let me know, then we can actually credit you for that in there. I don't want to like, again, I'm trying to respect people's privacy if they just want to make clips and not have them attributed. But oh yeah, what am I trying to do? Am I trying to?
Um,
There we go. I'm trying to
well,
like get that
Shakespeare
invite.
popped in to let us know
Oh
that
my God.
so I'm waiting for my rice to cook, so I streamed about the history of color. Blue was the last color to get its own word in most languages. And
What?
also, we talked about Mexican history. Then we watched a Guadalajara food tour from a Mexican creator and got collectively hungry. And also, my puppies made a visit. Oh my
Your puppies
God.
made a visit?
Okay, so this
Oh,
is like
onto stream.
this is a must watch VOD after the stream today. Please make sure that you check out Shax PA's amazing VOD because there are puppies, food, and a delicious, delightful collection of history. Um,
There's so many good streamers now, like, right, this is a good thing because in the past, like, I felt pretty alone on this platform, but there's a lot of streamers that I feel really good about. I feel about giving the shout out to Shaxby is definitely one of those streamers. Polly is one of those streamers. Cryptid Mage is one of those streamers. Nabil is one of those streamers, right? We've got a lot of cool people around,
Amanda
and we
Panda
should do
Sensei.
Amanda Panda Sensei. Oh my God, are you in chat still?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, we missed
I
you.
just
I think
yes.
last time I was gonna raid
Mhm.
you, and I changed it at the last minute, but like somehow half part of the raid went to Willow, and only part of the raid went to Amanda Panda Sensei. So yeah, DM me in Discord if you're gonna be streaming later tonight, and I'll try to hit you up with a raid because I want to make sure that I'm promoting other really cool streamers as much as I possibly can because in the past and in the debate sphere, I don't know if you know about this, but there's just like a bunch of super meanie butts out there. There's like a lot of people that are, for better or worse, they're wrapped up in one clout network or another. And I'm not trying to, give extra clout to people like that, but definitely Amanda Panda Sensei is a cool streamer. And what last time you were playing EverQuest, right?
Oh yeah, that was EverQuest. I remember we watched some of that before
I've
I went
heard
to
about
bed.
that game. It's like a legendary game, but I've
It's like an
actually never
old,
played it or
old
watched it.
MMORPG. Let them come to my house.
The puppies or the sorry.
Oh, I'm just reading Chad
Yeah, I'm
Alpha's
just like trying to figure out
message.
what that was.
I mean, I would love it if we could just like have the puppies stop by to see me. Maybe all of the kitties could take like a turn.
Yeah, Polly too.
Um,
Mixed Secular. Polly is a great streamer
oh
as
yeah,
well. She was here
Polly's
in here
fantastic.
earlier. I think she might be
She was.
busy at the moment, but yeah, we'll
Mhm.
try to get Polly's a great person to yeah, we raid Polly a lot because yeah, we support what Polly's doing. And it's hard to find a streamer that is like as based as Polly people and as based as Amanda Panda Sensei, as based as Shakespeare, as based as Nabil, as based as Cryptid Mage. So, I wanna do as much as I can to support streamers like that. All my puppies are
So
babies. Oh my god.
also for a little shameless self promotion,
Oh, and
I have
Xerix, when are you streaming next?
my next stream is gonna be Saturday morning. I have a special catch up stream where I'm gonna dish some tea about everything I've been working on and doing since the last time I streamed, and some plans for what I expect to see in the future and what you can expect from more of my streams. And then we might play some like fun, chill, easy games, or we might just talk. Because, if y'all want to talk, I want to talk. And I could just sit around and read chat for hours. Absolutely.
Thank
That's
you
the
for the
plan.
drive-by resub, Lord Ratus. Yeah, like listen, I know some stuff, okay, but I am signed to a non-disclosure agreement, so I cannot tell you what I know. But all I can say is make sure to catch Zara's next stream if you want to know what I know, right? And then you'll feel as smart as me, which is amazing. You'll be a base bimbo cat girl. In
If
other
you're not
words.
available on Saturday, though, uh, I am going to be doing a little bit of a like fun gaming stream, doing some like very cute games with like fun soundtracks that just like really have a good vibe. And so it's kind of gonna be like a vibe fest on Sunday before Irene streams. And it's kind of like a pregame. So if you are down to pregame with some chill vibes, and I think the game that I really wanted to play was Ollie Ollie. I don't know if anyone's seen that. I really wanted to play Ollie Ollie. And if Ollie Ollie doesn't work, then I guess I'll have to buy the, Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Because I've been putting that off for ages. But
Is that a reference to Ollie Ollie Oxenfree? Is that like the idea is like
no,
a hide
no,
and seek kind of thing, or no?
no. It's like a game. It's like Ollie Ollie World, but I have like some DLC for it that I haven't tried out, and it's just like a cute little like indie game. It's absolutely adorable. I'll show you one of these days. I'll link you a trailer to it.
And yeah, I
I
gotta
think you
I
might
gotta play
actually
some
like it too.
games at some point too. I want to
You've got
watch you play that and see if it looks like fun.
I highly recommend it. Especially if you like just like adorably cute stuff. It's really popular on the Nintendo Switch, but it's also on Steam right now.
The other thing I'm curious about on Steam, right? Has anybody seen Pizza Time yet?
Oh my god, I've been meaning to look at Pizza Time.
kind of curious about that. I priced it, but it was $20, so I don't know if I'm gonna get it anytime soon. But it looks like fun. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be good at that, chat. Because last time I tried to play Sonic, I couldn't figure out how to get past the water level. I got stuck in the water level. What is
Wait,
pizza
are you talking
time?
about the chemical plant, or are you talking about later on?
No, it's not
'Cause
even the
there's, like,
chemical plant. I was in the underwater, like how
underwater
there's like
caves?
there's like underwater level 1. I got past that, and then I think it was like underwater level 2, and there's like this whole thing that you gotta go fly up it, but I could never get like enough momentum to get all the way up it, so I keep on getting smushed by the wall, and it sucks. Pizza Tower. Wait, did I say Pizza Time? Pizza Time's something different, isn't it? Pizza Tower is what I was thinking of. Yes, absolutely, Pizza Tower. Pizza Tower, Pizza Tower, Pizza Tower. That is the game that I'm thinking of. It's like a Sonic sort of it's like a Sonic, Mario,
It's a platformer,
Wario.
right?
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, it's like a classic platformer, kind of like a combination of a bunch of
Wait,
games
this
that
is the one
people.
that just came out, right? I think I saw a
Yep,
trailer for
yep,
that.
that's what I'm talking
It's
about.
got
That's
a 10 out of 10 so far for Steam.
it's a meme. It's a verified meme. So yeah, Sonic
Oh
2
my
is
god, this
better than
game
Sonic 3. Oh, you knew I was talking about Sonic
looks
3
amazing.
YS. If I could get a nice setup in my kitchen, I legit would do cooking streams. Like I would make Hubai style chicken, spicy sauce, and extra firm tofu. Oh my god, that sounds so good. I would totally eat that. That would be delicious. It's based on Wario Land. Yeah, I knew there was some Wario DNA in there sometime. Pizza time. Yeah, exactly. Pineapple on pizza. I like
I wish it was
pineapple on
multiplayer
pizza.
because we could play it together, but
There are some cool multiplayer games that we should spend some time at too. Oh my god. But yeah, I've been on my grind. I've been on my grind doing being a political streamer and doing just chatting. I really do should take like a day and just like kind of chillax.
treat yourself.
Wario
Treat
DNA.
yourself.
Yo, I'm just like wondering how stuff gets Wario DNA in it in the first place. How does Wario get in that DNA in there? And
I
is it
guarantee you
possible that
it's
it could be some Waluigi DNA as well?
I know where the Waluigi DNA comes from, but
Wow.
I might leave it at home. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. All right,
That's
well,
exactly how it happens. Let me
we're
let you
about
go so
ready
you
to
can
get back to Vaush
Mhm.
hogging out. Once again, he hogged out twice in small clips, and we're trying to keep current with it. So all the Vaush fans, feel free to come out of the woodwork once again and talk shit about your parasocial daddy, because we love to hear it. We love to hear how mad you are that somebody's criticizing my parasocial daddy. Ah. Anyway, yeah, thank you for dropping in and giving me a chance to take a much needed food. I got my food. I got my drink. That it's not void coffee this time. Wait, do I have any? I might have some void coffee left, but I'm good
Can
now.
can you imagine if you got halfway into the content and you're just really going off, like you're just like brain zapping just perfectly, and suddenly out of the blue you have to pee so bad that you have to stop, and then you have to come back and resume? I feel like that would be terrible to do that to you. So
And the weasels
thank
take
you
over my
so
stream
much.
again.
I know we can't let the weasels have their way. The only
Oh,
weasels that are welcome are the right kinds of weasels.
speaking of which,
So
let me show you something really quick. Okay, look, I did a little thing. If I can find it.
do I need to unmute the stream?
Unmute the stream. What do you mean?
No, I was like, this thing that you're gonna show me, or do you want me
Oh no,
to
I'm
jump
showing
out
it
and you'll show
on
me?
I'm showing it on stream here. Okay,
Okay,
so
I'll jump out of voice if you want now.
whoa, that's a different thing. All right, so what we're looking at, okay, is this Vaush thing. Now, like I told you I was gonna reply to Vaush. That's not, well, somebody replied to that. Vaush bad. Somebody replied to my stream went down, new stream. Yeah, Vaush took my stream down. Yeah, Vaush took my stream down. Bad indeed. Okay, there we go. There we go for the Vaushites. For the Vaushites out there. Just so you know that we haven't forgotten about you, Vaushites. Okay, the other thing that I wanted to show you, right, is this. Look. Vaush said, I am a veteran of the Spanish Civil War. And I said, 3rd Weasel Battalion?
Weasel.
He kind of is a weasel. He's a bit of a weasel. So, you know, I thought that he... no, they replied to it. They fucking replied to it. Oh! Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at this! Look at this! Someone... Wow, you showed him. What a burn. What a scorching... What a scorching. You own him now. Wait, what a scorching? Oh, what is he? He took a scorching. I get it. Must have been difficult to come up with that one.
Oh my god.
I almost want to give them a weasel too. Look at that. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that is incredibly wild. I'm kind of speechless now. I gotta say that weasel looks good every time. It's the perfect weasel.
That's Buffy's weasel, by the way, if anybody's wondering, who
Buffy
built
does incredible art.
work, indeed. So good that it makes the Voshites do this.
Yeah, not every Voshite has earned the weasel moniker. I feel like, you know how we have like the brownies and the Cub Scouts and the Eagle Scouts? I feel like some Vosh like stands are really in like the junior Stoat club, you know? Like they haven't managed to get themselves elevated to the mythical weasel. But anyway, I will let you go so you can get right into the content. And as always, you know where to find me. Here on Twitch.
Meow
on
meow.
YouTube,
Yeah, go follow
or Twitter.
Zara on
Zara
Twitch,
Xerax.
on YouTube, and on... Are you also Zara Xerax on Twitter?
I am, yeah. I am Zera_Xerax on Twitter. And I am also on YouTube. I am at Zera_Xerax. And for Twitch, I am Zera Xerax with an underscore.
Did you ever
Once
show
again.
me, your Principles of Voshism by Xanderhall picture? Wait, what is this? Wheeze harder, you low-level Voshite. You haven't earned this weasel off your own. Oh my god. Well, it's not Slanderhall, it's some other, like, random Voshite. And I just said, it's a weasel, chill. Like, look, to give, like, I mean... Like, this isn't exactly Vaush, you know, coming down hard with the hammer, right? This is like, I mean, he could be a lot meaner than I am also a veteran of the Spanish Civil War. So yeah, we're just having a little weasel fun, and I don't know that, like, apparently some people cannot handle the weasel as well. See, at least Vaush understands it's cute and wobbly. That's the point. That's the point of the weasel. It's not an own. It's not a burn. It's not a scorch. It's a weasel. It's a weasel. He isn't meaner because I'm white. True. That's probably a very good point. Anyway, well, let's see. What do we got here? Self-hatred is cringe and destructive. Destructive. Do you notice anything funny about this, chat? Do you notice anything funny about the destructive? Sometimes a weasel is just a weasel. Yes, and sometimes destructive is spelled with an I, apparently. Wait, look. Destructive. Lol, destructive. I literally had to ameliorate my autocorrect to type like that. Yeah, I did. Yeah, that's the thing, is you'd think that autocorrect would find that, but apparently not. I don't know. Let's get to the part that you're interested in.
My
the video.
problem. You are pathetic. Stop. Ungelatinize your spine. Bake it in an oven at 350 degrees until it...
Wait. Okay, so he's replying to Jesse Gender, and yes, chat, this is from the harassment that chased Jesse off Twitter and almost off the internet, for at least for a little while, right? no thanks required. So somebody thanked Jesse for posting about the oh my god, why is my phone making noise? My phone is making, it's distracting. My phone is making noise and it's distracting. Okay, so yeah, somebody thanked Jesse, and Jesse said, no thanks to me required. Shouldn't even be a conversation or discourse at all. Yeah, that's the thing, is this never should have been an argument, right? Like, it's so easy to just be like, oh shit, did I use a hashtag that's being used for something else? Thank you for letting me know. All right, that's all you gotta say. Shouldn't be, and this is what I'm saying about Jesse. Jesse's not looking for the smoke. Jesse's not trying to start a fight. Jesse's not trying to take down Vaush. Nobody was fucking added. Jesse was just like letting people know, because she was seeing it everywhere, that this is a hashtag that's, you know, got a purpose. Like, this tool has a purpose, and maybe use one of the millions of, not millions, but like one of the million of other hashtags that you could use, and we'll be fine, right? I appreciate you saying it, but I don't deserve thanks. This is what white folks should... oh, this is what made Vaush mad. This is why Vaush is mad, right? This is what white folks should all take the time to understand in the first place. And it's like, understand. She's not trying to start an argument. She's not trying to take somebody down. She's not trying to cast moral aspersions, which is always what these assholes accuse us of, right? You bring up a little thing like this, right, to just say, hey, in case you didn't know, you know, here it is, right? And like, they're like, you're judging me. I can't believe that you're disparaging my moral standing in the fucking, you know, consequentialist ontological amelioration. I'm sorry, I'll stop making fun. You DM'd me the book cover. We need to remember to read Real Theory. Wait. You DM'd me the book cover. Let's take a look at this. All right, as long as it's not... I trust you not to send me any... Oh, there we go. The Foundations of Vaushism. Let's take a look at this. Let's open this up. Let's look at this. Let's see what we got here. The Foundations of Vaushism by Xander Hall. Oh, wait a minute. This is This is a very specific parody, isn't it? Oh my god, you can't even see it. Here, let me open it up for you for just a second. There's the meme. There's the meme. Okay. Weasels. I mean, at least, like, say what you will about Vaush, and I will say it, I will continue to say it. But at least he understood that sometimes a weasel is just a weasel. Anyway.
Hardened slightly. This is insane. I cannot fathom being like this. Apologizing
Principles of Leninism by Stalin.
for your existence. No one cares. Listen, Jesse.
No, that's not true. Vaush, you don't speak for everybody. It's literally not true. It's ontologically untrue that no one cares, all right? And, like, more to the point, like, I feel like you should care. I feel like you should care, and I feel like this shouldn't be controversial. This should be non-controversial from a leftist content creator, right? It's a simple request. It's not any, like, so what Jesse's saying is, like, this is not anything that I should be praised for. This is not going above and beyond the Call of Duty. This is just basic human decency. And look at who gets mad. Look at who cannot take basic human decency.
This is unironically racist, okay? Black
Okay.
people do not think this funny. Have you ever talked to a black person once in your entire life?
Vaush, have you ever listened to a black person once in your life? You're like, who wasn't like kissing your ass at the moment? Like, seriously, Jesus Christ, Vaush. Honestly, overplaying nice with this MFer. It's the equal. It is equally wretched, friends. The fingerless gloves have come off. Nice.
When white people go on this big tirade about how, oh,
A tirade, you say?
us white people are so like this.
Okay,
and,
okay.
Oh, you don't need to thank me because all white people should be doing better now. White. They're rolling their eyes. Stop. Oh my God. I would like to.
No, Vaush, they are rolling their eyes when you make yourself the fucking center of attention, okay? They are rolling their eyes when you make it about you and you make a big production. And if Jesse were to take like a bow or something like that, you know, like, yeah, that's definitely an eye-rolling moment.
Apologize to all the black people here. It's the exact same thing that like
I'll roll with my eyes, you piece of...
this guy feminist men do, you know? Oh yeah, men are
Yo, this guy unironically hates feminism. I forgot.
but men are such animals. I'm
Yo,
sorry.
men can't be feminists, I guess. That's fucking cringe, isn't it? Now listen, you can be a guy that says that you're a feminist and be cringe. I have seen that too. That does happen, right? That's a little different than like all guys who are feminists are like. He unironically thinks that that it's like somehow degrading, you know, to a man to either be a feminist or to, you know. I don't know what to do. This is too much.
I am apologizing to you for what men do. You know, it is exactly the same thing. The exact.
Jesse made that video after having a conversation with a black friend. He thinks the only reason a man would be a feminist is to have power. Yeah. He's like, oh, you know, like that there's some kind of like sexual agenda in that or something, right?
Same weird, covert, like insidiously narcissistic
There's nothing
attitude.
insidious or narcissistic about that, okay?
It's a walking stereotype.
No, she's literally saying like there is nothing great that I've done here. Like it's not sarcastic. It's not narcissistic. It's not anything. It's literally like, you know, thank you, but I don't think I did anything that like special.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching random white people tell me they know what black people think. It's weird as it is. What all Jessie Gender is doing here is saying her own opinions. You can dress anything up as, oh, I'm speaking for the group. Having listened to black...
I think that the story is that Jessie Gender became aware of this after listening to black people, which you obviously aren't doing because you think that that listening to black people involves like rubber stamping, you know, whatever somebody says, and it doesn't. It's literally just listening. Like it literally can be that simple. You don't have to have your you don't have to have your walls up, right? You don't have to have your defenses up like 24/7, but you do if you're Vaush, I guess.
Voices, you know, so on and so forth. Jesse,
a lot closer to Jordan Peterson than I realized. Me too. Yeah.
Genders DM'd me after I said it does not make you transphobic to play Hogwarts.
Okay, so we gotta reveal the DMs. We gotta reveal. Let's see what Jessie Gender was said in the DMs.
I'm disappointed.
Yo, this is just like a basic debate, bro thing, right? You know, like this is Capitals, this is Vaush, this is all of them. You can't DM these people. Don't DM these people unless you want to see it on fucking stream.
I wanted to be
like she's like DMing people can be about trying to de-escalate. Sometimes you say, Vaush, when somebody calls you out in publicly, couldn't this have been handled in DMs? Apparently not. Apparently not, because here's what happens. Here's what happens when you try to handle it in DMs.
I wanted to be with you, my friend, and I was on your side, but these past few weeks it's become clear you're more interested in drama.
Do you hear what she's saying? She is unironically for leftist unity, right? She has different perspective, different points of view, different ideas, different opinions than Vaush. But her first order of things is like literally like making things better, right? Literally working together in solidarity, even with Vaush. Okay, and you can question that, and obviously, like, we know enough about Vaush to know why that is not going to be a successful strategy. But I don't think there's nothing wrong with Jessie Gender like wanting to be non-confrontational, wanting to be cooperative, wanting to work together with everybody, not wanting to have fights, not wanting to chase, like she's the opposite of what you characterized her as. Like, this is Jessie Gender being real open and honest with you in a way that's just like, I don't know, maybe it blows your mind. Maybe you can't imagine somebody like thinking like this, right?
More than solidarity and praxis in our community.
I'm an English major, so I'm more impressed by people who can convey coherent messages in plain language. I'm tired of the word cringe. If I wanted to be surrounded by people policing people's existences as not normal, well, yeah, I would have stayed in middle school. Look, I use the word cringe sometimes, but it's to mean like a very different thing, right? Like, it is not like you are so fucking weird that I'm gonna be like, I don't know about you, right? It's not, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should stop using it, though, because, like, that's what cringe means now. That's what cringe means. It's a judgment of somebody's way of existing. And, like, honestly, that's pretty not great. Oh my god.
I'm gonna unfollow you and never talk about you.
Oh my
on.
god.
I'm not here to stoke infighting and drama like the system wants.
And look, even her, like, giving this message, being like, all right, look, I don't know what happened. Like, I'm not trying to fight with you. I wanted to work together with you, but, if this is how it's going to be, just, like, let's, like, not have anything to do with each other. Like, this is the response that you get. This is the response that you get. This is nasty.
You're currently feeding. I'm not here to stoke.
Oh, be a human being, please, for fuck's sake. Like, you're not being asked that much.
Infighting and drama. Now
It's almost time, is it?
Now let
For
me
420?
use the
Oh, yeah.
16-year-old trans girl as an opportunity to demonstrate to everyone.
That's not... Oh my god, please don't say this shit to a trans woman. Please don't say this shit to a trans person, right? Please don't try to tell us that we don't care about when we get unalived. Please don't. Like, I get that I'm talking to a brick wall, but it still hurts. It still hurt. The lack of humanity is what hurts, okay? This is... God damn, Vaush. God damn. Who hurt you?
Everyone in my audience how performatively self-sacrificial I am as a white woman to give space to black voices in a way that just so happens to allow...
Like, not only is this guy shitty to black people, but he is going to police you if you're not equally shitty. That's what I'm getting from this. That's what I'm getting from this, right? You're making him look bad. Mommy, I don't even want to know what kind of issues this is.
Like,
like,
express my own opinion with the presumed affirmation of black voices. Please, I do hope you take a moment for introspection.
One of these days, Vaush will attack a VTuber or a femboy, and he will... right.
I'm not here to fight you, and that doesn't help either of us beyond seeing the number
Well,
go up.
look, I mean, like, this kind of happened, like, last year, right? With the cat black thing. Like, with like, first of all, like, using tactical misogyny to get J.K. Rowling's attention, to get retweeted by that, and then try to play hero with that. But when, like, literally what you said was, like, misogynistic, literally what you said was feeding into J.K. Rowling's narrative. You wanted us to all be sucked up into, like, be up your butt parasocially enough to, like, be like, yeah, no, because fuck J.K. Rowling, I guess Vaush did nothing wrong, and be on your side. And it's like, no, you're not helping trans people here. You're not helping trans people by being a feeder, right? Just in the same way as if you were playing some, like, first-person shooter with me, and you're getting murked all over the place, like, and giving kills to the other team, like, you're not helping your team, you're not helping trans people, right? That happened. Then, the cat black thing, he actually bit off more than he could chew when he fought with cat black. He didn't realize that, yeah, she's bigger than you, and like, in terms of subs, and she's also bigger than you in terms of influence, and, this is what brought Contra in to be like, please, Vaush, can you, like, stop being a asshole? And he's like, no, in fact, I'm gonna be an asshole to you too. And it's like, all right, block, like, I don't know. I woke up to, you want to be sucked? That's a very particular thing, isn't it, to wake up to, Nabil? Welcome to the stream.
As people are fighting it, it creates algorithm-friendly drama. I wish you the best, and I hope one day we can work towards actual trans liberation instead of just feeding the system of egos. Pictured here, actual trans liberation, arguing that the say her name hashtag wasn't appropriate for Brianna J.
That's called solidarity. That's called solidarity. That's like being aware that there is more than one struggle going on at once, right? Please, Vaush, just stop being an ally. We're both safer with you as an enemy. I mean, that's what it's coming down to, isn't it? That's what it's coming down to. Vaush's butt is like the industrial wastewater slush of the new. Oh my god, the new river. You don't want to eat fish from that river. That's all I know about the new river. To add to your gaming metaphor, he counts friendly fire as kill points. He does, unironically counting friendly fire as kill points. Very much not a team. Yeah, he's like team kill. You know, he's just adding it to his total. Like, this guy's like the Charlie Zelnoff. Some of you know who I'm talking about. Okay, some of you don't know who I'm talking about. I'm losing a lot of the crowd by name dropping Charlie Zelnoff, but hopefully some of you know who Charlie Zelnoff is. Where he told his audience make light of Contra's drug use. I didn't know that. I forgot about that. Jeez. Gone out of my way to let his fans know that they are not welcome in my spaces. Jesse is much nicer than to him. That's the thing, is that's who Jessie Gender is. She does not have a like drama mode. She does not have a I'm gonna fight you mode. She's not trying to go for clout. She's not trying to make you look bad. She's Vaush, this is gonna blow your mind. She's just trying to do leftism. You should look into it. Anyway.
After being dead named by the media, by the articles. Remember, it's narcissism masquerading as progressivism. Every position Jessie Gender has gets to be dressed up, cloaked, like she's actually just.
Or it could be that she's just a really honest, real person, and like you have no like paradigm for that whatsoever, right?
Giving way to a hive mind of minority voices that she just happens to be the one, like, you know.
A hive mind? Oh my god, okay. Charlie Zelnoff is a boxer who signs up to spar people and then sucker punches them and beats them up. Yeah, he goes into like, you know, he goes into big box like fitness stores, you know, fitness places like Gold's Gym or something, and he finds some fucking like, you know, 40-year-old dad or something. And he's like, hey, can you help me out, bud? And the dude's like, yeah, sure. Here, put these boxing gloves on. I want to, like, I need to do, like, I need to film some stuff. And they're like, okay, what are you going to film, right? And he put the boxing gloves on, and Charlie Zelnoff, like, goes to town on them, right? Because he's not a good boxer or anything like that. But what he does is he will have fights with your 40, you know, something-year-old dad, right, at a big box gym, and then he will put that on his professional record, right? He keeps track of his wins and losses, and if you believe Charlie Zelnoff, it is something like 250 wins and 0 losses counting. Now, this dude has actually lost in a real professional match, like the one that I've ever seen that he's done. He lost in. He has lost when he challenged other, like, you know, he went into boxers like home gyms and like harassed them until they gave him a match and they kicked his ass, right? You know, he's lost a lot, but like apparently none of those losses actually count. But every single dude that didn't know that he was getting into a fight with Charlie Zelnoff, that counts. That counts. Yeah. Oh my God, you're right. Okay, Sarah's got an update for me. 331 and 0. Apparently it's International Mario Day. Should I be playing some Mario? Undefeated, unmatched Charlie Zelnoff. That's who Vaush is. Vaush is the Charlie Zelnoff of
giving voice to right here. I think Jesse's taking the beef with JK way too personally. Jessie Gender blocked me, I think, after my video responding to hers came out on the JK Rowling Hogwarts Legacy situation. I mean, there's clearly like no actual interest in progressive advocacy here. Certainly not in coalition building. Jessie,
I mean, if you're talking about yourself, sure, bud, sure.
Gender one time made a video critical of me, and look, I thought video was.
People act like I'm like obsessed with, like I'm really wanting the smoke with Vaush, right? And fine, if he wants to ratio me, fine. If he wants to come at me, fine. If he wants to like light me up on his stream, fine. The reason I feel that way is because I see him picking on people like Jessie Gender all the fucking time. I see him picking on smaller streamers. I see him picking on like random small streamer or random small you know, Twitter accounts and shit like that, and it makes me mad. It makes me mad. And like, yeah, you know, fight somebody your own size. Well, I'm not exactly his own size, but like a lot closer, that like or like fight somebody that's actually, you know, that actually does this back and forth. Jessie Gender is not trying to do the back and forth. Jesse Gender is not trying to be like critical in a sense of like, let's go after each other, let's destroy each other, let's like, you know, like let's let's fight each other and see who breaks first. That's not who Jesse Gender is. She just wants to do leftism. She literally wants to do leftism. And I feel like people like that, you should probably leave them alone. Like, what the fuck, you know? Or like say your piece and be out. You know, no, but instead he's got to like drive her off the fucking... Yeah, Charlie Zelifno is the GOAT. Stop slandering him or else he'll show up at my gym and beat my ass, right, hipster? What's up? Okay. What's going on, Hipster King?
I didn't think it was that bad. I'll take a look, Tempest. I disagreed with a lot of it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm kind of insulting Charlie Zelnoff by comparing him to Vaush.
I was under the impression that she was a bit more reasonable than some of the people who disagree with me otherwise. And nonetheless, well, now she's blocked me, so, you know, whatever. But nonetheless, we're now in a position where this is legitimately one of the stupidest, I don't know, demonstrations of anti-intersectional thought that I've seen in a long time.
You're liking the stream, but you're not sure what's going on? All right, well, I mean, like, are you missing who people are? This is Vaush, Vaush V, Vaush Vidya, aka Irish Laddie. I don't know what you want to call him, right? He goes by many names. He goes by many names. And yeah, like he's here picking on a trans content creator who mainly talks about Star Trek. She talks about Star Trek. She talks about trans rights. She talks about leftism. She talks about solidarity. And here Vaush is trying to make her into drama, trying to make her into content. And I'm just saying I don't appreciate it, right? And if he's gotta wants to fucking have a go at someone, like, you know, have a go at me. Like, I'm serious. Like,
please use hashtag dignity for Brianna instead of using hashtag say her name to more Brianna J. That hashtag is for black folks by police violence, for that community to mourn and fight. No, it is not. Hashtags, slogans, shouts are not.
Do we need to do this again? Because we saw Doc Katie take this guy apart on this issue, right? We saw Doc Katie expose Vaush for the lying liar, the weaselly liar that he is. Okay, look, let me open this back up again, since apparently we have to do this, right? If I type in, and this is like, look, this is the kind of research that Vaush is used to doing, right? If I type in, say her name, Wikipedia, right? Wikipedia article, Wikipedia research is what Vaush does. So he's making the assumption that any hashtag is just this organic thing that arises from Twitter spontaneously. And it can be. And most of the time it is. Like, most of the time, any hashtag is like that, right? That is how hashtags come to be. Like, you know, people kind of spontaneously start saying a certain thing. It catches on. Other people see it. They say the same thing. Pretty soon, it's a hashtag. It's trending. It's on there. It's an established thing. That is like, you know, what happens with most things. And like sometimes, you know, like a right-wing group will start a hashtag like Democrats are evil. And lefties will see it trending, and they'll go and take over the hashtag, right? So you know, like what he's saying has some precedent. What he's saying is like sometimes true, but in this particular case, this hashtag has a history. This hashtag did not arise organically, right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about, right? There it is. Okay, so stretch this out. So he just goes with this assumption that like this hashtag has got to be like every other hashtag that I'm familiar with. This is how hashtags work, and he wants to tell you, he wants to share his knowledge because we're fucking children. We're absolute children, and we don't know what like we don't know what's what. So Vaush has got to explain to us how hashtags work. Thank you, Vaush. Thank you. Say her name is a social movement. Oh, wait a minute. Is it not a hashtag? No, it's a social movement that seeks to rate. Now, is it a social movement maybe based on a hashtag? Is that what it is? That seeks to raise awareness for Black women victims of police brutality and anti-Black violence in the United States. The movement's name, so where was the movement's name created? Was it created on Twitter? Did it spontaneously rise on Twitter like Vaush seems to think it did? No. It was created by the African American Policy Forum. A little different. According to research, yeah, so right, created by the African American Policy Forum. Coined in December 2014. Creation of the campaign. The Say Her Name movement is a response to Black Lives Matter movement and mainstream media's tendency to sideline the experiences of Black women in the context of police brutality and anti-Black violence. The campaign for this movement began December 2015 by the AAPF and the Center for Intersectionality. Oh, wait, Vaush just said that word recently. Center for Intersectionality and Social Policy Studies? What is that, I wonder? The reason behind the campaign... According to Kimberly Crenshaw. Oh, wait a minute. Intersectionality? Kimberly Crenshaw? Is there a connection there? Is there a connection there? Let's see. What is Kimberly Crenshaw known for? Oh, intersectionality. Crenshaw introduced the theory of intersectionality. So the thing that you were talking about, the thing that you were saying that we don't understand, is the thing that came from the person who was to a large extent responsible for the creation of Say Her Name. You are taking something created by the African American Policy Forum and the Center for Intersectionality and Social Policy Studies, and you're misusing it. You don't know what you're talking about, Vaush. You made all these assumptions, and it turns out that they don't actually check out. It turns out they are wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And the fact that he's got this privilege, far from like limiting his voice, causing him to shut up, letting other people speak over him, is letting him get away with being a blowhard, know-nothing shithead. Right? And I say that in the nicest way possible, Vaush. Vaush would, oh my god, I've got someone, yeah. So Zara's posting the link in chat. Do you want me to take a look at this? Looking at links from chat is not as easy as it looks, but I think I can, I just have to do this. Do that. Go, and then whoops. Why am I off the screen? What did I do, chat? This is the website that we're talking about. So yeah, there's a whole website for this. If you want to take a look at this, you can it's a way to donate. Click below to learn more about our From Freedom Writers to Freedom Readers. So there's more information that books unbanned initiative, right? They're banning books right now under the guise of fighting against critical race theory. And this is a movement. This is a movement. This is a policy forum. There's been some thought put into this. This isn't just a random hashtag arising from Twitter, right? Vaush made the assumption that it was. He's wrong. He is wrong. I abused her and she blocked me, but whatever. This is the stupidest piece of intersectional politics I've ever seen. Black people asked white people to stop doing something, and she said, okay. Can you think anything? Can you think of anything more anti-intersexual than cooperating with marginalized people? Yeah, this is these losers colonizing the work of marginalized people. Vaush would have definitely been one of those racist ass dudes back in the 19th century that thought it was best to send black people, quote unquote, back to Africa when they dreamed up Liberia and Sierra Leone. It's wild that the academic who created the theory of intersectionality, and like, look, I mean, like, do you know about Kimberly Crenshaw, Vaush? Like, you talk about intersectionality, right? But again, like, I don't think you know what that means. I don't think that you know what that means. Maybe you know, at least know who Kimberly Crenshaw is. Maybe you know that she's, you know, the creator of the theory, also co-created Say Her Name, claiming that following the purpose and vision of the movement is not intersectional. No, it is beyond ridiculous, right? And this is the problem. When you take somebody, Irene disappeared. I know, why did I disappear? I seriously don't know what happened there. That was wild. Welcome back, streamer later. Thank you. I don't know, I disappeared only from one of my scenes. My opinion of him has changed the more I've seen him. Yeah, and like, you know, okay, so you heard me say a little something in my interview with Kid Bandit, right? And like, you know, I was talking about like, you know, who are my heroes, and like I wanted to name a hero who's like still a hero, somebody who I still had respect for. So I named Ferociously Steph, but then I said something about, you know, like, yeah, you know, it's always nice when your hero's like standing up for you, not like ratioing you on Twitter. Now, I don't know. I don't think Vaush was ever really like my hero. But I did have some respect for him at some point. I think I saw like early on some debate between him and some Nazi, and I was like, yeah, you know, like, right. I definitely, you know, had respect for him, respect for, you know, his ability to build a platform. I didn't know what I know now. All right, so it is actually kind of cringe for me to say that. Like, you could say that about Destiny too. Like, seeing Destiny early on, like, you know, was inspiring. I wouldn't say that Destiny was ever my hero, but these were people that I, to some extent, like, looked up to. Both. So, okay, so now at this point, Destiny and Vaush have both ratioed me on Twitter, right? So that's kind of what I was talking about there, right? The consciously is pretty cool. I've never been a fan of his. Well, I mean, you're more based than me then. Sorry if, I mean, I don't know. Like, again, it was like a lack of information. And the more stuff I saw, the more I realized, the more like I hung out in his stream, saw him, you know, freak out on people, you know, that were just trying to say like basic things, basic human things, talk about, you know, the more that he freaks out on like the viewpoint of solidarity, the less I had respect for him. But yeah, there was like a little bit of that. There's a little bit of that, like that, you know, these are people that I looked up to as like, you know, these are people who've made like, you know, a business, made a, oh God, a business like that's part of the problem with it, isn't it? Right? Business, perverse incentives, these things all follow along. But somebody who had been able to do, you know, what I perceive to be some kind of advocacy at a large enough scale to be sustainable. Like, that was something that I respected. That was something that I've, like, you know, strived for. And so, yeah, like, you know, when I said like about losing your heroes, losing respect for people that you had admiration for, that's kind of what I was talking about, right? Maybe not as much Vaush and Destiny, but like, you know, there's other people that I've lost respect for as well. And some that I've gained respect for, right? Never watched him independently of other people having his videos with their respective streams, and it's all been horrific. Yeah, there has always been some little something a little off, but I wanted to give leeway on that. Like you said, the racism and ableism came out. Yeah. One day I aspire to ratio NCC on Twitter. Oh my god. It's not as hard as you think. I have never followed him on Twitch or subbed to his YouTube. Yeah, I never gave him like a sub or anything like that, right? But like I think I watched his streams at one point, like super early on. Anyone who gets one like on Twitter can ratio me.
Trademarked or copyrighted. They are phrases
That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. It's a tool. It's serving a purpose. When you use the tool for another purpose, like, right, just like if you took like a screwdriver, Vaush, and you started using it as a hammer. Now you could probably hammer a nail in with a screwdriver, like not easy, but what are you gonna do? If I turn the screwdriver around and I use the end of the screwdriver to hammer in a nail, when I got a hammer sitting right there, I'm gonna bust the screwdriver, okay? And like, you know, I mean, that's not a perfect metaphor, right? But what you're gonna do is with a hashtag is you're gonna dilute that hashtag. You're gonna dilute its effectiveness. The other thing that they said is it's not being used, and it absolutely is. Like, Black women are still being affected by police violence, by state-sponsored violence. So yeah, no, it absolutely is still being used, right? So a Brummy screwdriver, right? Or you could take it like the end like that and go like dur, 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 dur. I mean, you could probably get a nail to go into like a piece of wood, maybe not straight with it. But in other words, A, it's not the best tool, and B, you're going to decrease the effectiveness of that tool by using it for the wrong purpose. There's my metaphor.
that are associated. They have numbers of meanings.
Oh my god, Adadak, you ratioed Nabil already.
No justice, no peace.
You got people ratioing each other in chat?
Is not copyright Black activism. The idea, like, am I a man? Like, this is not copyright Black activism. The idea that some harm is being done to Black people. Brianna...
And look, I don't know how much of this I would cover, because I feel like Dat Katie's already destroyed him on this shit. Like, this is the stuff that he was going over with Dat Katie. I'm sure the stream happened before the discussion with Dat Katie, and I'm sure now he's completely changed his mind, right? Probably not.
Idea that
Probably
there
not.
is some kind of material damage being done to Black advocacy through the use of this term is...
And they concentrated on this idea of material harm being done. Like, they need to see like physical harm done to a person, like, in order to acknowledge that what they're doing is harmful, right? Like, you know, like, you can't see like a hashtag getting diluted, but we kind of know how that works, right? We kind of understand how that works. BE is got his old Twitter back. Oh wow! Well, congratulations, BE. It's about time everybody else got their Twitter back.
Nonsense. And a large part of that is because the term was, in both cases,
Destiny
just
got his
like
Twitter back.
Rhetorically, the most effective one people could settle on. Please understand, when people settle on hashtags or phrases or shouts or slogans, when there's a big social movement happening and people settle on a term, that is not like a choice.
That is not people settling on a term. Like I said, this was like, he's so wrong. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's working it out in his big brain, and it turns out that his big brain let him down here. Okay, so sorry, dude, this is the problem. And look, I know you don't like to listen to Black people, but this might have saved you some trouble. This might have saved you some looking ridiculous, right? You could have listened to Black people, and they could have told you this, but you don't. You shove your fingers in your ears, and you're like, nah, 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 right? And you're not gonna hear it.
Choice that people make. It's an emergent collaborative effort that usually...
That's usually how hashtags work. This is different. You don't know.
Involves the
you don't know. Sorry.
Participation of
Sorry, Vaush, you didn't know.
Thousands, if not...
You didn't know because you didn't ask, because you didn't care.
Millions of people. The idea that you can...
And now you look like an asshole, which is, I would say, 100% appropriate.
Like, force settling on one, or like, don't use this one, use that one. It betrays a pretty like poor understanding of group dynamics to begin with. But if you...
I love somebody lecturing you when he's obviously fucking wrong, when you could show that he's wrong, and he's gonna just go fucking off. He's just gonna go off and tell you what what a child you are, what an absolute incompetent, person that you are, who nobody should listen to, when he's so wrong on this.
Are going to do it, it had better be for a very good reason. Like, if there is a
it's like he feels like he's owning people. He feels like he's owning Jesse Gender, but he's only owning himself. And the more he goes off on this, the harder he's owning himself.
Reason to try to just, as a group, somehow move this tenuous network of tens or hundreds of thousands of people using a phrase over to another phrase, you would better have a good reason. A good reason is not, this was a phrase that was used years ago when another woman was murdered.
And what is he saying about, like, these hashtags arise organically, people settle on these things and stuff like that? If that's true, then changing the hashtag, spreading that knowledge, retweeting Jesse Gender instead of getting mad at Jesse Gender is what'll get you that. It's not really that hard. It's not that hard at all. It's just people have to know, right? You didn't know. A lot of people didn't know. That's fine, okay? That's fine. But once you know, reacting with this fragility and just like, digging your heels in of like, no, I refuse to be wrong. You were wrong. You didn't know. You weren't listening, okay? We caught you slipping.
Also, as Tempest very wisely reminds us all, Say Her Name was not, as I understand it, originally,
I'm sorry, Vaush, but at this point, as I understand it, you being Vaush, it means nothing. It means nothing. It carries no import. As I understand it, you don't understand it. So that means nothing.
like a BLM slogan. It was actually...
So he's finding like the phrase like existing in another place off the internet, like prior to, like it is 3 words, right? And those 3 words have probably been used at some point, true. And he's like, aha, gotcha. No, it's not the fucking own you think it is.
For Indigenous women. Because a lot of Indigenous...
That is, well, look at that. That's a documentary. That is a documentary.
Indigenous women get kidnapped from their...
Yes, and that is why we use the hashtag MMIWG, MMIWG2S, right? There's a lot of, there are hashtags for this, right? If you look it up, you'll find out. If you care to know, you can find out, right? But instead, he's going to find a random fucking documentary like, aha, aha, aha. Somebody once used this for a documentary.
Reservations.
And like you're acting like these communities are not in correspondence. You're acting like these communities aren't already talking to each other, have not had like, discussions on this kind of stuff, right? You're acting like if Vaush doesn't know about it, it doesn't exist, right? This guy has no object permanence.
Because there's like really poor policing there and not a lot of social protection, and they're very, very poor. So originally, it's like a really big systemic issue. You hear about a lot of disappearances happening with Indigenous women on or near reservations. So are we to assume then, very common problem in Canada? Yes, it is. In fact, I believe there was a collection of about a dozen of these disappearances that happened very recently.
And the only time you ever would have had that, like, been able to call that fact to mind is when you can fucking own somebody for that. You are literally trying to use one marginalized group against another, right? Isn't that kind of what you criticize other people for? This is so bald-faced hypocritical. This is so anti-solidarity. Like,
Canada, I mean, a couple weeks ago. Did you see any discourse about this? Because I didn't. I didn't see any Indigenous people.
Yeah, because colonized people never talk, says Chad Alpha. The first time I watched him was Charlie Kirk when he called reparations a form of welfare. I got red flags. I didn't expect it to get worse. I looked up white fragility in the dictionary. It saw a picture of Vaush.
People stepping up and going, actually, this is our term. Neither did I. No, because if you really think about it, it's a really dumb thing to do. Doesn't it make sense that the Say Her Name slogan, label, chant, term, phrase, whatever, kind of has a synchronous, progressive meaning no matter what specific cause it's used for? Like, is there really that...
I love how reliant this guy is on his big brain. He doesn't need any facts. He doesn't need any input. He doesn't need to listen to anybody. He is smarter than everybody out there. And all he needs to do is shout over us and shut us the fuck up. And then he will tell us what the fuck to do. And he will be right, right? Only in your Persona style castle, right? Only in your hentai mansion, Vaush, does your hentai palace does this work, right?
Much harm, considering the fact that trans advocates, racial equality advocates, and indigenous rights advocates are, generally speaking, the same group of people, seems really dumb to me to use terms like co-opting.
You've met a lot of fragile people.
And stolen. But I'll continue. We white folks shouldn't steal it. Look at that. Steal? Seriously? Steal? The use of the term steal here, when it was like
This is giving me Diz Prager. Everyone should say the N-word vibes.
literally talking about a bunch of people who came up with Say Her Name because media reports were dead naming Brianna J. When they say
They didn't come up with it. It was somewhere rattling around in the back of the mind and they couldn't remember what it was for. And like, I mean, that's not what's wrong. That's not what anybody was really getting like called out for, right? This didn't have to be a fight. This didn't have to be a discourse. In fact, it's gross that it became that. Because like I said, this is all about a trans girl that got unalived, right? And for this to turn into a discourse, for this to turn into a clout grab for Vaush, right? For him to literally clout chase a trans person that's unalived is gross. It's really fucking gross.
they say her name, they're not only saying say her actual name, her chosen
Well, we're
name.
almost done with this
The
Sky
emphasis is also on
Skywise
her.
8. We're gonna move on
She's a
to
trans girl. Makes
Hakim.
sense. They would say her name. The point there's an added emphasis associated with.
Again, there are hashtags that contain the word her. If that's what you're worried about, there's a tool for that, right? There's a tool for that, right?
The gendered pronoun. It makes sense that
Literally what dudes like this do all the
they
fucking
would
time.
use that term. Stolen? Especially as all of us, not just white folks, are mourning. First, after listening to black folks, the issue is how quickly white people co-opted the use of this hashtag. First of all, I haven't seen say her name used in a long time.
This doesn't matter. It wasn't on your radar. That's not a surprise to me, okay? It wasn't on your radar. It wasn't on a lot of people's radar, right? And that in and of itself is not a, you know, is not as a point against you, like it's not. Oh my God, what's going on? What's going on? I'm frozen. I'm frozen. Am I unfrozen? That is literally my. That's not the internet. That's like literally my. Did I freeze for you? Look, it wasn't on a lot of people's radar. That doesn't mean it didn't exist, Vaush. White people don't pay enough attention to what's going on with black people. This should not be news to you, right? Unfrozen? Yeah, I don't know what happened.
So it's not as though this is some kind of like active battle going on for relative attention. And second of all, probably more importantly, where is the conflict? Where is the actual conflict? What is the material harm being done? I'd also like to point out that there's no such thing as listening.
Again, you wouldn't know because you haven't been paying attention because you're not attuned to these sort of things. The only time you pay attention to something like this is when it comes up in the discourse. And even then, you're unwilling to listen to people. Yeah, BIPOC lives need to be seen as human lives. I saw the background jellyfish frame drop, didn't see the freeze. It is an active battle, but yeah, Vaush is acting like this isn't still happening. Like it only happens when it makes the news. That's the problem, right? Because this did make the news. This was getting traction. This was being paid attention to. Brianna's name, in and of itself, was trending. All right. And if you feel like that it needs something more, that you want to get behind a hashtag that emphasizes that Brianna's being dead named and misgendered, then do that. But say her name is not that hashtag. That's just. I mean, like, look, there's something to be said about like laziness and like the way it's commonly used, but in the colloquial sense, okay, I hope you understand. That's lazy. That's lazy in a way that is not excusable.
To black folk, you can listen to black people. You can listen to a black person. It's not possible to listen to black people broadly. You're not
I mean, I guess if it's not possible, I guess you're saying it's not possible for you.
capable of that.
You're not capable of that, true.
Nobody is.
You seemed incapable. Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. Don't speak for all of us, Vaush.
I really hate how much idpol is weaponized, oftentimes by white people.
You are weaponizing the concept of idpol right now, my friend. You are literally, like, in both ways, right? In the sense of you're using it as a cudgel like the right wing does, right? You're using it as a cudgel, as like anything that is too woke and intersectional is idpol. And you're also using it like in the sense of like you're trying to find another group of like, oh, look, this group has an issue and they use this phrase in a documentary, therefore, like, right, you got no leg to stand on. Like, this
By
is
the
just
way, let's be clear. Jesse over here is a white woman, fulfilling the role of white women in progressive discourse.
69% of trans people killed are black trans women from what I've seen. Does he even know? He doesn't know the number. He doesn't know their names. He, like, a lot of this crowd seemed like oblivious to the fact that like that there had already been people unalived, right? There had already been black people, black trans women unalived this year. Yeah.
Which is to use the fact that they have minority friends to dominate discourse and gatekeep other people. That is.
Wait, is that a self-report right there? You sound like you are jealous of people who have minority friends, or so. Like you're just using the fact that you've got minority friends. Like, like not everyone is so privileged. Oh my God, Vaush.
Their role, of
oh
course,
my God,
the savior. Second, how white folks.
Yo, you want to talk about being a savior? You want to fucking talk about being a savior, Mr. Savior Complex?
Got angry when this was pointed out.
Savior of the left, savior of trans people. What are you savior of this time,
And would
Vaush?
rather argue than listen, which feeds to drain us both of energy and ability to mourn.
What's up, City of Doors?
I like here how this sentence suggests that people saying we're not stealing a hashtag, you can't own a hashtag, we're using it for a good cause. It hasn't been used in a while.
You're so full of shit. You wouldn't know. You literally wouldn't know.
Also, you can't.
You're making claims that you wouldn't know, and you're working it all in your head, and you're counting on your big brain to be able to figure everything out without any input, and that is the problem. You are a closed system, Vaush. That is the problem with you.
Just magically shift a huge group of
What's up,
people
Fabio?
from one phrase to another. And I like how the onus is being put on them for being argumentative.
What's up, Natalie Marie?
And not her, the one making the big drama post.
The big drama post. Jesus Christ. Asking for solidarity is a big drama post.
Or say, this person, the one making the big drama post that really blew up. Why is it always
the big drama post that we were going to cherry pick?
not
Yeah.
the ones who are actually instigating the drama who are being argumentative, but rather the people who don't want to be bothered with it? We are not fighting for Brianna's name to even be heard. She made news. The hashtag is for black women who were ignored by mainstream. Brianna is being discussed. We are fighting for her dignity and death, her ability to be seen as herself, and for this to not happen again. And this right here is like the absolute...
Trans people of color account for 81% of the known victims this year, and 59% were black.
apex of spinelessness, to the point where I think this is actually like transphobic to say. The point, say her name, was because A, trans girl, B, she was being dead named.
Jesse Gender, a famous transphobe.
The term there is perfectly apropos. The slogan, the phrase, it fits exactly with what is being
It doesn't. It's like a screwdriver that you're hammering a nail with. It's not good, Vaush.
discussed. To not only argue that, I don't know, black women got dibs on this somehow, but then to argue the phrase isn't even applicable in this instance.
Total killed in 2022, 32.
Comes across to me as like unironic transphobia.
A trans girl. Why does he talk like this?
And the degree of spinelessness that Jesse would need to have as a trans woman in order to buy into this narrative, just because they saw one, like a...
Vaush, if you want to look for spineless people, you got a lot to pick from. Which one are you going to pick today?
Twitter post, it's like genuinely ridiculous. We will like it is genuinely unbelievable how self-destructive the left is when it comes to their constant desire to infight and prove who is woker than thou, This
Woker than
constant
thou.
infighting
Oh
is
my
ridiculous.
god. Straight up Ben Shapiro. Yo, this like tell me, look, you should go down to DeSantis, like, right? And talk to him. He's fighting wokeness too, right? He's right there with you, Vaush. DeSantis is right there with you, fighting the woke agenda. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. You're so awesome. Let's look at the Hakim video. Wait, should I take a minute and talk to chat? Chat, do you want me to? We've got to, like, I always end up shorting chat because there's the conversation from 2 years ago with Hakim. This is the video that we're going over right now. It's about George Orwell. I've done a little bit of research on this. So I read one of the, I read a very short essay by George Orwell that gets cited by Hakim and then mischaracterized by Vaush, because I just wanted to, I was looking for some other things too. There's some correspondence that George Orwell had with other leftists, right? I mean, and as I say other leftists, realize that this guy's a rat. George Orwell is a rat, okay? He is a snitch, right? George Orwell is like, I mean, look, this is a freaking meme at this point with like Vaush and shit, but George Orwell's a Fed. Unironically, ontologically a Fed. Orwell is pretty awful in a lot of different ways, right? And the reason that he occupies this place in like American culture, and I guess in Vaush's brain, right, is because of anti-communism. The reason that he got picked up so hard and just like hammered into people's consciousness during the Cold War was because his anti-authoritarian, and this is me giving him a lot of credit here, right? Given the degree to which this guy is a rat, I'm giving him a lot of credit to say that, you know, he's like legitimately against authoritarianism in all forms, right? That's, you know, what he says, right? But yeah, it's so vague that it can be used as a pure anti-communist piece, and it was. That's how it was taught in American schools. That's how it was taught by that's how it was learned by boomers, right? That is the boomer understanding of George Orwell. He's a fucking Chad. He's a fucking hero. You know, he's against totalitarianism, regardless of who it comes from. And in reality, you know, his work has been co-opted, and in large part because it's so vague in its critique. It's been co-opted, right? And, you know, if you grew up with like a older, like, you know, English teacher that you learned this from, like, he was revered, right? He was, you know, like, if you really care about fighting the system, fighting the power, like George Orwell was your man. Now, like, look, it's been pointed out that, like, yeah, it can be read as a critique against totalitarianism. I don't think that's how it was taught in American schools in the 20th century. And if you're learning it from a teacher that learned this stuff in the 20th century, which a lot of us are, and even later, right? There's like a hangover from the Cold War. There's like a hangover in terms of consciousness from the Cold War. There's a hangover in like anti-communist rhetoric, right? And this is a big epicenter for it, George Orwell. So Hakim made a video. It's about George Orwell. Hakim, you know, not a fan. Vaush just incensed by George Orwell's critique, and he's got to show us what a bad tanky Hakim is. How Hakim deserved to be kidnapped by U.S. troops and plopped down in an American classroom to learn George Orwell correctly, to have it hammered into his head the way that Vaush's like boomer teacher got it hammered into his head. So here we go.
Their brains often already do.
You can see that I've already watched a little bit of this. Okay, here we go. I kind of want to like watch like less of like when I'm reacting to stuff. I want to get into the habit of just like zeroing on the biggest points of it. I don't know. We might dip out of this early. We do have to also. Okay, so like, look, let's change the next. All right, and let me talk to chat. How are you doing, chat? like I said, I always shortchange chat in getting from one piece of content to the other, because I bite off more than I can chew. I get too much content, and then I'm like in a hurry to cover it all, because I'm like, I want to make segments, and then I never end up getting to make those segments into videos. Okay, so what we got: Vaush versus Hakim, and then in here, George Orwell. Gotta make coffee. I've got a little coffee left too. I should drink. And then we've got what do I want to call this? Wait, what if we like? I want to put like. There we go. Oh my god, one more letter. Yeah, I want to give credit where credit is due. Now, like, understand, Maya Kremru is not the source for these email leaks. Okay? But Maya did put this out on Twitter, did put this out on the internet. What this is from a Mother Jones article that that went over essentially like a plot, and this was by a South Dakota state rep and a bunch of transphobes, some detransitioners, even some people who have changed their tune like later, right? There's one example, there's one person in here who was a detransitioner at the time and has since retransitioned. So when we talk about detransitioners, like, right, like, understand that most people who detransition like end up retransition. A lot of times when somebody detransitions, it's because of social pressure, and that they're not in the right place, they're not getting the support that they need, and then when they do get into the right place, when they do get the support that they need, they retransition. So detransitioners are weaponized against us. This person is a prime example of that, like the person who is in a lot of the emails, right, that was a detransitioner at the time. And I want to make sure to drive that point home. People who want to criticize Orwell should probably bring up Keep the Aspidistra Flying. It was a pretty bad book. Yeah, I mean, that's something I will check out. Thank you. Is your name just like Ravelston? Do you want me to just call you Ravelston, or do you want me to call you 191? Like, what do you prefer to go by? You're always sleepy after dinner. Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot. It was exclusively taught as anti-communism and anti-collectivism. I remember the Hitchin fan base from the like 2015 of this book. Be terribly long. It's a long, boring book with bad hookup chapters. Yeah, they get into that a little bit. They get into the the portrayal of sex in this. And Vaush says some like interesting things, right, about the relationship kind of at the center of this. He has an interesting idea about Winston, but we'll get to that. Okay, we will get to that. Haven't read it in a while, so maybe I'm misremembering.
The reason Hakim wouldn't like Orwell is because Orwell was deeply critical of Stalinism, basically.
Citation. Because people say this about Bad Empanada too, like infamously Keffels, right? Bad Empanada, the one video that he's really made talking about Stalin, talking about the Holodomor, blames Stalin, right? He's, you know, he's criticized like Stalinist historians. He's like, it's bullshit. I haven't seen like Hakim. I don't know what Hakim's position is on Stalin, but I wouldn't trust Vaush to be able to characterize it correctly.
That's probably the main reason, right?
Literally 1984.
Literally.
Hi there. Did you know that Orwell was just an all-around horrible human being? Well, he was a worse writer, which really is the major issue with him.
It's a red flag when people talk about Stalinism, like Stalin had some big philosophical idea.
If you didn't
He was a pretty good writer. I actually kind of regret that 1984 has been memed into oblivion, because I actually think it's a really intelligent.
Yeah, unlike Lenin, there's not, a work of
that lays the groundwork for a lot of interesting
theory we can consult.
Analysis of
Orwell was a trash
fascism
writer.
takes root, the mechanisms of social control. I think there's a lot of good stuff there. Obviously, if you're looking for like really nuanced, naturalistic, character-driven stories, then he's not the one you would go to. Like it's all like very heavy-handed political allegory. But you know, Animal Farm genuinely sucks. Well,
So if you read Ayn Rand, this is what we're talking about. Like, I don't know, maybe comparing Orwell to Ayn Rand is a little, like there's very few writers as bad as Ayn Rand, okay? But it's the same idea where the literature takes a back seat to the point that it's trying to make.
Animal Farm is literally meant to be like a fairy tale. It's like, so Animal Farm is like, then all the rabbits did this, and then this happened, and then it's just meant to be like an Aesop, like it's a simple story that at the end you're like, I guess Stalin and capitalism were the same thing, which is true. It's not bad. It's just, you have to know a fable, not a fairy tale.
I mean, that statement that he made there, bound to be reductive, are the same thing. Now, if we want to be critical, we got to look for the nuances, right? We got to be open to, what, if we're comparing two things, to like, some things being to one thing being like worse in these ways and another thing being worse in these ways, right? Instead of just like this idea that like they are the same. Like that's really,
that's right. Thank you. A fable, not a fairy tale.
We can't learn as much otherwise, right? When we get reductive like that. And like when it essentially becomes like a thought terminating cliche. Like, and if we can't learn from history, if we have to close it all up and just be like what is it? Something upon both of your houses, a pox upon both of your houses, then like it's just kind of worthless, right? And it belies like an unwillingness to engage on a deeper level. Out of all the issues I have with Orwell, I haven't felt that his writing was unenjoyable.
You just have to know what it is.
Well, it's not about enjoyment. I mean, it's like I think that the discussion, like, I mean, you could get some enjoyment out of Ayn Rand. Some people like The Fountainhead. Some people really enjoy Anthem, right? That it doesn't mean that it's good. Now, Atlas Shrugged, on the other hand, I challenge you to find somebody that truly enjoyed Atlas Shrugged, right? That most they like the John Galt speech.
No, George Orwell was a snitch, a rapist, a racist, a colonial cop, and a CIA puppet. Whether
I've been accused of being all these things,
knowingly or unknowingly. His "it's okay to leave your nephew."
I mean, I wouldn't call him a cop, but he's definitely got kind of a cop mentality.
"You with me" mustache is only the cherry on top.
Okay, now, like, looking like anyway.
First, about the man himself. The son of a British colonial officer from a wealthy landed family, he began his career as a British
John Wall?
imperial official in Southeast Asia, basically a colonial
The
couple.
only Orwell book you've read is Animal Farm. I enjoyed Homage to Catalonia. Oh, wait, that was nonfiction, though, right?
He was a little conflicted by his role, but not out of a conviction against the evils of imperialism.
Literally a cop in Burma. Yeah, we're going to get into that in a second.
Colonialism, but because the, and I quote, yellow faces, as he called them, didn't look kindly at him. In the end, the sneering yellow faces of young men that met me everywhere, the insults hooted at me when I was at a safe distance, got badly on my nerves. Who would have guessed that being an occupier wouldn't get roses rained on you? His entire write-up basically drips of hatred for the local Burmese, as well as a backward...
Who could have expected that a person born into his position would be racist? It was the early 20th century. Well, I've always found these. So this reminds me a little bit of like the conservative "did you know MLK was a bad person" kind of deal, or like I guess it would be the equivalent of like a British imperialist saying that Gandhi was actually a piece of shit.
Yeah, except that like here we're talking about somebody who, although he acknowledges the flaws with imperialism, places the blame for, like, first of all, like this is a story where he sinners himself. Like, he is the sinner. He in some ways it reminds me of certain American authors, certain American authors from the North who would write about the issues with slavery, like Herman Melville, famous, I believe, like, right, abolitionist. I'm pretty sure it's been a while, but like Herman Melville was an abolitionist. Some of his stories have anti-slavery themes, but if you look at something like Benito Cereno, the problem that Melville had with slavery was that it might make white people lazy. And if you read the book, it's like a short story, yeah. If you read the story, like, right, the problem with that is that that you might have a situation like what happened in Haiti. So that's not exactly anti-racist, right? It's anti-slavery, but it's abolitionist, but it's not. It's not a good take, right? And I feel like shooting the elephant is really that's of all the works that I've read, that's the one that it reminds me of, right? Because there's a lot of hatred, and it's not like remediated. It's not ameliorated. That's what I should say. By the end of it's not like a journey of like, discovering that it's really like imperialism that I should hate, not these Burmese people. Like, right? He very much, places the blame. That's why I mentioned Liberia and Sierra Leone earlier. Yeah. Because there's like a lot of examples of racist abolitionist writers too, and that's kind of where I put this like shooting, an elephant essay in that sort of he literally, like, it feels like the crux of it is that white man's burden under imperialism is more than anyone should have to bear. And he blames like the Burmese people for him having to shoot the elephant. And there's a lot of assumptions that he's making about these people too, and their intentions, right? Well, anyway, I don't know. I'm tempted to want to read this, right? But it's not super exciting. It is not short, but it's not long. It's like 4 pages or so. But the TLDR, right, is that George Orwell is a, oh my god, Sahib, I think it's called. Is that the name for it? He's a colonial cop is basically, just don't read Burmese Days. Is it worse? He's a colonial cop in Burma, right? And there's a situation where an elephant goes into must and it rampages, and I think it kills multiple people, right? He even sees one of the bodies of one of the people that was, killed like just before he got there, right? And when he goes to see the elephant, like, so it's in must, right? So the elephant becomes dangerous because it's in must. This is like Heat, I think, Sahib, like a master. Okay, so yeah, the elephant goes into must. The elephant needs to be, taken down because it's dangerous. The village wants the elephant taken down. The village feels, like people in the village feel threatened by the elephant, but he looks at it like a piece of equipment. And it is a piece of equipment which in his mind was temporarily out of order. And in looking at the elephant, it doesn't seem to be, rampaging at the moment. So his analysis is like, why destroy this valuable piece of equipment? Why reduce something that is worth, and he gives his estimation of like the elephant's worth alive versus the elephant's worth dead, and obviously it's worth more alive than dead. But this is a village where this elephant has just killed multiple people, done a lot of destruction, and you know, like upon looking at it, you know, he's like, yeah, well, shouldn't we just like kind of watch it and wait for it to come out of must, and then just like, you know, sort of forget about it? And I mean, there's no acknowledgement that like of the value of the lives of the people that it's killed. Now it's questionable, right? I don't know, like, you know, there's probably, I'm not trying to analyze the moral question of what one should do in such a situation, but what I will tell you is that the value of the life of the Burmese people, and also I think he mentions some Indian people there too, is not something that weighs heavily on George Orwell's mind. That's my takeaway from this essay, right? It's all about his life in Burma, and he talks about his cop life. Looked it up. It's a polite form of address for a man. Did I say it wrong? It's like sir. It's an honorific. Well, maybe I might be getting the word slightly wrong, but there's a word that he gives for like his role in. I mean, like I think it's like master, right? Is kind of like what it equates to, what it's like. He uses the racist spelling. Yeah, he uses a term that I'm not going to repeat here, but like that starts with a C and rhymes with uli, right? You know, like it's like, yeah, there's a lot of racism in here. It is pronounced sahib. It means sir. Okay, I heard wrong then. It can mean master. I mean, I think that's the idea of what he's saying when he uses that term in the essay.
Which he is, you know. It's more like it's kind of boring in the sense that...
But I want you to notice something, okay? Tell me if you think Vaush has read this. Or if you think that Vaush is just making assumptions. So Hakim does not read you the essay. It is a, you know, short piece by Hakim, right? Hakim does not read the essay. I think British colonial used it differently to its definition today. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. But what happens is that Vaush is going to accuse Hakim of the literary equivalent of clip chimping, right? And this is the first instance that starts to make me think that like what's going on here is like Vaush heavily relating to Orwell. And I think that colors like his whole response to Hakim. Vaush heavily relates to Orwell, and I mean, it's a self-report. I don't know what else to say. It's a self-report. So yeah,
But they actually want to like attack broader things than the personal character of the person, you know. Though I have to say, I'm not terribly surprised by the idea that somebody born in like a colonial, like yeah, born in a colonial occupation, joined the colonial cops. Like they were racist, you know. It's crazy. He was also a bit anti-Semite when he was younger. Well, yeah, that's also not terribly surprising to me. But you know, whatever. It's good to know, right? No heroes and such. Oh yeah, like.
I mean, like, do we have anything like where he stopped? Like, do we have like an acknowledgement where he stopped being anti-Semitic? Do we have an acknowledgement where he stopped being like homophobic? Like, do we have an acknowledgement where he stopped being racist? Stopped looking at like people involved in Black liberation movements as being anti-white? I don't think we have that.
Like conservatives are
Imagine relating to George fucking Orwell, right?
really big right now on saying, did you know actually Abraham Lincoln was a really...
He wrote up a list of Jewish women for the surveillance services. Yeah, and that we do have records of that, right?
Because, you know, like, obviously their main issue is that they want to own black people as slaves, but they can't say that openly, so they have to be like, did you know Lincoln actually killed 3 million Americans with his da-da-da? So, you know, it's one of those arguments by proxy kind of things. Not to compare Orwell to Lincoln. Lincoln was a pretty cool guy. They're both cool guys in some respects.
Logic where imperialism wasn't bad solely because of the process.
They're both
made it
cool
up, but
guys
because
in certain
colonizers expected a
respects.
certain attitude of
Okay.
a colonial official that Orwell himself found difficult to fill, apparently. Let's quote the man.
Oh, so wait.
Am I
why?
making it to
Oh,
go
yeah,
too fast?
This is the shooting an elephant thing. Wasn't this basically like George Orwell was asked to shoot an elephant even though the elephant wasn't doing anything, and the experience kind of jarred him because he felt
Oh, I mean, the elephant had done some stuff. The elephant had killed like multiple people.
like he was just a tool of the.
But in like, here's the thing: is I don't necessarily trust it's George Orwell being tasked with taking care of an elephant that had killed multiple people, right? And him looking at the people asking him to kill the elephant and saying, you know, these, and he uses the phrase yellow faces to describe the Burmese people, right? They want a show. They want a show. They want the meat. They want to see the big daddy take down the wild beast. They are literally looking for entertainment. Look, I don't trust a racist dude like Orwell to be able to faithfully attribute motives to these people that he's being racist about, right? That he's resentful to, that on some level he expresses like, you know, some trepidation about imperialism, but then expresses equal trepidation against the people that he was imperialist over, right? So
imperialist system. Like there was no reason to do it. It was just he was taken aback by how.
It's also about showing white power of the British colonial officers. And at the end, his big argument, if to the extent that this is an argument against imperialism, it is an argument that like white, you know, it's basically saying that white man's burden is something that we should not have to bear. He actually implies that in this situation, the power was not with him. The power was with the Burmese people that were watching him. Like that he felt social pressure to do what he did, even though he, you know, didn't want to do it.
How for no reason with social pressure he was compelled to do something he didn't want. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why some people will be virulently racist, but then they'll be like really sympathetic to dogs that are abused in shelters. You know, the idea that a lot of people have around humans is that when bad things happen to human beings, it's possible for them to deserve it. Because humans have like a moral will. We're capable of learning and making bad decisions, whereas dogs, elephants are sort of innately amoral in the sense that they don't have the capacity to be good or bad. They just kind of exist. And I think that it kind of makes sense in the logic of racism, if you can call it logic, I guess, in the structural assumptions of racism, that somebody might be jarred by unnecessary violence against an animal in a way that they wouldn't against a human, but hopefully that can be kind of like a learning moment, which it was for Orwell, so, you know.
I just read this essay, okay? It was not a learning moment. It was not a learning moment for him, right? He's using it to illustrate a point. It is an anti-imperialist point, but it is coming to anti-imperialism in the most racist way possible, right? And that's why I make the Melville comparison.
Of a colonial official that Orwell himself found difficult to fill, apparently.
Yo, he says the elephant was no longer hostile, okay? But is he the one with skin in the game? Right? He says the elephant was no longer hostile. He says the people wanted a show. He says the people wanted some elephant meat, right? And like, I just don't trust him. Like everything that I read in here tells me that he is so fucking resentful of the Burmese people that you know he was tasked to, you know, do you know, to oversee in an imperialist, you know, capacity, right? I just don't. He's an unreliable narrator, Ravelston, if that makes sense, right? I can't believe. I don't trust him.
Let's quote the man some more, shall we? All I knew was that I was stuck between my hatred of the empire I served and my rage against the evil-spirited little beasts who tried to make my job impossible. He repeats this pattern often, says something incredibly racist, but turns around with a, oh, but I...
Also, allegorically, he is anti-empire insofar as he has a white British officer shoot a quote-unquote Asiatic elephant, a stand-in for the... Yeah, I thought there was a metaphor going on here, right? I thought that was like there was, yeah, this was like supposed to serve as a allegory.
I don't really like Empire all that much either. Between uninspired and unconvincing prose about disliking Empire, though he still found it quote-unquote respectable, whatever that means, he falls with...
Kind of a weird quote out of context there. Respectable can mean a lot of things in this context. It's an essay about him rejecting imperial logic. Is this Hakim? Yes. And yes, his logo is Lenin. His Ransona is Lenin.
Thought that the greatest joy in the world...
Anybody want to catch Coffin Punk up on this? We're watching Vaush go after Hakim's video essay. This is a video essay takedown of George Orwell, somebody who is widely, you know, like in the widely respected in the 20th century, whose work was, while it is nominally anti-totalitarian, it gets used as anti-communist propaganda in schools. And, this is Hakim talking about George Orwell as a person, talking about things that George Orwell did in his life, and talking about his literature, and saying, like, this guy does not deserve the respect that he's got, right? This guy is not, he's ostensibly a leftist. He's ratting other leftists out. Vaush says they must have all been tankies, right? Citation motherfucking needed. Vaush has got all the motivation in the world to want to see everybody that George Orwell, ratted out as, oh, they were tankies. Also, like, yo, you're a Fed. Like, not Vaush, sorry, Orwell. Okay, just being really clear, or else I'm going to hear about that from Vaush fans. Orwell was literally a Fed. Orwell was literally a snitch. Okay, that is not respectable, right?
Would be to drive a bayonet into a Buddhist priest's guts.
Okay, now let's employ a little bit of critical thinking here. So this is an essay about him rejecting.
Yo, Vaush, listen, critical thinking is great, okay? When it's informed with facts. But your critical thinking is inductive in nature. You start with a premise that you need to work to, right? And that premise is that Hakim is a fucking tanky and fuck him and wrong. And therefore for Hakim to be bad, we got to make Orwell good. And like Vaush is seeing himself in Orwell in a major way in this reaction, right? So I'm sorry
in colonial logic. And
I got a
expressing his distaste for colonial
doubt.
logic. When we read this passage right here,
I remember Orwell stan Christopher Hitchens' bestie said he wished that he had been a colonial police officer in Hong Kong. Then he could have a lifelong pension after they handed it back to China in 1997.
is Orwell referring to a feeling that he currently has, or a feeling that he used to have? Is this a rejection of previous thoughts and feelings that he's had?
You could read the 4-page essay and determine if George Orwell, as a character in the essay, is a static or dynamic character. I believe that's what you're asking. Does he have some big revelation and change, right? That's what you want to know. And instead of actually reading it, instead of saying Hakim, because that's what he's accusing Hakim of doing. He's saying that Hakim clip-chimped, cherry-picked, like just the right like little sections, just the right little snippets in order to paint, a picture that's untrue about Orwell, cutting out the transformation that Orwell's character goes through during the essay. I am here to tell you that after reading the 4-page essay, which did not take long at all, right? That doesn't happen. There's no transformation. There's no change. There's no lesson learned. Like it's Orwell, like Shakespeare said, there's a certain like allegory going on here, but Orwell doesn't change. He does express like disdain for empire, but he expresses equal, if not exceeding, disdain for the people, the colonized people, and basically the problem that he sees in this essay, the problem with imperialism is the burden that it places on the colonizer, right? Not anything to do with the dignity of the colonized. So,
or is it an embracing of this position? Is he saying this right now to go, and I still believe, I thought the greatest joy in the world would be to drive a bayonet into the Buddhist peace crust, comma, and I still do, mother. Is that what he's saying? I believe he's taking this quote in bad faith. He just might be. Again, my issue here isn't with like...
No, he legit had a lot of problems with the Buddhist priest in this.
Orwell or defending Orwell. The main thing is like, man, I wish people could do this shit in good faith.
Look, I'm not saying that he went back to Burma and like, did bad things to Buddhist priests. But yeah, he's...
I feel like I could construct a pretty good takedown of Orwell if I wanted. I just, Hakim is a tanky. So obviously, like, he has like strong ideological biases that are going to inform his takes here.
Mighty authoritarian of you, Eric. Hold on. If he hates the Burmese and uses these terms, then surely a self-proclaimed socialist would have even harsher words for the most notorious fascist of all, right?
Whoa, wait, what? Wait, that is the biggest leap.
Why is this man
essay,
here?
When was that essay written? Shooting an elephant.
Assuming bad faith doesn't make sense. Also, he's got no, like, he's making all these claims about Hakim, like, absent any sort of proof, right? And what does he mean by tanky? Vaush, I swear to God, and we'll see if this is true. When I cosplay Colonel Nonochka, right? Colonel Nonochka, the original Kami Babe wrestler, okay? I bet I'm going to get called a tanky. I feel like people get called a tanky for like I feel like people throw that word around like all over the place. And for Vaush, it means like anybody to the left of him. Like,
When was that written?
I'm sorry, but this is the boy who cried tanky, right? This is the boy who cried tanky. We start to not believe you when you're calling everybody and anybody a tanky.
Published in 1936. So like, is this going to be like, okay, did you know that in this one sentence he was describing his previous feelings towards the Buddhists in a negative way, but 8 years later he said something that didn't sound as immediately negative about Hitler? Okay, all right, it's just dumb. Like, imagine cherry picking so hard
8 years later, 1944. Well, you're gonna see what he says about Hitler, right?
that we're literally jumping not only from time to time.
You're gonna
but from
see
time
what
to
he
time,
says about
subject to
Hitler in
subject.
just
And
a
then
second.
The first quote we're using is one of a position where
Why would you assume Hakim is a mythical tanky when he's literally an Iraqi medical doctor that is well versed in Marxist-Leninism?
criticizing in ourselves.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's what Vaush means when he says tanky, right?
Why is Hitler here? That's a good question. Why is Hitler here? Me at God.
Let's have a look. I should like to put it on record that I have never been able to dislike Hitler. I have reflected that I would certainly kill him if I could get within reach of him.
Okay, now I was looking for this essay, right? Did we already get who this is from?
But that I could feel no personal animosity. The fact is that there's something deeply appealing about him. One feels
All right, let's go.
Does tanky mean he likes to read a lot?
Let's go find the essay.
Yo, that's sometimes what I get. That's sometimes like, you know, anybody that like, you know, that's and like, look, I don't want to make it all about reading, okay? Like, I'm not trying to light anybody up for, you know, their lack of reading or anything like that, right? But the fundamental problem with Vaush is that he tries to logic stuff out of in his head without really consulting like any sort of source material, whether it be the lived experience of marginalized people that he's rendering opinions about, or whether it be, you know, literature or theory or anything else, right? He is so confident in his cognitive acumen that he feels like he can render a worthwhile opinion, an opinion that is better than people who have consulted, who have read, who have informed themselves, because he's just got such a big brain. He's just got such a big brain in the noggin, and we should all be lucky to have somebody like him around, right?
George Orwell, Mein Kampf review. I should do a Mein Kampf review. So this is 1940. So this
Can
would
you give me the name? Wait, is this an essay? Okay, yeah, this one's an essay, right? There is another instance where it's correspondence. Can you give me the? I do want to read this essay, right? Might not have time to do it now, but Ravelston, if you've got the name, I would be interested in that.
be at least 4 years after he wrote the elephant essay. Okay, so Control F. Appeal.
But the problem that I have is like I'm not convinced. You might have read the essay. I'm not convinced that Vaush did. In fact, I am pretty sure that Vaush is making assumptions about this essay just based on like his own inductive logic.
Here we go. So I'm going to continue this. One feels it again when one sees his photographs, and I recommend especially the photograph at the beginning of Hurston Blackett's edition, which shows Hitler in his early brown shirt days. It is a pathetic, dog-like face, suffering under intolerable wrongs. In a rather more manly way, it reproduces the expression of innumerable pictures of Christ crucified. There is little doubt that is how Hitler sees himself.
I'm trying to see if this is on the screen right now, or if Vaush just pulled up the essay. Control F. That's as good as reading, right?
The initial personal cause of his grievance against the universe can only be guessed at, but at any rate, the grievance is here. He is the martyr, the victim, Prometheus chained to the rock, the self-sacrificing hero who fights single-handed against impossible odds. If he were killing a mouse, he would know how to make it seem like a dragon. One feels, as with Napoleon, he is fighting against destiny, that he can't win, yet somehow he deserves to. The attraction of such a pose is, of course, enormous. Half the films that one sees turns upon some such theme. So, employing a little bit of critical thinking here, it seems like this entire essay, at least the—
Oh, it does exist. It does exist in a Oh my god. Oh my god. I want to read this now. I am very curious.
this portion of the essay.
It's on Genius. Yeah, like look, can you DM it to Shakespeare? Okay? And Shakespeare, if you can, I hope it's not too much to ask, can you DM it to me in Discord? I do want to take a look at this, right? What I'm saying though is like I don't really have a lot of faith in Vaush to be, you know, I don't get the sense that you know that he's doing more than like, you know, control. There's some control F right there. You can.
Is on Hitler's use of.
You sent me the review. Thank you. Wow, you're one step ahead. Oh, it's on Gutenberg. Nice. I love Gutenberg.
Mass media and rhetoric to portray himself as a martyr burdened by the infinite weight of the universe. Appealing here is used in the literal sense, as in he designs himself to be appealing. It's very eloquently written. Yeah, he was a writer. Did you know that? He's talking about the way Hitler has constructed his image. I would think the phrase, I would certainly shoot him if I saw.
Okay, so wait. Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that he would shoot Hitler if he saw him. You know, George Orwell is English. Hitler was the very much the enemy at this point. This is published in 1940, so it's not 1944. It's 1940 makes a lot more sense. He said 8 years, but I think he was just, I don't know where he got that, but it was 4 years after the shooting an elephant, shooting the elephant essay. Okay, this is pretty short. This is pretty darn short. Okay. You ready? It is a sign of the speed at which events are moving that Hearst and Blackett's unexpurgated edition of Mein Kampf, published only a year ago, is edited from a pro-Hitler angle. The obvious intention of the translator's preface and notes is to tone down the book's ferocity and present Hitler in as kindly a light as possible. For at that date, Hitler was still respectable. Was still seen as... Okay, he says respectable. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He means seen as respectable. Okay, he had crushed the German labor movement, and for that, the property-owning class were willing to forgive him almost anything. Both left and right concurred in the very shallow notion that National Socialism was merely a version of conservatism. Then suddenly it turned out that Hitler was not respectable at all. As one result of this, Hearst and Blackett's edition was reissued in a new jacket explaining... Wait, is this like really all of it? Yeah, the end. Okay, so yeah, this is... I want to make sure that I actually have time to read this to you, right? Explaining that all the profits would be devoted to the Red Cross. Nevertheless, simply on the internal evidence of Mein Kampf, it is difficult to believe that any real change has taken place in Hitler's aims and opinion when one compares his rigidity to the rigidity of his mind, the way in which his worldview doesn't develop. It is the fixed vision of the monomaniac and not likely to be much affected by the temporary maneuvers of political power politics. Probably in H's own mind, the Russo-German Pact represents no more than an alteration of timetable. The plan laid down in MK, that's what I'm calling, you know, H's book. Okay, just I'm trying to stay as undemonetized as possible. Was to smash Russia first, with the implied intention of smashing England afterwards. Now, as it turned out, England has got to be dealt with first because Russia was more easily bribed of the two. But Russia's turn will come when England is out of the picture. That no doubt is how H sees it. Whether it will turn out the way of his course is a different question. Suppose that H's program could be put into effect. What he envisions 100 years hence is the continuous state of 250 million Germans with plenty of living room, i.e. stretching to Afghanistan or thereabouts, a horrible, brainless empire in which essentially nothing ever happens except the training of young men for war and the endless breeding of fresh cannon fodder. How was it that he was able to put this monstrous vision across? it is easy to say that at one stage of his career, he was financed by heavy industrials who saw him as the man who would smash the socialist and communist. They would not have backed him. However, if he had talked a great movement into existence already, again, the situation in Germany with its 7 million unemployed was obviously favorable for demagogues, but H could not have succeeded against his many rivals if it had not been for the attraction of his own personality, which one can feel even in clumsy writing of MK, which is no doubt overwhelming when one hears his speeches. I think we're getting close to the part where Hakim starts quoting, right? I should like to put it on record that I have never been able to dislike H. Okay. Ever since he came to power, till then, like nearly everyone, I had been deceived into thinking that he did not matter. I had reflected that I would certainly unalive him if I could get within reach of him, but that I could feel no personal animosity. Okay, so I'm trying to, like, the important part, I have never been able to dislike him, okay? So now that is not a statement of I had never been able to dislike him until I found out more about him, and then I was like, whoa, mind changed, mind blown, right? I have never been able to, in 1940, dislike the man himself, right? Okay, so just for the record, that's that. Okay, ever since he came to power till then, like nearly everyone, I had been deceived into thinking that he did not matter. I'd reflected, okay, within reach of him, I could feel no personal animosity. The fact there is something deeply appealing about him. One feels it again when one sees his photographs, and I recommend especially the photograph in the beginning of Hearst and Blackett's edition, which shows H in the early brown shirt days. It is a pathetic dog-like face, the face of a man suffering under intolerable wrongs. In a rather more than many way, it reproduces the expression of innumerable pictures of Christ crucified, and there is little doubt that this is how H sees himself. So he's saying how H sees himself. He's not saying how he sees H, right? The initial personal cause of his grievance against the universe can only be guessed at. But at any rate, the grievance is here. He is the martyr, the victim, Prometheus chained to the rock, the self-sacrificing hero who fights single-handedly against impossible odds. If he were unaliving a mouse, he would know how to make it seem like a dragon. One feels, as with Napoleon, that he is fighting against destiny and that he can't win, and yet he somehow deserves to. The attraction of such a pose is, of course, enormous. Half of the films that one sees turn upon some such theme. Also, he has grasped the falsity of the hedonistic attitude of life. Right? This is decadence? Degeneracy? I don't know, hedonistic attitude of life, right? Nearly all Western thought since the last war, certainly all progressive thought, and remember, Orwell, we're talking about somebody who's anti-Semitic, somebody who is homophobic, and somebody who's racist, right? So that part's established, right? And, do what you will with this hedonistic attitude of life, but it does echo, certain things in Hitler's, in H's writing and speeches, right? Has assumed tacitly that human beings desire nothing beyond ease, security, and the avoidance of pain. All Western thought since the last war, certainly all progressive thought, has assumed tacitly. Okay, so he seems to be disagreeing with this notion that the human beings desire nothing beyond ease, security, and avoidance of pain. He's placing this on nearly all Western thought and certainly on progressive thought, right? I don't know. Is that a rejection of progressive thought. You tell me, right? In such a view of life, there is no room, for instance, for patriotism and the military virtues. The socialist who finds his children playing with soldiers is usually upset, but he is never able to think of a substitute for the tin soldiers. Playing with soldiers, so playing with toy soldiers. 10 pacifists somehow won't do. H, because of his own joyless mind, he feels it with exceptional strength, knows that human beings don't only want comfort, safety, short working hours, hygiene, birth control, and in general common sense. Yo, I'm seeing some echoes here to like modern reactionary thought. Okay, common sense. And granted, I'm not taking this as Orwell fully like endorsing this. I'm taking this as Orwell having a certain degree of understanding of it, right? They also at least intermittently want to struggle and self-sacrifice, not to mention drums, flags, loyalty parades, however they may be as economic theories. F-ism and N-ism are psychologically far sounder than any hedonistic conception of life. Psychologically far sounder. Okay, I mean, I'm trying not to overinterpret this, right? The same is probably true of Stalin's militarized version of socialism. All three of the great dictators have enhanced their power by imposing intolerable burdens on their people. Whereas socialism and even capitalism, in a more grudging way, have said to people, I offer you a good time. H has said to them, I offer you struggle, danger, and death. And as a result, a whole nation flings itself at his feet. Perhaps later on, they will get sick of it and change their minds, as at the end of the last war. After a few years of slaughter and starvation, greatest happiness of the greatest number is a good slogan, but at this moment, better an end with horror than a horror without end is a winner. Now that we are fighting against the man who coined it, we ought not to underrate its emotional appeal. So, I mean, like, you tell me, is this sympathy for the devil that we're hearing? Right? That's Orwell's entire, take. That is his review of H's work, MK, right? My name is Phoenix, and I'm a chocoholic. Damn. Listening to you while I make dinner, JFC Vaush is as anti-black as ever. You're kind of echoey and low volume right now on YouTube. Well, that means that, like, wait, are you getting... chat, are you hearing that too? Echoey and low volumey? Because echoey can mean a lot of things. This is... I'm having audio issues. Audio's working okay for Fangxi. I think Orwell appreciated H's rhetoric. I'm not hearing echoey sound. Oh, you were refreshed. Oh, I'm sorry that you dealt with that. We had some technical difficulties earlier, but always let me know though. Okay, if you're having trouble, there's a good chance it's not just you. So yeah, like, I always want to hear that from you. If there's an issue, there's certainly some stuff that sounds problematic, but it seems to regarding the appeal of Hitler. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to overinterpret this too much. But it does have some echoes of, and I'm going to talk about a concept called the lost cause, okay? So, the Civil War of the United States was an all-out, bloody affair, right? At the end of it, any compassion that the North had for the side of the war that had bathed the country in blood, like, legitimately, like, right? Vaush says this about Ho Chi Minh later. I think it applies a lot more to Robert E. Lee and stuff like that. Was kind of gone, and they did what was necessary to take out that monstrous regime in the South, right? you go forward like a generation or two to the early 1900s, and you start to see northern people from the north, looking at the southerners of the Confederacy with a certain degree of romanticization, with romanticizing like the cause of the South, right? And you get films like Birth of a Nation, and maybe to a lesser extent, the Gone with the Wind, right? These are the two first blockbuster movies, right? So all the, big movies are, whoa, big movie that everybody sees, Infinity War, what have you, right? This started with Birth of the Nation, which is like the most disgusting racist, like, insult to film that, like, you could imagine, right? And like, yeah, it's still taught in film class because apparently, it's on a technical level, there's things that people notice about it, right? But the really harmful thing, I think, is the way that northern white Americans were looking at the South and feeling the lost cause. The idea that the South was maybe just this close to winning, right? Which is a big deal in the South, like, right? This is something that the South, that Southern whites, carried with them, right? Romanticizing the plantation owners, romanticizing the antebellum South, right? And romanticizing, God, what is his name? Nathan, I can't remember, but it was a guy who founded the KKK, right? Gets shown as like an epic hero in that film, right? Both in the sense of the Civil War, that, maybe one action that he took, like, might have, like, won the war for the South, was really close to. No, it's not Nathan Turner. God, I can't remember his name, right? But novel was written with a pro-slavery perspective. Gone with the Wind was very much a romanticization of the Confederacy, every bit as much of Nathan Bedford Forrest. That's his name. This is the founder of the KKK, right? And you had the president showing that film in the White House. You had people all over the North empathizing with the Confederacy more than the people that were enslaved by them, right? This was immensely harmful, immensely, undeniably, inexplicably harmful. In that it enabled, like, segregation, Jim Crow laws, like, racism, what have you. It absolutely reinforced all that stuff, right? And you had these ideas, like, expanding, like, out, and like I said before, the North, although they weren't, the abolitionism was stronger in the North, it wasn't anti-racism in a lot of cases, right? And so the racism is already there in the North, and now you have them sympathizing with their mortal enemies from the Civil War, all right? And I see at least a faint little twinkle of that. And I'm talking about somebody who, like, I'm talking as somebody who has, like, relatives that have, like, a sympathy for that, that I find disgusting, right? And I don't know. Yes, Stone Mountain in Georgia is where they have a, there's I mean, this sentiment is very much alive in the South, but during the early 20th century, it came alive in the North as well. And you had northern states that had fought against the Confederacy, like, with basically KKK infiltration into their governments, right? This is immensely harmful. I cannot overstate this, right? And I have, like, I have personal feelings, about this, right? And I find this kind of romanticization of And that's what I'll call it. I think there's too much romanticization of somebody who in 1940, was Orwell's, was England's, was the mortal enemy of the Allies. And anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to like totally like that. That's like when No Comment Chick derails, she really derails. But like, I mean, I feel like it's important. I feel like if the accusation is clip chimping, then it's important to, as much as we can, go through and try to adjudicate like what is the whole text actually saying. By the way, Snake Piss Diablo, thank you for the follow. Upstate New York is filled with Confederate flags. Yeah, you still see this today. You still see a lot of this today. It becomes like a rallying cry for chuds and racists everywhere, right? And so like I can't let Orwell off as easily as Vaush does, if that makes sense. Do you understand that? Nor can I let like my relatives who feel that way off for that disgusting romanticization of the like lost cause that they betray in their attitude towards these things. So yeah,
him would be enough of an indication as to his position on this. But considering the fact that Hitler was, at the time of his life, legendary for being a powerful orator, it seems to me that this is an effort to express why he's such a powerful orator. You understand? Like the point that he's making here is, okay, so this man deserves to be shot. But why is his message, why is the way he speaks so appealing? What about what he says? Like how many leftists have you heard say Donald Trump sounds incredibly appealing when he speaks to the American working class? Have you not heard that before? Like, think for a moment. Can you not think of another example of a leftist saying this fascist?
This goes a little bit beyond that, right? This goes a little bit beyond Michael Moore saying that Trump is like the right wing's way of throwing a brick through the window of the establishment, right? I think this goes a little bit beyond that.
Enemy of the people is appealing in the mannerisms with which they speak. So Hakim is just cherry picking parts of this essay to make his point. Yeah, I think he's being pretty overtly dishonest here. But look at the last sentence.
Vaush recently said that he was on the side of trans people. Yeah, right. Not because he cared, but because he intellectually understands that as the correct stance. That's the vibe I got from the Orwell. Yeah, like that. There's a certain like lack of humanity in what he's saying, right? That I can't forgive it. I can't let him off the hook for. It's funny when Vaush says, you understand in that tone of voice, like he's dropping esoteric knowledge.
Here. Now that we are fighting against the man who coined it, we ought not to underrate its emotional...
You can't quote exactly. You saw the derail that I did. I probably lost viewers during that, right? There's probably some people that do not want to sit down and hear like George Orwell's review of MK by H. Right? But like, I don't know. I'm just like, this is...
Appeal. See, we go back to that word appeal, appealing. This is a statement not on his personal feelings towards Adolf Hitler, but rather a statement on his optics. Why does he dislike Orwell? Because George...
It's got a little glimmer of his feelings towards, like, right? Like
George Orwell didn't like Joseph Stalin. At least that's what I'm guessing.
Feel no personal animosity. The fact is that there is something deeply appealing about him. One feels, as with Napoleon, that he is fighting against destiny, that he can't win, and yet that he somehow deserves to.
Notice how the way Hakim is cherry-picking these quotes? The way he's doing it is to make it seem like Orwell is actually endorsing Hitler because he's a dishonest...
I don't know. Do you think that that's what Hakim... Like, I feel like I don't agree that this is a full-on endorsement, okay? But I also don't think that that's what Hakim is saying here.
Piece of shit. As opposed to writing a broad essay. Like, you could easily find like a lefty essay where they're like, and one speaks of the appeal Trump has with the Rust Belt working class. Donald Trump goes to the podium and he...
Like, and here's what I was saying earlier on, okay? Like, earlier in the stream. Okay, I was saying that Hakim is a video essayist, right? He has subs, he has viewers, he has an audience, right? But that audience is going to demand a certain degree of accountability. If Hakim reads or quotes a review like this, right, and it's easily debunkable, right, that it was out of context, it was misportrayed, it was dishonest, right? For a YouTuber, that is playing with fire, right? That is how channels like die, right? You, as a YouTuber, the coin of the realm is trust, right? Do you trust me? Do I seem credible? Do I seem knowledgeable? Do I seem honest? And that honest thing is hugely important, right? Am I trying to manipulate you? Because if I am, you got no reason to trust me. You got no reason to be here, right? Now, Vaush, these people, they're not just watching his videos like Hakim's audience is. They are coming to his streams. They are hanging out in his offline chat. They are in his Discord. They are in his subreddit, right? In some ways, they live in VGG, right? In some ways, this is home. And you don't shit in your house. Well, I mean, you in the toilet, but like, right, you don't, you know what I'm saying, right? You don't mess up the place where you live. So even if you have some reservations, even if you have you see something that didn't seem right, that didn't seem honest, right? You're invested in this too much to really hold this guy accountable the way that you should. Some people do. And I give them credit where credit is due there. Yeah, you don't exactly HVAC Nate. You don't shit where you eat. NCC is an outhouse activist. Compost toilets for the win. Yeah, there we go. Oh my god. But like, I mean, I think there's a fundamental difference between Vaush and Hakim, and I think we're seeing it here. Hakim cannot get away with what Vaush gets away with every week, and I don't think Vaush understands that. I don't think Vaush, like, because of his base being, the stream, he's not held to the same standards as a YouTuber that Hakim would be. Does that make sense?
Feels as you listen to him that he really is a rejection of the deep state status quo, and then you clip chimp that, and you're like, see, he supports Donald Trump. Nah. How many times?
And again, clip chimping it, right? Like, I feel like this is more to the argument that Vaush is seeing himself in George Orwell, right? Which is a bit of a self-report. If Hakim had read the entire essay, Vaush would have taken. Yeah, that's true. You're right, Shakespeare. There's no winning with him. Yeah.
Times have you seen lefties on Twitter say, dude, Donald Trump is so funny, I can't hate him? Imagine somebody unironically quoting that and going, see, this person can't hate Donald Trump. They love Donald Trump. This is a Donald Trump supporter. You see that every day. I see that.
There's a difference. Right? If somebody genuinely likes Donald Trump, like, so he's going to talk about Hassan, and Hassan will sometimes hear Trump, do something really funny or ridiculous or entertaining or just be a character, right? And he'll say like, oh, I fucking love Trump. No. And you know that he doesn't mean it like that. He doesn't mean he respects Trump. He doesn't mean he likes Trump. There's no sympathy for the devil there, right? It's just like, this guy is a lolcow. That's what Hassan is saying. This guy is giving milk, like, right? This guy is giving content. When Hassan says it, when most leftists say something like that, that's a very, very different, state than this, right? Here you feel like Orwell's looking at H as like Don Quixote. And yeah, Don Quixote is like a ridiculous, absurd figure, but especially in Man of La Mancha, he gets some sympathy, right? And in this case, with the person that we're talking about, that's not great. And with the Vaush pit, everything is really about winning or losing. There's no intellectual debate or honest. Yeah, everything's about optics. Everybody's optics brain. So it's almost like there's an admiration for somebody who's able to kind of twist the optics to get their way, to win, right? Over somebody that's being honest. I think it's a fundamentally different paradigm than most of YouTube. Like, right? If you even look at the video essayists like Sunny V, or I'm trying to think of TRO or something like that. Like, oh my God, is trust ever important? It's huge. It's vital. You cannot lose trust of your audience. You cannot be seen as trying to mislead people. That has real consequences in a way that I don't think it has, for a streamer, right? A streamer, you sit here in my stream, even me, maybe I don't get held to the same level of accountability. Like, I mean, I just try to hold myself to a certain level of accountability, but I don't think that it's I don't think it's to the same level as somebody whose main thing is videos, right?
messaging all the time. Lefties say that constantly. But again, Hakim's trying to be dishonest here. So
Jesus fucking Christ.
This review of MK sounds like Evola's infamous F-ism viewed from the right, because Evola disliked F-ism because he thought it was too progressive. Yeah, and that stuff in there too, right? There was a certain degree of like, anti-progressivism. There was a certain degree of even like, seeing like a kind of like hedonism in progressivism, right? I don't know. I don't know exactly what I got. I mean, I'm not saying that was like a, moment where the mask slips and what we see underneath is like is straight up F-ism in Orwell. I'm not going to make that argument. I feel like that would be over playing it. He's a Haas enjoyer confirmed, but there's a distaste for progressivism, and there's like an understanding of the rejection of degeneracy, and that paired with the homophobia, with the racism, and the rest of what we've seen from Orwell does not paint a great picture. I want to be nuanced here. I don't want to overstate my case, okay? I hope you understand that, right? I hope you appreciate that. Because I mean, I feel like this stuff is really serious. I feel like this, understanding of Orwell's place in history is actually kind of important.
With his rant Sona, he's like, ooh, got him with that. Like, finds a 2-second clip of Hassan saying, dude, I love Trump. And he's like, oh, see, Hassan loves Trump.
Noted rant Sona user Hakim. Doesn't his rant Sona usually just kind of sit there?
The simplest benchmark for any reasonable
like for rant Sonas is Hakim's is not do it. It's just kind of there.
being is to have a burning hatred for fascism. But apparently,
yeah, see, they say Hassan is a leftist, but he said I love Donald Trump. You just heard it in that 2-second clip.
even that's too much for Orwell. Instead, in the height of World War II, he says the willingness to criticize
Clip, Jim. I consider...
Apology for the off topic, but I did enjoy the JK named one of the nasty trolls in her latest book, Evola.
The willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin, the test of intellectual honesty. Yeah. Okay. See, I told you it was because he didn't like Stalin. You don't have to be very intellectually honest to criticize Hitler. Every imperialist in the West was doing that outside of Germany. Whereas leftists' willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin would end up being one of the great tests of their intellectual credibility. Yeah. He's clearly here talking about look, Letter to John Middleton Murray, published in the Collected Essays, Journalism, and Letters. George Orwell, as I please. Who was John Middleton Murray? An English writer? Kind of a
Vaush acts like a 12-year-old.
Hannibal Lecter face here, doesn't he? You know what I mean? Wow, he did a lot of stuff. Oh, he was a Marxist. That's nice. Supported the small independent Socialist Party, a regional breakaway of the Independent Labor Party. Again, if we're engaging in a little bit of, I guess, honest analysis, I think it's pretty clear here that he's saying that as leftists, or as people with leftist sympathies, criticizing Russia and Stalin is our test of intellectual honesty. Would you really say criticizing Hitler is the test of intellectual honesty? That's the bar we're setting for leftists? Oh, I can tell this leftist is trustworthy, has good opinions, and, is intellectually honest because they dislike Hitler. The bar that I have set, that definitely isn't a little bit too low. On the other hand, criticizing Russia...
Oh, crap, chat. I'm realizing that I said something to a Vaush fan about Vaush taking down my stream, and I didn't use tone indicators. I should have probably put a sarcastic after that. Could somebody check my Twitter? Could somebody check my Twitter and make sure that didn't cause a shitstorm?
Stalin did end up being a pivotal breaking point for a lot of lefties. I don't like Hitler. Where's my PhD? Exactly.
I hate that I have to look at my Twitter.
I just have a bachelor's. Oh, hey,
when this
got
stuff
a fat baby
happens.
Down here. Yeah, and it still is. You're completely correct, Orbatos. Or Orbatos. The willingness to criticize Russia and Stalin is still, to this day, a test of intellectual honesty for lefties.
criticize Russia and Stalin is the test of intellectual honesty. Yes, echoing many a reactionary and liberal in red paint we see today.
No. Reactionary and liberal... First of all, reactionaries right now defend Russia. For two, liberals didn't mark criticizing Russia and Stalin as marks of intellectual honesty because that would have been as straightforward to them as criticizing Hitler would have been to lefties. That's a baseline.
Look, growing up in the United States, the real test of intellectual honesty is a nuanced look at the Soviet Union. And not rehabilitating everything as a knee jerk against capitalism, or on the converse, seeing it as an entirely dystopian failure, right? It's looking at it with nuance, right? That's what we want to be doing. That's intellectual honesty.
You seriously think that liberal...
And without that, we can't really learn anything from it, can we? I would check, but I'm scared. Not as scared as me.
Academics are oh, this guy's intellectually honest. He doesn't like Stalin. Seriously? I don't think he understands the point that was being
Let
made
me
there.
look.
I used to think Hakim was smarter than these people.
That's not to say that one shouldn't criticize, etc., etc. But there's a time, place, and format where
How are you going to say there's a time, place, and format when you're clip-chimping the articles randomly from across time and space? Pulling a quote that Orwell wrote while he was, like, shitting in a public bathroom in London. Like, there's a time and a place, mister, to be criticizing Stalin.
it's most constructive, if your criticism is good faith to begin with. And the middle of a fascist takeover of Europe and beyond isn't it. See my
Sorry, guys. You're canceled as a... Listen, Hakim totally understands criticisms of Stalin, all right? But if you do it from any time in between 1939 and 1945, you're actually aiding Hitler.
video on left-wing anti-communism for more about this perspective. Let's move on to his list-making. Orwell reported on his friends and acquaintances to the Information Research Bureau, a dedicated organization within the British government founded in order to publish anti-communist material and fight revolutionary, anti-colonial, and pro-independence movements.
Okay, so this I'm actually interested in learning about because I've heard for ages
Okay.
that Orwell was a Fed. But
So credit where credit is due. The Vaushite that I said Vaush took down my stream to did meme along with me. So yeah, we're in the clear.
then I've heard people say
We're in the
only
clear on
people
that.
Orwell reported to the state were Stalinists, who I don't give a fuck about.
Vaush, if you really want to know, you got to do some research. I know you're allergic to that. I know you're allergic to reading. I know on some level you're probably afraid that the truth doesn't back you up on this, and you definitely don't want to go into that on stream, right? But like, if you really have an honest intellectual curiosity about this question, you can interrogate it. You know, was it strictly tankies or was it not? Now, I would say that being a snitch is being a snitch. Okay. And I don't particularly care. So for me, it's not a huge intellectual question that I have an overriding curiosity about. But if you are that person, if that's really your question, if that makes a difference to you, then actually look it up, right? Yeah, we're good. We're good. They didn't take it as like, she said that Vaush took down her stream. You have proof? Proof? You don't have any proof? She's just claiming harassment. Oh my god, Hilmandra, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? +5 reputation to one Vaushite. Well, I gave him a weasel. I gave him a weasel for that. Only test of intellectual honesty is one's ability to admit when they are wrong and to rethink their position. If you cannot do that, they will always be dead. Wait, why is dim capitalized? Anyway, welcome to the stream. That's Julian Moreno, 1971.
So I guess I want to know, like, did he actually report lefties or did he report Stalinists? Yeah, Vaush, it's the latter. Oh, well then, hey.
Based.
I don't give a... They're not my
Based snitch Orwell.
comrades. Hey, you guys,
They're
listen,
not my comrades. Snitch away.
Orwell literally fought in Spain. Do you know
Yeah, if we can use the capitalist security state, if we can use the capitalist police state to get rid of some tankies, like snitch away. Jeez, Vaush, that is some. Do you realize what kind of escalation that is? Do you realize how bad? Like I know you're like if I actually brought this to him, he'd say he was joking. I think this is a Schrodinger's douchebag. I don't think there's any point in confronting Vaush with this, which is bad, because he can weasel. He can weasel right out of it. He can weasel right out of it. Vaush Pitt didn't get invited to TYT and the Rising by being a competent researcher or knowing what he was talking about. It seems like you're asking him to abandon what made him successful. I get that, and I don't expect like him to engage with me in good faith, right? Like I'm just trying. Like all I'm trying to do is, because I know there's some Vaushis hanging out in the chat, I am trying to show you what good faith actually looks like, since you might not have seen it in a long time. Like, I'm curious about these issues. I want to find the truth. I'm willing to admit that I'm wrong if I'm wrong. And, I read something to you on stream that could have just been like, oh shit, Vaush was right about everything. Like, right? Hakim did, clip chimp Orwell. Damn, I guess the whole premise of my stream is wrong. Look, if that's true, I'm willing to go there, okay? Please understand that that's the difference between me and your parasocial thought daddy, okay? Your parasocial, wait, what is it? Like thought? Oh my god, why am I missing the term that people use all the time? Is it thought daddy? Thought leader. I'm mixing up clout daddy and thought leader. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. I'm just saying Vaush is a thought.
what happened to the anarchists who fought in Spain? The Stalinists turned on them and started shooting the anarchists in a way that ended up aiding the fascists. There were fascists, anarchists, and Stalinists in Spain, and the Stalinists...
Okay, so again, like, right, this is an important part of history. And I really do, like, I'm familiar with the basic template of the events of the Spanish Civil War, but there's a lot that I'm not completely clear on. I know that every source that I read potentially has an agenda. I will be intellectually honest enough to tell you that like I haven't looked into it deep enough to render a real strong opinion about the where the blame for the Spanish Civil War and the victory of the nationalists really lies, right? Exactly. That's what I focused on in the People's Commune of that's why I focused on the People's Commune of China under Mao. I made it clear that I was not saying Mao was perfect or everything was great. Yeah, and that's how you go. That's where you got to come from. If you want to learn anything from history, you got to be willing to critique, right? You got to be willing to critique everyone and anyone. And you know, when you start like, you know, like when you start using this inductive logic, you're setting yourself up not to be able to do this. If I was in Vaush's audience, I would lose trust for him right here, right? I get that that's not how streaming works, and that a lot of people are either going to forgive him for that, or they're going to forget about it, or they're going to, you know, not even notice it, or they're going to be so focused on like, you know, him getting the W that they're like, oh, it's an optics win. It's an optics win. And if, you know, you kind of think that Vaush is a ontological good, then that optics win, I guess, is more important than anything else. But that's not, understand that's not the kind of streamer I am. That's not where I'm coming from. Even though I know that I'm not held to the same standard of accountability as a YouTuber would be, I am trying to hold myself to accountability just for my own, you know, peace of mind, if that makes sense. And I hope that's appreciated.
Turned on the anarchists and gave the fascists the upper hand. I don't give a if Stalinists are reported to the state. I don't give a shit. It's like reporting Nazis, except Nazis have killed fewer anarchists than Stalinists have.
This office not only got the rights to Orwell's works, but also directly translated and published Animal Farm and his other garbage works into 20 languages on every continent on Earth. In fact, Orwell's entire literary reputation is due to direct CIA and other anti-communist organization efforts at popularizing his nonsense, which is
based CIA.
Schrodinger's douchebag? What do you think, chat? Is this a Schrodinger's douchebag? Oh, I'm glad you appreciate that, Shakespeare. I don't know much about it either. I've bought a book by Trotsky on it, and I'll probably buy a few others from opposing viewpoints. Yeah, like, look, when you get into things like the Spanish Civil War, when you get into like the Russian Civil War, like this shit is complicated. We're not talking about two sides here anymore. We're talking about sides within sides. And it gets really complicated really fast. And I don't want to lead you into thinking that I know more about a certain subject matter than that I do. I need to learn more about it. I suspect that Vaush could do with a little bit more study of it too. And like, what the fuck is this base CIA? Yeah, that's what he said. He said my dude said base CIA. Look, Vaush, I don't know how to take that, right? I don't know how to take that. I want to think you're joking. I'm just thinking that Vaush is a thought. NCC. Oh my god, what the fuck, BBQ? Clip champ. Yeah, that's what they're gonna say. They're gonna say that she's like lusting after Vaush. Yeah, that's well, go ahead and say it, right? But first you gotta call me. First you gotta call me a tanky, but not for any other reason than the fact that I'm going to cosplay the original commie babe, Colonel Nanuchka of the KGB. And you can call me a tanky all you want for that, right? I'm gonna cosplay her right down to the hammer and sickle tattoo, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. Is it a Schrodinger's douchebag? Is she a tanky? I don't know. She's got a temporary tattoo on. Must be.
It's telling because his work on the face of it really is unimpressive. Regardless, back to the list. He lists Paul.
And here's the thing, like, I don't like this. I don't like the degree to which they meme. I know that's like an unpopular view and they're just having fun or whatever, right? But like it really fucks with me. It makes it hard to really engage with this community. Okay, now here's another issue. So I did a little bit of research on this too. This man's name is Paul Robeson. Yeah, 2 syllables, not Robeson, but Robeson, right? Okay, so let me give you a little bit about his history. He is a singer. He is an actor. He was a professional football player, and he was a political activist. Both in the sense of being an anti-capitalist and Black liberation in 19, like we're talking about somebody who lived in, wait, what is it? 1898 to 1976. So during some not so great years, to be a political activist for Black liberation, right? And he did suffer both for his views on anti-communism. If I said anti-communism, I spoke incorrectly. He's anti-capitalist. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Orwell. I'm thinking of Orwell. But yeah, he is somewhat of a complicated historical figure. But he seems to be like, I mean, oh yeah, he's involved in the Harlem Renaissance. So that he was in his 20s and 30s during the time when the Harlem Renaissance was really active, and he was part of that movement. He knew a lot of famous people. And most of what he's doing here is like, ontologically good to the extent that you could say, like, right, I typify. I mean, it's hard to find a lot of fault with this person. There is one he placed a lot of hope in the Soviet Union. He wanted to see it as a worker's paradise. He wanted to see it, and it definitely what he said was that when he got to the Soviet Union, because he traveled extensively, he was in Spain during the Civil War, he was in England during World War II, right? He visited Germany, during the prior to World War II, Nazi Germany, right? Not a fan of that, like, based. He called out, Nazi Germany before other people were calling it out, after having gone there. And when he got to the Soviet Union, he said he, for the first time, felt like a man, felt like he was given dignity. And I think that's probably what made him, like, pro Soviet Union. So yeah, a complicated historical figure, but yeah, he got under fire. He was under the attention of the Attorney General's list of subversive organizations. He was blacklisted. He was a victim of the House Un-American Activities Committee, and he was, like, all these conservatives that want to talk about being canceled. They want to talk about cancel culture. They want to talk about, like, the government and business, like, like shutting them down, silencing them. This guy has some real claim to that. Like, this guy experienced that, right? He did he was, like, pro Stalin up until Khrushchev took over, and then he doesn't talk well about Stalin after that. But yeah, this is Paul Robeson. This is somebody that I think Orwell ratted on. Let's see.
So mad. He's like 50 times now. He's like, well, despite being a bad author. Unfortunately, and this is pretty undeniable, there has been a protracted effort, deliberately and probably kind of like organically, to frame.
I learned about him while I was writing an essay on Killer of Sheep. Also said he was treated like a full human being for the first time. He also sung a translated version of the Soviet anthem. Is that recorded? Based Paul Robeson, he actually was called to testify he was called to testify, and he refused to sign the, like, I am not a communist oath, right? He could have gotten out of, like, all that shit if he had just been like, fuck communism. He had the chance to do it, he didn't do it. And made them adjourn their own hearing after fighting back and calling out their fascist tendencies. Really inspirational guy.
1984 and Animal Farm as
it's on YouTube
that are critical of communism or of socialism. If you are even
Oh
remotely
my god, I'll definitely get a call to Tanky if we listen to the Soviet national anthem, chat. Should we risk it? Should we risk it for the epic memes?
familiar with Orwell, or even very good at like reading at all,
Random factoid, but Sammy Davis Jr., even though he performed with the rest of the Rat Pack, had to enter the Sahara Hotel and result through the back kitchen door. Yeah, so this is the kind of, you know, world that Paul Robeson was dealing with in the United States.
you will realize that they are not. What they really are is critics. Their critiques of
Colonel Nonochka demands to hear it. Okay, let's take a look at this. Okay, this is for academic purposes only. Okay, academic purposes only. What do we got here? We got he sings it in English. I've never, like, part of the reason that this is academic, the academic AF, is because I've never heard this song sung in Wait, do we know for sure this is like fair use? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is fair use. Well, like, understand, it's not just that it's the Soviet national anthem, right? So that is the rights to the music, right? That's the rights to the song itself. There's also the performance of the song. There is the any sort of remasters, right? So things can be old, things can be where they should be out of copyright, but because of being remastered or their performance or
A people united and free, strong in a friendship tried by fire. Long may our crimson flag inspire, shining in glory for all men to see.
This is the part to clip, Voshites. Clip away.
Bright sun of freedom above, and Stalin our leader, with faith in the people, inspired us to build the land that we love.
You can see the YouTube channel is a Stalin appreciator. A lot of Stalin, more Stalin than I'm used to. There he is again. There's Stalin. Okay, so yeah, that is the national anthem of the Soviet Union, sung by Paul Robeson, a true believer in communist revolution, and somebody who really suffered for his beliefs, both in terms of anti-capitalism and in terms of black liberation. So yeah, this is had every chance to sign the papers of the House Un-American Committee. House Un-American Activities Committee refused to do so because he
revision.
We must build upon the success of previous revolutions and be critical of their missteps and failures, etc. This is how we progress dialectically forward. True.
They They are critiques of reactionary anti-communist movements after communist revolutions that.
And I feel like there's something about like Vaush's like rejection of you know, like even looking at that history and you know, finding, you know, like what was good, what was bad, what can we learn, right? He's unwilling to do that. And that kind of undercuts like everything about his message, right? His sole, you know, pretense to intellectual honesty, there is none. He's picked a side and he is cheering for that side. He inductively battling for the side that he's chosen, rather than looking at history and all of its messiness and trying to use it to find a way forward. So there we go. That's Paul Robeson.
Take over and use the a kind of twisted logic.
He was he celebrated International Mario Day with his dash.
Socialism,
True.
in order to justify the institution of authoritarian governance that is completely distinct from communism in every imaginable sense. Really? Yes, really. Animal Farm is a fable, which is about how the animals lead a little revolution to determine their own lives and independence, but more and more power is consolidated into the vanguard part, I mean the pigs. And eventually, at the end, the pigs are essentially collaborating with humans to sell off animals on the farm for the profit of the pigs, and it was impossible to determine the difference between the pigs and the humans. Whereas 1984 is about a kind of pseudo-mythical socialist revolution that ended up creating, across the world, a collection of ultra-authoritarian political parties, you know, and these parties are nominally socialist, but in reality, and this is explored within the text itself, you don't need to be some kind of academic to realize this, it is incredibly clear that the parties will weaponize some kinds of disinformation and anti-logic as a way of securing people's complicitness in ultra-authoritarian scenarios.
Yeah, I didn't hear it reference Stalin. And Stalin, our leader with faith in the people, inspired us to build up the land that we love.
In a way which seems on a very surface level to be representative of some socialist ideals, but in reality is a betrayal of those revolutionary ideals. Like, it's not really that subtle. You just have to read them. You know, it's not like I don't know how much more obvious you can get than in 1984, the vast majority of people are referred to as proles, and they are considered to be subhuman animals by the people in power. And the people in power, referred to as the party, have the exact same relationship with proles as like some kind of like Hitler-esque totalitarian state, corporate fascist commune would have over them. And they routinely assassinate proles who have like any revolutionary sentiment. It's a little on the nose, yeah. It wasn't subtle. It was really good. I think it demonstrating its point. You should reread it if you can. There's so much to go into.
Robeson, arguably one of the most famous people of the past century, airbrushed out of history because of his communist leanings, as very anti-white, a Wallace supporter in his snitch list.
This is Orwell's appraisal. Now, like, I think on a snitch list, right? This is like how this is a snitch list, right? This is him identifying commies for the British government, not the U.S. government, to go after, right? This is like, you know, and he was in the UK for an extended period of time. I think he got denied. Did he get denied a passport or something based on? Interesting how Ian neglected to mention that Orwell was given funding, yes, by the CIA, as he wrote the 2 books he mentioned. Yeah, and the 2 books were, you know, distributed by the CIA. The movie version of Animal Farm funded by the CIA. Like, whatever Orwell was doing, the CIA found it exceptionally useful, right?
Because of his Paul Robeson, arguably one of the most famous people.
Didn't Orwell out gay communists on? Yeah, and like I think he was homophobic, like, right? That's the thing, and so when we read about him, like looking at all what did he say? Something like all Western thought, particularly progress. I don't know. Let me find that again. I think I've got that still open. Okay, nearly all Western thought since the last World War, certainly all progressive, quote in quotes, thought. So, like, is progressivism really progressive? One wonders, I guess, according to Orwell, right? Has assumed tacitly that human beings desire nothing beyond ease, security, and avoidance of pain. I'm not sure. I don't think that's true. Spicy take. I don't see that. In such a view of life, there's no room, for instance, for patriotism and the military virtues. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Chat, it's like I don't want to overinterpret what Orwell said here, but and it is, he does leave himself an out of like, how much is he talking about how like how Hitler is seen in the eyes of, your average German, and how much is like, his, I mean, he's saying like there's at least some of his own sentiment and this.
over the past century.
Paul Robeson. I love calling people anti-white. This guy.
I love calling people anti-white. Okay, so he's picking up the you see he just now looked him up on Wikipedia.
Robeson is Pog. Is Orwell mentioned on this page? It's not mentioned on this page. Okay, Paul.
So he controlled F and didn't find Orwell. Okay, I think the essay I talked about previously might oh wait, did I get sent that? It doesn't look like I got sent that. So I guess DM it to me.
Robeson, Orwell. Can't trust anything Hakim says. Here, Orwell's list. In 1949, shortly before he died, the English author George Orwell prepared a list of notable writers and other people.
Look, if I catch somebody lying over and over and over again, right? Like I've caught Vaush lying about, his enemies, like, right? Then I tend not to trust them. But like, the sort of stance of like, you can't trust. Yeah, no, you can't trust absolutely anything anybody says. That's true. But this whole like, this whole thing he's got, how to send you a link. Do you have whispers like on Twitch? So like the Twitch's DMs are whispers. The other thing you could do is send it to a mod and they'll like relay it to me. I don't know how long it is. I don't know if we've got time for it today, but I am interested in looking at that other essay that you mentioned.
He considered to be unsuitable as possible writers for the anti-communist propaganda activities of the Information Research Department. Okay, let me see. Where's Paul Robeson on this one? Paul Foote, Paul Robeson. So I guess he did call Paul Robeson anti-white, though I can't really see anything that relates to that. This might have been an L on his part. Henry Wallace supporter. Was he? I don't know enough about Henry Wallace. Before my time. It's Robeson, not Robeson?
Yeah, it's Robeson. Henry Wallace. So Henry Wallace was a vice president of a presidential candidate. Ran, I think, ran against FDR, if I'm not mistaken, and lost. And because he ran so close, he was named as vice president as a way to keep the so let's see. So 1938, there's a wave election. This is a midterm election, I'm assuming. Bringing it into the New Deal legislative program. Yeah, so he's Secretary of Agriculture in 1932. Sorry, so he gets sworn in on January 20th of 1940. In 1940, there's an election. Supporters of Wallace and other leading Democrats, such as John Nance Garner, the vice president at the time, postmaster general, laid the groundwork for a presidential campaign in 1940 election. After the outbreak of World War II in Europe in September 1939, Wallace publicly endorsed a third term for Roosevelt. Though Roosevelt never declared his candidacy, the 1940 Democratic National Convention nominated. Okay, so he didn't run against Roosevelt in 1940. Shortly after being nominated, Roosevelt told party leaders that he insisted on Wallace for vice president, a recent convert to the Democratic Party. So kind of like Sanders, I'm guessing, right? In terms of, joining the Democratic Party from the left. Wallace was not popular among its leaders, had never been tested in an election, but he had a strong base of support among farmers, had been a loyal lieutenant to Roosevelt in domestic and foreign policy, and was in good health. So Roosevelt got him nominated. Conservative Democrats rallied around the Speaker of the House, William B. Bankhead. Eventually, Wallace won the nomination by a wide margin. Though many Democrats were disappointed by Wallace's nomination, it was generally well received by newspapers. So the party the party establishment wasn't a fan of this. The newspapers were. Roosevelt campaign settled on a strategy of keeping Roosevelt largely out of the fray of the election, leaving most of the campaign to Wallace and other surrogates. Wallace was dispatched to the Midwest, giving speeches in states like Iowa, Illinois, Missouri. He made foreign affairs his main focus in his campaigning, telling one audience the replacement of Roosevelt would cause Hitler to rejoice. Both campaigns predicted a close election, but Roosevelt won. 449 of the 531 electoral votes and the popular vote by 10 points. After the election, Wallace toured Mexico as a goodwill ambassador, delivering a well-received speech regarding Pan-Americanism and Roosevelt's good neighbor policy. Upon return, Wallace convinced the Rockefeller Foundation to establish an agricultural experiment center in Mexico, first of many centers. Okay, so Wallace is sworn in 41. He quickly grew frustrated with his ceremonial role presiding over the U.S. Senate. The one duty the Constitution assigned a vice president. Wallace delivered what became his best remembered speech in 1942, known for containing the phrase, the century of the common man. He cast World War II as a world between the free world and the slave world, and held that peace must mean a better living standard for the common man, not merely in the United States and England, but also in India, Russia, China, Latin America, not merely in the United States, but also in Germany, Italy, and Japan. Some conservatives disliked the speech, but it was translated into 20 languages. Okay, so this wasn't just a speech for, American consumption. This was like also kind of a kind of like a speech meant for the broader world in the context of the World War. Okay, so the 1944 election showed he was a popular choice for vice president among Democrats. Wallace's many enemies within the Democratic Party organized to ensure his removal. Much of the opposition of Wallace stemmed from his open denunciation of racial segregation in the South. Okay, so you got the Southern Democrats coming out against him, but others were concerned Wallace's unorthodox religious views. He was a theosophist. I'm not entirely clear on that, and pro-Soviet statements. So yeah, there we go. Pro-Soviet statements. So he lost out to Truman. Not particularly because of losing Roosevelt's favor, but because of losing party support based on those things that I mentioned. He's then Secretary of Commerce from 1945 to 1946. Yeah, so Roosevelt wants to keep him on his side. Again, Wallace represents Roosevelt's left flank, And Roosevelt, a lot of the things that Roosevelt did, he's seen as by some people as like a kind of quasi-socialist President Roosevelt, I mean, and he's seen as being a class traitor by the wealthy, but in reality a lot of it's unclear how much of his policy actually had to do with fighting off his left flank, and this keeping Wallace within the administration, is maybe an example of that. So does he run for president in 48? Wallace launched a third-party campaign declaring, okay, so a third-party campaign against, with Truman running as a Democrat. So that was obviously not successful. And then Truman beats Dewey, even though the newspapers said that Dewey won, but they were wrong. And when they actually looked at the vote, it was, you know the rest of the story, right? Now we have Trump and DeSantis, right? Yeah. Send a whisper. It's quite okay. So it is long. I will take a look at it. It seemed, it's something I want to take a look at. Queen Victoria was a tanky. Abraham Lincoln was a tanky. I think the essay I talked about previously, yeah. If you are in the Discord, you can, always drop stuff in stream suggestions. I will take a look at that, right? And let me drop that Discord link once again. Discord link. Discord link for YouTube chat as well.
We'll take this one on an L for Orwell. He was very brainwormy near the end of his life. Yeah, I've heard that as well.
Airbrushed out of history because of his communist leanings as very anti-white.
And like, look, if you're watching on YouTube, okay, like I get that I'm not talking to as many people as I should be, right? Because we had a huge YouTube, contention early on, and then we dropped the stream, and everybody went right? It's just like it hasn't been much of a stream since then, okay? So, yeah, I should probably say this like earlier next time. Really got to get YouTube people into the Discord, because if you get in the Discord, you're gonna know where that next stream is showing up, right? You're gonna see that. You're not gonna lose track of it. I think that people see like it goes down on YouTube and they're like, well, I guess that's it. No Common Chick's not streaming anymore. Wrong. I am gonna be streaming every single time I drop off, right? If it happens because of in this case it was like OBS's failure. In some cases it might be an internet failure, but there will be another stream, and you just have to be in the right place at the right time and looking. And the Discord is probably a great place to start sharing that stuff. I want as many people as possible in the Discord. The more activity there is in the Discord, the more likely people are to see things in the Discord, and the more that we can get people on track. If something happens like that, we lose a track of you in the YouTube chat, right? We can reconnect through the Discord and let you know where the stream is, because it's not disappearing. It's not going nowhere. It will be back. Just like I need people to find it.
Wallace supporter.
I love calling people anti-white.
Also, look at Twitter.
Also, Henry Wallace supporters.
And his snitch.
Right, because there'll usually be like I'll try to like leave the new link in Twitter.
With zero evidence either in reality or within his deluded mind. Aside from a typical racist presumption that wanting non-whites to be treated like human beings must mean you hate all whites as well. He diligently notes.
Yeah, that's gonna be my next community post. Is gonna be like, everybody get in, especially if you follow the stream. Get into the Discord.
Wallace continued to serve as Secretary of Commerce until September 1946.
And also remember, if you're interested in becoming a mod, right? If you're interested in modding for Twitch, if you're interested in modding for YouTube, if you're interested in modding for Discord, I'm going to be setting up a channel with applications, and we're going to see if we can bring some more people in, because I really need as much help as I can get, right? I need as much eyes as possible. Like, look, this morning I wasn't aware that Vaush had replied to my tweet until probably like 45 minutes after it happened, right? And that is because I was busy and, you know, some of the other mods were busy and just I didn't hear about it. I did not hear about it. I did not know about it. These are the kind of things that I need to know about it. And I think that bringing more people into the fold is what we need to do to maximize this. Whenever anything happens with Vaush, he's aware of it because he's got like, you know, a lot of, he's got a decent number of mods, definitely enough mods to handle the stream, definitely enough mods to handle any angry people that are coming in from some other content creator. And you know, I'm pretty sure like he gets told that I want to open up more channels of communication to more of you so that like I have more eyes and ears everywhere, and when something happens I know about it, because half of the time I'm like doing my hair, I'm like doing my makeup, I'm getting ready for stream, I don't even know about this stuff.
Speech urging conciliatory policies towards the Soviet Union. What does that have to do with what Orwell said?
Oh,
I think Orwell might have been.
Why am I not seeing your did you just post that, Hilmandra? When William E. Dodd came to FDR with the Polish ambassador to speak on the camps, FDR turned a blind eye and shorted Rustin Banyard on desegregation, on desegregating the military. Fair Employment Act, the Fair Employment Act half measure. FDR was the king of half measures. Yeah, I'm glad people understand this, because this is sometimes a spicy take. This is sometimes a little bit of a spicy take. You know, that FDR could have, you know, wasn't as great as everybody wants to think. And honestly, you know, he's one of the furthest, like, at least, you know, economically left presidents, but, you know, still left a lot to be desired. And in a lot of ways, his heart wasn't in it. So are we dropping stream? Is the stream dropping right now? Because that's usually what that means, young black economist.
Like super ultra anti-Soviet Union towards the end of his life, so it's possible he might have like considered that
Refresh your stream.
overriding moral impetus over everything else.
Whites who
F5.
treat like human beings must mean you hate all whites as well. He diligently notes Jew and Jewess.
Back when I was lib, I called FDR my favorite president. Then actually learned
Speaks to people
things.
many
Yeah.
times incorrectly in a time where you're
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
not
here comes.
Jews had just
Yeah,
made the
that,
Holocaust.
okay,
Do it
thank
yourself.
you, Vaush. Thank you. That is indeed not
Polish
good.
Jew, Dryberg, Tom,
It's not
English Jew,
great.
Chaplin, Charles, Jewish.
Stream is fine for me.
George Orwell, after his DoorDash gets delivered, you know, 5 stars. Do you have any additional comments to add? Open parentheses, Jewish? Question mark.
My God, why is this so important to you? It makes you think. He also kept a paranoid list of names for himself.
Bird watching, you know, I saw a Jewish finch. Yeah.
By the way, with the same weird pattern reproduced. Some liberals like to pretend that the lists were only to prevent these people from working for the Secret Service, but naivety is a liberal pastime, and so is absolute faith in nefarious institutions like the IRB, which played a significant role in things as diverse as the Suez Crisis and the Troubles.
Well, obviously that's also cope. Even the Paul Robeson thing in his Wikipedia article said that he was denied a passport
You got it.
because he was
You're
suspected
good.
of being a communist sympathizer, and this, like, he was one of the people named by Orwell. So yeah, obviously, like during the 1940s and 50s, like telling your government like, hey, these people are communists, did have consequences. That was not just like an idle thing that you did. I don't know what this has to do with Troubles, but yeah, obviously. Orwell was just predicting those post schizo posts where they list anyone who breathed within 10 feet of being a Jew, being Jewish. Yeah, for sure.
Why you wouldn't want people who could sabotage the propaganda efforts of an empire you supposedly hate so much, I have no idea, but it is telling.
Well, being charitable, I think a lot of the people that he was suspicious of here were probably Soviet sympathizers, and Soviet sympathizers can't actually sabotage the propaganda of an empire you despise in a way that you would like, because he also despised the imperialist empire that was the Soviet Union.
Well, you're right, Chad Alpha. Yeah, what list of one of the best presidents? Oh, I don't know. I mean, like, it's a mixed record, right? If you want to look at like FDR's, like, you know, like obviously, you know, anti, you know, like actually, you know, pretty good at killing Nazis. You know, not so great of a record on, pretty good, you know, I mean, like better than most as far as social programs, because he was pushed, because he was in that situation. And but then like didn't expand a lot of those social programs outside of like white people. So, you know, issue there. But yeah, you're right that it is a pretty low bar as far as good presidents of the United States, if that's what you're saying. Point taken. The guy, yeah, set up concentration camps. Let's not forget the internment camps, right?
Keep in mind that as of Orwell's death in what was it, 1949 or sometime a little bit after that, the Soviet Union...
Very uncomfortable when Vaush talks about Jewish people. You heard him correct himself there. Also, the Suez Crisis was literally the UK, France, Israel attacking Egypt to stop nationalization of the Suez Canal.
Union had more colonial territories than England did. After the war, the West lost most of its colonial territories. You know, Britain lost
Okay,
India.
did you see this? Lost their colonial territories, right? Now, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but that wasn't like, you know, that wasn't them being like, you know what? Colonialism is bad. We shouldn't do that anymore. We're very sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over us. I'm sorry about that. Here's your country back. Here's your self-determination back. It wasn't like that, all right? It was like, like they lost control because they had they had to reprioritize like just better presidents. There doesn't need to be a best president. True. That's true, but like you will hear like libs absolutely gush about FDR, and like I mean a lot of a lot of breadcrumbs were thrown, but let's not forget that they're breadcrumbs compared to what our government, the government for, by, and of the people, supposedly should be doing for us, right? So
the Soviet Union had the entirety of the Warsaw Pact.
What separates bad from less bad presidents, is often just outside pressure. That's huge. That's important. That's why we cannot count on, that's why Vaush was so wrong about riding with Biden. It's not just, if you get into Biden's car, if he pulls up and he's like, get in my convertible, Jack, and you get in the car and you're like, oh, Mr. Biden, this is so great. Where are we going? Right? He's not going, if you're a leftist, to the same place that you're going. So what you got to do instead of getting in his convertible with him is you gotta be like the kid from Back to the Future, right? And you gotta wait, wasn't he like 30 years old when he played that role? I don't, maybe like calling him as kid is wrong, but he was supposed to be a high schooler in the movie, right? The main dude from Back to the Future, right? You gotta grab underneath the bumper of the car and ride with your skateboard, because at some point you're gonna want to get off. You're going to want to let go. You're going somewhere else. You're going somewhere different than Biden. So that's my problem with Vaush's riding with Biden take.
Paul Robeson was an okay dude. The problem is he was a victim of Soviet
propaganda. Very old video.
Workers' paradise. To be fair, keep in mind that before the whole tanky thing, before the
Maddie McFlew,
like secession movement.
Yes, that was his name. Maddie McFlew.
A lot of smart, good faith people did genuinely believe that the Soviet Union was like building socialism. I think George Orwell was a lot smarter than those people, in the sense that even looking at what Lenin did back in 1919, you could pretty immediately understand that things were going revisionist pretty much right away. But a lot of people were hopeful that Stalin was building a kind of like workers' paradise.
You also have to be incredibly gullible to think
you got to be like the axe-wielding hitchhiker, of course.
Colonial figures, minorities, etc. were done in good faith and for a good purpose. Regardless,
that's true.
As a liberal darling, all of his obvious ignorance and suspicion of Jews, LGBT people, and blacks is skated over without a peep or mention. Had any other post-war leftist
this is a key part. This is a key component of the critique of George Orwell. And this guy's held up as a freaking hero, right? A hero of resistance against totalitarianism, where a lot of what he says has been easier to apply against the totalitarianism of somebody like Stalin than against the inverted totalitarianism in the United States.
For sure know about it, and their problematic nature would litter the prefaces of their published works. Yet, no mention. Liberals are...
I'm pretty sure that if you take...
Sorry about colonialism, ooh woo. I was in a heater gamer moment, of course.
Look at famous authors from the 20th and 19th centuries, and you were like, okay, but how many of these guys have said racist stuff? You would probably get like a 100% return rate on that. I don't think...
That's why maybe you shouldn't be sucking their ducks, okay? That's why it might be a good idea to not invest in great men of history, Vaush. Jesus Christ, how complicated is this? You act like you got to pick out some favorites and you got to be you got to ride that duck. You got to get on that duck and ride it for all it's worth. You don't. You literally don't. Vaush, you have a penny university understanding of the Russian
George Orwell
Revolution.
Is often thought of as like a leftist theorist, though he kind of is. I think George Orwell is mostly thought of as like a controversial, socialist sympathetic.
He kind of is, really.
With a mixed history, who ended up writing some of the most influential works on socialism.
And they were influential specifically because they were useful. And you could say that they were purposefully misconstrued, but I would say they were so poorly written that they were vulnerable to that, right? They were useful for that. They were useful to the CIA, and they were used by the CIA. They were used by the establishment. They were it was taught as an anti-communist textbook, right? That's how it functioned. And maybe a better writer, or maybe a better person could have written something that wasn't so subject to that, right?
Whether people like it or not, it's true. And but people don't really list him alongside leftist analysts. So I don't really know. I don't know how you'd categorize him, really. He's written
Vaush, step away from the ducks.
Stuff that's more theory adjacent. He's written on fascism more directly, but people know him for his books, for his fiction, not for his essays.
so intentionally blind that they claim his attempted rape of his adolescent girlfriend was a quote-unquote botched seduction, in which he had shouted, screamed, and kicked before running home with a torn skirt and bruised hip.
You shouldn't do this, by the way. This is my lefty analysis of this situation. You shouldn't do that. It's not good.
Yes, that's apparently a botched seduction to liberals, when a 190cm tall man corners and forces himself onto a tiny 150cm tall woman.
Yeah, this is top V advice right here.
Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN.
No!
For a lot of research that I do for 2019 at B. And you'll get to see below. Alright, back to the video. That's not it, though. Arguably, his magnum opus, Animal Farm, was written in 1943 and
1984 is better than Animal Farm.
44, yet not a mention or room in his mind for condemning fascism as it was ravaging Europe. With the
Wait, yes, he did. Wait, the book was a condemnation of fascism. Okay, all right.
only power that's
Wait,
not actually kicking Nazi Germany's teeth
1984
and being
was?
the Soviet Union, which he spent
That's not true. The Soviets allied with the Nazis. They tried to go for shared land pacts. They ended up invading Poland together. Hitler was the one who betrayed their compact, not the Soviet Union.
Am I wrong? Am I the only one who thinking? Yeah, that's a little bit like, you know, like iffy on that. Like that 1984 was written like with, you know, like I don't know what, both the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany in mind. I don't know. I feel like the time that it's placed in, right? The timeline of the story kind of you know, contradicts that. I don't know. Tapping the capital has the ability to subsume all critique into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I almost said recapitulation. That's what recuperation is all about.
If any other country had formed a tactical alliance with the Nazis, lefties never would have let them play it down. It is only the Soviet Union is given the charity of, well, they had no choice but to ally and do war with the Nazis for multiple years. Anyway, yeah, the Animal Farm is mostly about, like, yeah, you're right. It's about Leninism, Stalinism, vanguardism. Though, if you're based in Red Pilled, like myself and George Orwell, you know, it's not as though Stalinist Russia...
Well, I mean, like, again, like the placement of Sudetenland and versus, like, the placement of Poland, like, right? There wasn't the chance for anything more than the appeasement, you know, that was made. And it was, instead it became an allowing, you know, Hitler to occupy certain places rather than splitting the country up, like in the why am I always remembering the last part of Molotov-Ribbentrop? I'm so bad at remembering this. Vichy France. Yeah. There we go. Vichy France. Well, I mean, like, nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about Pétain. You know, like, right? That's like lost to history. That's forgotten about, right?
It wasn't fascist. That's why Hakim dislikes it. I like the implication here that you can't produce any work which is critical of revisionism because fascism exists at that time.
Yes,
you know?
Ribbentrop. Thank you. I can never remember the last syllable of that word. That's so reductive. The USSR tried to form an anti-fascist alliance with France, Britain, the US, but they said no. They had to accept the Molotov-Ribbentrop pact, or I mean, look, I'm not gonna, like, you know, forgive that pact, but I do like, I do blame the Western countries disdain for the Soviet Union. Like, understand, right? The Soviet Union did not get recognized by a lot of Western countries because for a long time, because it was anti-capitalist, right?
I thought lefties, especially tankies, were all about, like, constant internal critique. But then, like, George Orwell writes a book which is
Molotov Riverdale, correct?
a pretty severe condemnation of
you could
behavior of the
chat.
Soviet
You can
Union.
make
It's like,
fun of me
well,
for not remembering that, by the way.
Adolf Hitler is alive.
That's perfectly valid.
So, you know, you can't do that. Orwell did have a weird description in one-sided female character in 1984 that was constantly sexualized. Wait, what? Constantly sexualized? That's because they were having sex. I don't think she
Okay,
was...
here's another weird part. Here's another weird part. Are
Julia,
you
was that her
ready?
name? It's been a while. I don't remember. I remember her being sexualized in the sense that they...
Are you
Also,
ready
sex
for?
and erotic-
Are you ready for the inceldom of Winston?
Were pretty important to the story of 1984. Like, half the lines is about how much Winston wants to rape her.
No, I just
no,
want.
they're not. With respect, I think you were severely misreading the text. He's hanging out with Julia, and he's thinking, like, damn, I want to grab her ass right now. That's not thinking about how you want to rape her. That's he just wanted to...
Constantly sexualized. That's just because she was constantly sexualized by the writer, right?
All the
I remember what this writer did in real life.
they had was consensual. Am I misremembering? At the beginning, he was. At the beginning of 1984, he was like insanely depressive, borderline suicidal, and he hated her because she was attractive and a
Okay,
aggressive
get ready,
member of
get
the party,
ready.
and he was dead inside. And
Get
he was
ready.
a whirlwind of. He was a incel. The book was him overcoming those feelings when he actually got to know her. Like, do you think it's an endorsement of his perspective at the beginning when he's still a loyal party member? Like 1984, like you're meant to go, oh yeah, Winston in the first 40 pages. Like that's the man we want to be.
My Christian ears can't handle Vaush talk about the segs. What's up, Geek Prime? Meow.
TBH, I still think that's weird. To want to grab somebody's ass? If anything, I would say that the beginning
You're
of
still
1984 was a
hyped.
really salient examination of the way in which misogyny is used
Good for you, Coffin Punk. I just quit, unfortunately, and I'm really feeling it.
further far-right
Really
sentiments.
feeling it.
Because in a way, Winston's seething hatred for Julia was a
You're supposed to like feel better after like a month of like not. I don't know. Keep the aspidistra flying. Oh my god, far more incel than the like the main character. Oh shit. Yeah, I gotta see that.
was a component of his institutional complicitness. You know, there's a reason why O'Brien was trying
I'm curious now
to abolish
about
the
that
orgasm.
essay.
You know, the idea that sincere love between two people can end up like breaking the chains the party has over you is one of the core themes of the book. So at the beginning, his inability to feel love actually makes him more vulnerable to the mechanisms of the society that he was born into. You know. Yeah, the reason he hated her at the beginning is because he wanted her to love him. And again, like the book is not endorsing this attitude. Winston's a freak.
The entirety of the war, as well as his life, condemning and
He says he wants to ravage her. Okay, have you never heard the term ravage used in a consensual sense ever? Like ravage isn't just like a
Look, here's what's yikes, okay? And like, do you see like this is so fucked up. Like Vaush seeing himself in Orwell, even after hearing about like what he did to what was his niece or something. He's going hard, and yes, Lynn, you are correct. There's something really sus about this. There's something highly sus about this.
Warwick ultimate cooldown in League of Legends or whatever it can mean. Like you want to for good. Okay, no, we're moving on. Stop. Read the book. It's more common with boomer writing.
Yo, given who Orwell was,
at the same time during the war, the Irish.
It's more common with boomer writing. Yes, so was like acceptance of. Neither of them love each other. That's the fucking point.
Which he would work for was making connections with Ukrainian nationalists, of which many directly aided the Nazi Einsatzgruppe.
Hey, Ukrainian nationalists. Yeah, let's go. Slava Ukraini. Where's the guy? Who's the Banderite? Where's Bander? Where's Bander in chat? Banderin.
That's what I'm saying, hipster. That's what I'm saying. You're right. You're right on. Like we're thinking the same thing.
Jews, Poles, Gypsies, and communists. There's even evidence to suggest that Orwell knew and approved of this. To quote a great
Where's that evidence?
Article you should read, Isaac Asimov also points out a shocking fact that conveniently escapes the myriad disciples of the British author. George Orwell spent the peak years of genocidal destruction of World War II writing a childish story about how evil the Nazi-killing Soviet Union supposedly was.
Wow, what a novel perspective. While World War II was happening, he criticized the Soviet Union. He criticized Stalin rather than Hitler. Remember, even though lefties are supposed to engage in constant internal critique, remember, you can't actually criticize the Soviet Union when there's another bad country.
Yo, like I feel like there's a parallel here too. Vaush getting the pass for like, you know, his activities in the Destiny Discord. You know, George Orwell getting the pass to the extent that like I didn't know this before like seeing the Hakim video, right? I didn't know this. I hadn't heard of this. This doesn't get talked about. This isn't emphasized, right? You got somebody like Paul Robeson erased from history. Gone. Taken out. You know, you got somebody blacklisted, censored, kept from singing, kept from performing, right? Like Paul Robeson. And then you got George Orwell, who like all of his like horrible stuff gets covered up and nobody even knows about it, and he still gets taught into the 90s, probably into the 2000s, as this great hero, this great you know, resistance figure against the forces of totalitarianism, right? Did he just say yag nationalism? Yay nationalism? Yeah, I think he did. I was gonna be like, what is that? Welcome to the chat, welcome to the stream. Blessed Cage, welcome. We're having a really interesting day. This all started with Vaush ratioing me on Twitter. I didn't even notice this because I was busy prettying myself up. My mods were busy like doing other things, preparing for this awesome interview that we had with Kid Bandit. By the way, if you want to check that out, that is on. There's 2 VODs today, unfortunately, right? That is just how it is because my OBS stopped working, right? So the VOD that has like the first VOD is just me reacting to some Vaush clips on Twitter, me reacting to a bunch of Vaushites in my chat, right? I had just gotten ratioed by Vaush. I came in hot. And then the second VOD is going to be starting with Kid Bandit and my interview with Kid Bandit. So yeah, Kid Bandit is a famous wrestler, not an AEW wrestler yet, although I spoke wrongly on Twitter. So my apologies for misstating the promotion that Kid was with. But Kid is an amazing wrestler, definitely like a superstar, definitely a fun wrestler to watch. And talking to Kid about like trans rights in wrestling was a lot of fun. So that's where that is. And then after that we go back to a little bit of Vaush's choice clips. Then we do this, and we're going to end with, look at this down here, the anti-trans email leaks. We're going to look at the Mother Jones article, and we're going to see what we can make. There's 2,600 pages that Maya Krimru released of the raw emails of these this anti-trans campaign to get laws passed. This started the one that's referenced is South Dakota. So you're seeing stuff that's pertinent to the South Dakota law that failed in 2019 and then finally got passed in I think 2022, right? So and you're to see how so somebody in there was a detransitioner, became a retransitioner, and I think that's how I understand that's how we got a hold of the email. So we're gonna finish this up, then we're gonna go to the Mother Jones, and I'm gonna try to tell you, I've gotten, like I said, 2,600 pages, right? So I got through a little bit of that, and I'm gonna try to give you what I've got, my take so far. We'll look on Twitter and see if we can find anything on Maya's post in terms of like what more we can glean from this, because Maya felt it was important, and some people thought it was important that the public have all of the emails. So there's something in there. There's something important. If I have to put it up on my Discord and have crowdsource going through that and looking for what's there and trying to glean what we can, right? We've got the raw emails of the anti-trans legislative campaign that started in South Dakota and was used as a model, was used as a template, was used as a foundational strategy for the rest of the anti-trans legislation across the country. So
all right, you can't actually do that. You're not allowed to. He already wrote a critique of fascism before that, though. Yeah, he did. He'd written on Hitler plenty before, but the real, like,
she was on an episode of AEW Dark. Yeah, I think she mentioned that she got to kick. She got to. It wasn't a question mark kick either. It was a oh my god, I can't remember what it's called. Look, I should know more wrestling moves, but it was a really cool. Fuck, I can't remember what the name of the kick was. But yeah, she kicked she got to kick her hero Cody Rhodes, the American Nightmare.
This is what I mean about cowardly criticism right here. And Asimov is doing the exact same thing here. The idea that over the course of like a 6-year global war, you are incapable of criticizing the, let's be clear, very bad Soviet Union because Hitler.
Chest pains. I literally have chest pains. Oh no, Homer Simpson take about a mediocre author like George Orwell.
This is ridiculous.
Was it a super kick?
Silly.
I
thought it was like some kind of spin
was
kick.
affected apparently by the Nazi brand of totalitarianism, for there was no room within him except for his private war with Stalinist communism.
How dare he focus on one thing when there is another thing? These are such
No, but what Hakim's trying to put forward is that like this guy had such like an anti-communist like hate boner that it's getting in the way of this is Asimov. Orwell wasn't much affected apparently by the Nazi brand of totalitarianism. So this is I'm guessing Isaac Asimov. That's not what Asimov said. Wait, what wasn't? What did I get wrong? Or you're correcting Vaush, not me, right? for there was no room within him except for his private war with Stalinist communism. Consequently, when Great Britain was fighting for its life against Nazism, and the Soviet Union fought as an ally in the struggle, and that's probably not its struggle, and contributed rather more than its share of life's loss. That is undeniably true, right? And in resolute courage, Orwell wrote Animal Farm, which was a satire of the Russian Revolution, and followed picturing in terms of a revolt of barnyard animals against human masters. Yeah. So that's where his mind was during World War II. I don't see what's wrong with that.
Consequently, when Great Britain was fighting for its life against Nazism, and the Soviet Union fought as an ally in the struggle and contributed...
Was 1984 highly inspired by Nazi Germany? Maybe, but it's like, that's not how it's taught in the US. And the fact that it's so open for look, if you want to say that, like, right, I mean, it's been a while since I read it, and I was, probably in high school, right? Honestly. And, obviously being like guided along by an anti-communist, like, boomer teacher, right? And, so I don't trust my own interpretation. I don't trust my own, like, knowledge of 1984. It's, like, if it's such a poorly written allegory that it can be used as like a simple anti-communist textbook, that it can be taught, everywhere as that, you gotta kind of question, like, Orwell's role as a great author, which, he's sold as.
More than its share in lives lost and resolute courage.
Well, hold.
1984 is a poor allegory for the USSR, a country which Orwell never visited and didn't research.
Your horses there. When did the bombing of London begin? Because I'm pretty sure for a good portion of the attack on England, the Soviet Union was an ally to the Nazis back in 1940. And Operation Barbarossa began in June of 1941, which means there would have been a gap of nearly a year where London was being bombed, but the Soviet Union was an explicit ally of Nazi Germany. Just the narrativizing here, man. Yeah, plus in 1940, most communist parties were supportive of the Nazi-Soviet alliance or quiet about it, so there was need to speak up as a leftist. That's true. Yeah, it is a little weird. You can gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss.
Look at this grade A Wikipedia reading, right?
It's kind of weird that the Soviet
No,
Union...
I mean, I swear to God, he's like Discord reading.
Allied with the Nazis.
I don't think he's even got Wikipedia pulled up. I think it's just people feeding him stuff in Discord.
Oh, well then they...
That's generally how Vaush operates.
Okay. If France had allied with the Nazis rather than lose to them, do you think you would have been like, oh, well, France had no choice? Bullshit. Don't...
Does he know? They do bring this up, right? Because I remember this being a clip and me saying, I think that Vaush's community is gonna let him know. I think that Vaush's community is gonna let him know here.
Lie to me? Don't lie to me. Come on.
They weren't an active ally. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that was the...
Like, yeah, France is like, oh, well, if
they gotta tell him.
Then we
There's no way.
So actually, we had no choice but to join with them. And
somebody's got to be saying, Vichy France right now.
Armies to help them and share an invasion with them. Oh yeah, just like the USSR and Nazis divided Poland, we too will.
Signing. Yeah, non-aggression pact. Literally, well, it was a non-aggression pact with like a land, shared splitting up. They were kind of splitting up Poland too, but they weren't. There wasn't like a, like it wasn't a mutual, defense pact or anything like that. It was, like you're saying, a non-aggression pact.
Divide England together. This is actually necessary. Tactical. Blah, blah, blah. Like it's so pathetic. Lefties.
They weren't talking about dividing England together.
Bust out every single possible excuse. They would never, ever, ever, ever.
Like, how does that even make sense?
Ever allow for any other country. Vicky France, Vaush? Yeah, but that was post-conquest France. That wasn't the existing government of France choosing...
There we go. So chat does bring it up. Vaush chat, look at this. I give you credit and you don't disappoint me. Like, right? And this is what I always say. Vaush's community, parts of his community, they're slightly less horrible than him. And those are the parts of his community that I'm trying to speak to here, right? I'm trying to let you know that although you might think that this guy is the be-all, end-all, you might think that you don't have an alternative, you do. And you being part of that community is enabling some really bad stuff, is hurting the overall left, right? So, this is why I'm always real circumspect in my criticism of the Vaush community. because I do know that there are people in his community that speak back to him. The thing that they don't do is, you know, what they should do, I think, is you know, abandon him, right? I think they need to pull their support out. They don't realize that, you know, he's not just like somebody that like has bad takes and you got to reel him back in. He is a bad take machine. He's a bad take monster. He is an optics monster obsessed with the W over all other things. He is not here for solidarity. He is not here for the movement. He's not even here for winning in the sense that we want to win, which is not personal ego aggrandizement like what he pursues, but is actually winning a better tomorrow for all of us. The stakes are real. This shouldn't be an academic exercise. This shouldn't be, you know, mental masturbation, right? And that's what these debate communities come down to at the end of the day.
To ally with Nazi Germany. That was
most people outgrow Vaush intellectually and leave. A few stay.
France being taken over by the Nazis, and then Nazi sympathizers were put in power. That was a puppet government. That's completely different. Vicky, not Vicky. Vicky.
Didn't say Vicky. Anyway, I'll forgive him.
Oui.
French is a weird language.
Vichy. There we go. Vichy, franc. There we go. Thank you. Vichy.
It's France. You don't. There's an e on the end of it, so you do pronounce the s in the word France. It's not franc. Nice try though. Nice try. It's like he's got the principle down, right, of the liaison.
Vichy. That's kind of fun to say.
Orwell wrote Animal Farm, which was a satire of the Russian Revolution and what followed, picturing it in terms of a revolt of barnyard animals against human masters. He completed Animal Farm in
Is that what it was about? That's crazy.
1944 and had trouble finding a publisher.
Did he forget the British appeasement? Yeah, no. Oh my God. Good point. Good point.
Saying the Soviets. As soon as the war came to an end, however,
I'm so brain broken from this whole day that I'm like
the Soviet Union was
letting him slide on these things.
In fact, Orwell went out of his way.
I don't think unambiguously promoting socialism is really compatible with a book designed to display the hopelessness of totalitarianism.
Manufacture a fantasy that couldn't possibly be mistaken for Nazism.
Well, wait, is that what you take Hakim as calling for? Unambiguously, and you don't just mean like unambiguously. You mean like I take it you mean like giving it like a unlimited pass, right? Of like, you know, whatever government's going to represent itself as socialist, just, you know, unlimited faith in that. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was bad. You can also do good and bad things at the same time.
As everyone knows, the people and ideology that materially supported every single
Oh man, dude. Like, listen how mad Hakim is that he was criticizing the Soviet Union. That's all this is. The literal explicit criticism being made right now of Orwell is he criticized the Soviet Union. That's it. It didn't even get published until after the war. He's still seething over it. So be clear. The only thing.
But here's the deal. Nazi Germany's doing blitzkrieg, Vaush. That's what he's saying. Like, you're in the midst of the blitzkrieg, and here he is, like, with all this, like, this hate boner for the Soviet Union. That's what's weird. That's what Hakim is trying to point out, right? It was bad, but there really wasn't any other option. They tried to form an anti-fascist alliance, but the West said no.
He has trouble with here. It's not the circumstances under which Stalin and the Soviet Union were criticized. It is just that they were criticized. Animal Farm was... Yeah, when was Animal... Wait, was it really in 14? Sorry, oh my God, I'm so stupid. 1949? Was it really that?
No, it was published. Oh my God, no, is he missing out? It was written earlier. It was written earlier than it was published. That's what Hakim is talking about.
Far back?
Wait,
It was originally published in 1945, which was still after the war. Yeah, in 45. Okay, 1949. Yeah, 1449. How prescient. Can you imagine? Out of nowhere, man. It might have gotten like more broadly published afterwards.
Okay,
right?
okay.
You know, like it got a limited release to begin with. Published in London back in 1945. Yeah, dude had his eyes on the horizon. Listen up, guys, okay? I know you all speak Middle English, and I don't even make sense to you, all right? But in 500 years, fascism will be a thing, and so will Stalinism. Listen, just read this book. Don't do this, okay? The Ukrainian edition had a censored preface. Well, Ukraine back in 1945 wouldn't have had like the freest laws when it comes to public expression criticizing the Soviet Union, I imagine. This would have been like an American nationalist getting mad about somebody criticizing Japanese internment because the Japanese were worse than Americans, and America was the major power fighting them. Literally, because the argument being made at this time is like, how dare you criticize a country fighting the Nazis when the Nazis exist? And it's like, okay, so So are England and America. Should we not? How can you? How dare you?
Criticizing the entire revolutionary project while Blitzkrieg is going on versus criticizing the the internment camps and that like, I don't know, again, it's completely understated in our texts, in our education system. Like, right, USSR was way behind industrialization of Nazi Germany at the time, and they never caught up.
Implicitly pro-Nazi propaganda by pointing out our Japanese internment camps, you piece of shit, you Nazi. How dare you say that we shouldn't lock people up for their national origin and ethnicity? What the fuck is wrong with you, you piece of shit? Like,
I mean, I don't like this analogy.
It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so
and again, it just reeks of inductive logic.
Hakim does not mention the elephant in the room that Orwell's actions were motivated by a personal hatred of anyone associated with the USSR due to the fact of how Stalinists and foreign agents working for Stalin worked to undermine the activity of the anti-Stalinist left during the Spanish Civil War. Is he going to bring up the Spanish Civil War? I don't actually think this includes it. Is he going to leave that context like out of this? Are we really going to talk like that? That's going to be the thing that we leave out of this piece on George Orwell, is like the time and the place that a lot of his positions were cemented? I don't think so. He's been talking about Orwell like a do-nothing shut-in. Okay, well, just to complete the picture then. Homage to Catalonia is George Orwell's personal account of his experiences and observations fighting in the Spanish Civil War.
I just mean the lack of advocacy for socialism in 1984 makes it easy to misconstrue it as anti-socialist, since people are taught something along the line. Yeah, that's the whole line, right? They want to, like, this is what the U.S. always says. They hate us for our freedoms, right?
War for the POUM militia.
That's how a lot of American propaganda goes.
That's Workers' Party of Marxist Unification.
Looking while you're working?
Of the Republican Army. Republican in this case. Loyalist faction or the government faction was the side in the Spanish Civil War 1936-1939. This
isn't even true. This is just some conspiracy theory bullshit.
Against the nationalist faction of the military rebellion. Published in 1938, about a year before the war ended, with little commercial success. It's actually a based book, beautifully written. I read part of it, but not a full thing. There was a chapter online somebody suggested I read back when I started the channel, and I did. It was really good, but I didn't read the full thing. I should though. I think he can mention it because Orwell's involvement in the Spanish Civil War is basically a defeater for everything else he said thus far. Yeah, there's probably...
And again, chat, here's my idea. If you're down, okay, I want to do a deep dive into the Spanish Civil War, right? This is definitely part of history that is complicated. Like I say, we don't just have two sides. We have sides within sides. We have a lot going on here. Right, and this doesn't get taught. This doesn't get emphasized. Right, when you learn about World War II, you just, like, Spain's kind of like an afterthought. Right, it's generally not taught, and I feel like this is important stuff to understand. I unlike Vaush will admit that my knowledge of this historical event, that these the struggle in Spain is lacking, and I don't want to present it as anything else. I want to be real upfront about that and say that this is something I need to look into more. Orwell barely did anything in Catalonia. Everyone that fought in Spain knew Orwell said he was a stuck-up asshole. Weasel, but that's right, the 3rd Weasel Battalion. That's Vaush was a veteran of the Spanish Civil War.
Bring this up, This war was one of the defining events in his political outlook and a significant part of what led him to write in 46. Every line of serious work that I have written since 1936 has been written directly or indirectly against totalitarianism and for democratic socialism, as I understand it.
And that would be like a lot more convincing if this was something that he experienced before writing Animal Farm, right? That it wasn't.
Basically, the Spanish Civil War was, so you had a country called Spain, and then there were fascists, and the fascists fucked up the country so much and for so long.
You had nationalists and you had Republican factions. The Republican faction, was made up of socialists and communists and anarchists, and this is what I'm saying. It's complicated, right?
That Spain took a seat,
and I really don't trust Vaush's analysis of it, right?
During World War II.
I'd like to take a look at it for myself, for ourselves, right? So that's why this is going to be the premium streamium. I'll look for a time to do that, right?
Imagine your country being such a mess that it doesn't get involved in World War II, despite being in Western Europe. That's just to have an understanding of how
bad. Wait, are you going to argue that Spain was a mess? Is that like your... Yeah. yeah, Spain was a mess and like continued to be a mess until like what, the 70s or 80s?
The Spanish Civil War got. That's how bad that it got.
70s, right?
And then the fascists won. So, you know, thank you, Franco. I'm willing to bet that the image you guys have seen most from the Spanish Civil War is this one. Marina Guineseta, I believe her name is pronounced. You've probably seen her. She was one of the revolutionaries. She was a communist, born in France, who became an iconic figure during the Spanish Civil War. Did she die? That's a good question. No, she died at 94 in 2014. Wow. Okay, so she died recently. So, nice. Okay, homage to Catalonia. Excuse me. The Republican side, which viewed the nationalists as fascists, was made up of several factions, including socialists, anarchists, and communists. There was infighting between these factions, which Orwell details in his chapters in the May Days of Barcelona. Infighting between the socialists, anarchists, and communists. What happened there? Oh, nice chapter by chapter summary. I assume that this will include...
And it's so weird that with Vaush, the infighting is like obviously to blame on, you know, other communities, right? It's obviously like, you know, the fault of like actual leftists for gatekeeping leftism.
Chapter which describes the infighting. Orwell explains that
for calling him out for being reactionary, for pointing out that like a lot of his ideology is just copy pasta from Ben Shapiro. It's not just woke skulls, right? That is him criticizing wokeness as a big part of his platform, as a leftist quote unquote thought leader, right? But it's so much more than that. He has a fundamentally conservative outlook on intersectionality, and it's so weird how inconsistent. Like Dak Katie called him out on some of his inconsistencies, especially when it comes to Israel-Palestine. His position on that is absolutely like unworkable and incoherent, right? And Dak Katie exposed that, right? But that he's got more inconsistency than just that. You know, he's inconsistent in the sense that he'll appeal to intersectionality and then at the same time attack any actual intersectionality as being idpol. And he'll do it from a fundamentally conservative framework. He'll see the like project of you know, solidarity, the project of people's like liberation as being you know, the oppression Olympics, like, right? He uses a right-wing framework to critique the left, right? This is like, I don't know how much he realizes it. I tend to think he doesn't. I tend to think that like he just doesn't, he's not very self-aware of anything, right? But he is functioning, and his community is functioning as an entryist movement within leftism, and it is harming us all, right? Wasn't the biggest problem in the leftists across the world came to help fascism in Spain, and a bunch of anti-communists talked shit and worked against them? The biggest problem still being fascism. Look, like I said, I don't know enough about the Spanish Civil War to really say. But yeah, I definitely don't trust, you know, I'm not going to just like rely on Vaush's analysis here. Literally no one on the left likes Vaush and his community. Vaush is like the Principal Skinner meme and blames the left instead of looking inward. Oh.
Within the Republican side. On one side of the CNT, FIA, the POUM, and the sections of the Socialists standing for workers' control. On the other side, the right-wing Socialists, liberals, and communists standing for centralized government and a militarized army. He also writes one of the, oh man, did the liberals on the side of the Republicans ally with the Stalinists? Did the Stalinists work together with the liberals in order to purge the anarchists? Because liberals...
I don't know if he's saying that because he thinks the answer is yes, or if he like legitimately doesn't know. I can't tell.
Socialists and communists all
what do you think, Chad?
Consolidation under the state, and it was the anarchists exclusively who weren't in favor of that? Oh, that's great, dog. He also writes, one of the dreariest effects of this war has been to teach me that the left-wing press is every bit as spurious and dishonest.
Gosh, you literally don't know what happened there. Just like Jeb, a condescending tone makes people think he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, this is the similarity between Vaush and Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro has achieved tricking know-nothing conservatives into feeling like they have had an intellectual experience, an academic experience in listening to him, because he uses words that are just barely out of their grasp and he talks fast, right? So to them, that is their idea of what a smart person sounds like. And for them to sit there and listen to him and be able to repeat like enough of his party line back, that is proof that they are smart, and they feel empowered by that, right? And it's definitely what they'd rather do rather than actually have like right actually receive education, right? Because that's a little different than listening to Ben Shapiro and parroting back what he says. Like, you have to be able to analyze stuff. You have to be able to you have to actually learn it, right? It's different than just being able to, repeat something that you think sounds smart. But yeah, it achieves the goal, which is to make, anti-intellectuals feel smart. They feel smart. They get confident. They get loud. They get belligerent. That is the fuel to the fire of the, right wing, essentially, in the U.S. And Vaush is much the same. Vaush has got so much of his ideology. Like, I mean, I'm not going to say it necessarily comes from Shapiro. I know that, like, he loves to call people woke scolds. That is a Ben Shapiro invention. But, in general, like, a lot of his, I won't say that it comes from Shapiro, because I don't know that for sure. I don't know who his, like, initial, who he learned this stuff from. But he's got that same conception. He's got that same conception of the left as being the oppression Olympics. And his big innovation is like, we got to knock off this woke nonsense. We got to knock off this PC culture and, be based anti-SJW leftist. It's kind of ridiculous, right? It's kind of ridiculous. He's got more in common with Gamergate than he does in terms of any kind of leftism, let alone intersectional leftism, right? Which is our only hope against, like, if you're concerned about, like, when people talk about tankies, right? A lot of times they're talking about reactionary leftists, authoritarian, like I don't know. Half of the time, I get the feeling that they're what they really have in mind is like a Strasserite or a third position, like a Nazgul, right? When they're talking about tankies, especially when they say shit like red fash, right? I mean, that if you want to say red fash, that's what it is. Go over and watch like Infrared Haas. Go over and take a look at some of those communities that look at the Pat Socks, right? That's like. But I wouldn't even call that a tanky, right? Because those people are like fake communists. They're, this is the cloak behind which they hide the dagger, or the long knife, as it were, right?
Is the right? Oh my God.
Vaush Mar.
True to form.
I guess as long as you speak with confidence and arrogance while talking down to whoever you disagree with, right? He just admitted that he doesn't know and won't look further into. I couldn't tell. Was he trying to be sarcastic and acting like he does know, or was he just like, I mean, that's the most obvious interpretation, Eric. They lumped in Hakim and Bad Empanada with Haas and Jackson Hinkle. How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, it's classic. Nothing changes. Phenomenal. Hold on. Let me May days of Barcelona. May events, a series of clashes between the 3rd and 8th of May 1937, during which factions of the Republican faction of the Spanish Civil War engaged one another in street battles in various parts of Catalonia centered on the city of Barcelona. In these events, libertarian socialist supporters of the Spanish Revolution, such as the anarchist CNT and the anti-Stalinist POUM, which opposed the centralized government, faced statists, such as the Republican government, the Catalan government, and the Communist Party of Spain, which believed, oh my God, the communists sided with the liberals. Oh my God, I can't, oh my God. Imagine being a fucking based anarchist in the Spanish Civil War, and then the Stalinists work together with the libs because they're so pro-state that they would rather ally with liberals than anarchists. That's so crazy, man. Tension was rising. The POUM leaders were vilified and accused of being covert Nazi agents under a false revolutionary propaganda of being enemy agents infiltrating the country.
What's the utility of relitigating the Spanish Civil War? It doesn't seem particularly relevant to the material harm Orwell did. Well, he's claiming that this is like the Orwell's perspective, that his like anti-tankyism, that his anti-authoritarianism and supposed intellectual consistency of applying this to communists as well as to capitalist or fascist governments. He's claiming that this was formative in Orwell's perspective, right? I think that's how he's trying to use it.
The POUM had come to propose an invitation.
But yeah, I mean, literally, he just had to read this. In order to, determine something, and he's kind of going off at this point. He's like, oh yeah, look at this, like Republicans, oh yeah.
For Leon Trotsky to reside in Catalonia despite its differences in him, the POUM leaders were becoming increasingly wary during the spring of 1937. Tension in the streets of Barcelona becoming evident. Anarchist patrols. On the 26th of March, Taradeas banned members of the police from having political affiliation and demanded all political organizations to hand over their weapons. Thus, anarchists withdrew from the government. One of the
Every time I organize IRL, I never hear anyone call each other tankies or anarchides. The Western left is like 100 years away from those arguments mattering.
Generalitat of Catalonia. Open crisis force. Anarchists retained their weapons. After a violent confrontation, several men were killed. In Barcelona, fear began of an outbreak of open warfare between the anarchists and the POUM against the government and the communists. Each side formed...
I think Vaush is just trying to justify his uninformed position by diving into the Spanish Civil War in order to find evidence to justify the takes he made.
Weapon caches and secretly fortified its buildings for fear that its rivals would attack it first. Caches, not caches, but caches sounds really fun to say. Chronology, preliminary events. Who started the shooting? Who started the shooting?
He really likes French word. He like cachet is like a, you know, French Francofied.
200 police officers commanded by the Minister of Public Order of the Government of Catalonia, Eusebio Rodriguez Salas, went to the Telefonica Central Exchange, presented itself to the censorship department located on the second floor with the intention of taking control.
Yeah, I mean that would be the accent over the E.
Building. The anarchists saw that as a provocation since Telefonica was legally occupied by an anarcho-syndicalist committee, according to a decree on collectivization from the Generalitat itself. Rodriguez Salas, on his part, had authorization from the head of internal affairs of the regional government. The anarchist workers opened fire from the second floor landing of the censorship department. Salas funded for help with the company of the National Republican Guard, arriving alongside two control patrols' heads. Ceasefire surrendered their weapons not before shooting through.
Genocidal policies globally, or their...
Whoa! Why would he critique American genocidal policies globally? They were fighting the Nazis. What, are you pro-Hitler? Why would he critique America when they were fighting against the Nazis at that time? Huh? You pro-Nazi? There's a war going on. There's a time and a place.
Their constant warmongering and saber-rattling, and their sanctions and bombing of poor third world countries trying to detach from colonial regimes that
I can't hear you over the sound of Hitler existing.
oppressed them for decades if not centuries. Nothing on the Spanish or French or Portuguese.
Nothing on the Spanish? Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. George Orwell's position on Francoist Spain was so subtle. Oh my God. He shot them. What? Oh my God. Yeah, because this is the reason why he didn't include anything about the Spanish Civil War in this video. So now here at this point, he can sort of giggle as he includes in the script the implication that George Orwell's position on Francoist Spain was in any way, shape, or form ambiguous. He took a bullet to the neck. What a Weasley little liar.
Weasel, you say? Weasel? Oh my God, chat, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. It's Weasel time. Weasel activated. Are you ready? Are you ready? Here we go, Weaselly. Oh my God, please, please. Yes. Yes. He's stealing from... Yeah, exactly. That was my line. That's my line, Vaush. Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Just need a sleepy weasel emote. True. Oh my God. I'm a sleepy weasel right now too. I'm gonna try to eat something to be like less sleepy. You can tell I got like overstimulated early on. Oh my god.
Weasel. 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 What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, back to I needed that. I massive wait, why is oh no, this is Matt Taibbi and Brianna. The other Brianna. Oh my god.
It's only genuine vitriol and whatever password criticism.
I don't know how much more of this I can take. We're getting
mad, so mad. Holy shit, mad.
Exclusively.
How dare you criticize Stalin? How dare you criticize
I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad.
the USSR? How dare you?
Dreams in which are not best I've ever had.
How dare you?
Find it hard to tell you, cause I find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very...
reserved for socialist countries, and specifically
Not socialist, by definition.
the USSR, a country he never visited, never read about, and never interacted with the politics.
Never read about? Can you substantiate that claim in some way? Also, of course he didn't visit. They would have killed him. Are you kidding me? The guy who published Animal Farm? Yeah, dude, that guy's going to enter the famously pro-writer, free speech, okay with its own government being criticized USSR. Hey, come on down to the USSR, Orwell. Look, we've got a gigantic wedge of cheese on this fascinating wooden and wire contraption. Okay, here, come here. You call this guy smart? Yeah, I don't know. Hakim used to be smarter than this. He's pretty retarded now, but whatever.
Of this point can't be
This is
understated.
second.
Orwell actually knew next to nothing about the USSR.
He never read anything about. In fact, he didn't actually know what the
1903
USSR
to
was
1950.
at all. He had no idea. It was just sort of instinct guiding him to write books critical of it. You know, he never.
1903 to 1950. Oh my god. He was writing in the from the late 20s to early 30s. I mean, like, yeah, not to like get on somebody for not visiting a certain part of the world, but yeah, I mean, like, he could have like he writes Animal Farm, I think in what was it, like 1940, and then publishes it in 1946. Anyway, Vaush is acting like there would have been it's just impossible for him to visit the Soviet Union, and I just don't see this, like, given the fact he's born in 1903.
Read anything. He never heard the term even.
And the misconceptions and ridiculous caricatures he reproduces both in his writing as well as his commentary are so easily corrected by...
Is he going to correct them? Though? Because he hasn't actually engaged with the content of either of these books. These are the two pieces of material that George Orwell is most known for by far, and his only mention of Animal Farm is to confirm that it is, in fact, get this, a criticism of the Soviet Union. That's the only thing that he's managed to say on either of these books. That's the only criticism that he's offered. You know, the scathing rebuttal of Orwellian thought that is, hey, did you know what's about the USSR? That's all he said.
by the lightest possible research as to essentially solidify the fact that he was simply happy in his ignorance, or
Substantiate? No?
insidious, one or the other. By the way, if you thought Animal Farm critiques Stalinism and whatever
Hey, whoa, don't. No copyright.
other made-up concept, it doesn't. The
Whatever made-up concept? What? Made up? Stalinism is a made-up concept? Did he not exist? What the fuck does that mean? Okay.
fundamental thesis of Animal Farm is that the working class is stupid and cannot be trusted to lead any sort of independent political existence.
What? No? It was the opposite. It was that they were taken advantage